gets left behind when it comes to the sound effects and the hold music. So no, just my winning personality is what keeps people entertained while they wait. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. No, I believe that for sure. So,
I think that the hold music is okay. It's pretty juicy. It works. Especially if it's not for, like 10 minutes.
yeah. Well, if you get to the
You
end of the
know?
song, you're probably doing something wrong.
There,
Right, right. Okay.
there's
So,
a version of the hold music I feel like sounds a little bit more spunky than that one. So if you can switch it up next time, be appreciated.
it actually only works occasionally, though. It doesn't always come on. So, yeah.
We could
So,
also pretend it's like 1995 and press play on something.
yeah, yeah. I'll just put the phone up to a
Right.
speaker and play Britney Spears or something next time.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, we'll get started here in just a second, folks. I mean, this is some good stuff right here. I mean, we've been calling for this for a while, and it's finally looks like it's happening. Finally looks like it's happening. But the thing is here, I don't have a great feeling about. I don't trust the RNC in general. So the way that I see this going at this point is they're going to try to put in another hack, unless Trump is able to, handpick somebody, which, as the leader of the Republican Party, the de facto leader of the Republican Party, he should absolutely be the one to do that. Who will pick? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, Diligent. Who would you expect Trump to pick if it were Trump's choice? Who would you expect him to pick?
Man, that's a hard question. I can't answer that one. I think Scott Pressler would be the number one pick for the head of the RNC. That's just me though.
Yeah, I mean, looking in the comment section of the post that I made I guess like 30 minutes ago now, Scott Pressler and Vivek are up there, running pretty close to each other, it seems. And I think both of them would be a pretty good pick. But, Aaron, it seems like a lot of people still don't fully trust Vivek.
Yeah, and obviously I've been Team Vivek for a long time, even before he announced to run. I think I've made that case over and over again. But to answer your question as well, I don't know if Vivek's right up to that, but I will tell you who I think would be an excellent choice if they're not going to go with Scott, would be Lee Zeldin out of New York, and what he was able to do with Republicans in that state, even when everything was against him. Lee Zeldin would be a great choice. It'll probably be somebody boring like Matt Schlapp or something like that, but
Oh,
Lee
please,
Zeldin,
no.
yeah, but Lee Zeldin would be a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, no, you definitely make a good point, but there's so many rumors floating around that Lee Zeldin is going to end up as Trump's VP. So I don't know which position would be more useful to the Republican Party, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like people at this point, they want some excitement. They need, like, the party needs some rejuvenation because it's so, I mean, the fundraising is just, I mean, through the floor. I don't even know how they're operating right now. I know they were trying to get a $10 million credit line recently because they don't, I mean, the DNC is just whooping their asses at this point.
Yeah, they really are. And another one I don't think anybody's talking about, but she was up for it before Ronna was picked again, and that was Harmeet Dillon. Harmeet Dillon would be an excellent choice.
Yeah, I might try to get her in here. I'll send her a message real quick, and we'll try to get Harmeet in here. That'd be really cool. Um, but yeah, in the meantime, I want to get feedback from Mike. Mike, was this the? And actually, I want audience feedback too. By the way, guys, bottom right hand corner. Ask your questions. Give me your suggestions. If you have something other than Scott Pressler, or you just really want to cast your vote for Scott Pressler, you can put that in the comment section as well. Because Lee Zeldin is a new one. I hadn't heard that yet, but it could be considered. Mike, what are your thoughts?
Well, what Lee did in his campaign was exciting. So going back to needing somebody who's exciting, I mean, like, that guy knows what it takes to get that campaign off the ground. But like Trash said, and I posted this in the comments a little bit earlier, if Trump, I mean, Harmeet is that's Trump's girl. I mean, if you get, she literally campaigned for it on Fox. She wanted it. Everybody was heartbroken when when what's her name got back in, and after Vivek just destroyed her on national TV. I don't know. I don't know why we wouldn't go back to Harmeet. She was right there. I love Scott. I mean, and it would be hella interesting to see that giant dude with his long hair representing the Republican National, the RNC. That would be outstanding. But if I'd go with trash, and I'd say probably Harmeet is the leader in the clubhouse right now.
What was it last time where Harmeet had trouble actually getting through? Was it because that she had? And actually, I'm gonna ask this question to Jim. Because he's now up on the stage. My favorite political expert, Jim Path. Good to have you, Jim. What was it last time? Why did Harmeet have trouble getting through? Was it because she was challenging the incumbent?
I mean yes, but that's not the primary reason why. The primary reason why it was hard for her to break through is that the all the national committeemen and you have some legislators as well that have votes. They tend to be inflexible when it comes to the conservative wing of the party. Now, there are a few national committeemen, Morton Blackwell, I think, being the chief among them as a Virginia committeeman. There are a few committeemen who fall firmly in the conservative camp, and Morton was pushing very hard to get committeemen to vote for Harmeet back at that time. But the reason she didn't get it is you have this staid, stodgy, old school way of thinking how a party should work that still exists in the voting members of the committee. And so Harmeet couldn't get past that. To be candid, though, as well as she did, was a great compliment to her skills and abilities, and the fact that she brought some new ideas that would have been very useful. And she did bring about some of the committeemen who might otherwise not have gone to someone new. So again, just to summarize, it wasn't directly because Rana was the incumbent. It was more because of the general attitude of the Republican National Committee, which is frankly in most cases quite useless.
Yeah, and so Jim, these committee people that are sent to, and they're the ones that, at the end of the day, the ones that actually vote on this. Unfortunately, it's we the people don't get too much of a say in who the RNC chair will actually be. But I mean, is the sentiment changing from more of the old run-of-the-mill establishment hacks at this point? Because I hear more and more committee men coming out against the establishment.
Well, I'd have to see that in a large enough number to impress me about it the same way it impressed you. But there's some of that's happening. I think honestly, the reason that Ronna McDaniel's pulling out of this is I think Trump kind of put the extra straw in the camel's back on this one. But quite frankly, it's the numbers. They don't have any money right now. They're not raising money. Now that is ultimately a
Why do you
function.
think that is?
Well, it's ultimately a function of how she's run the party. This is also something that has been grinding the Republican National Committee as well as the congressional committees, the NRCC and the NRSC, for some time. There has just been a sense since the Tea Party movement, in particular, a little bit before that, but certainly since the Tea Party movement, there's been an angst in rank and file Republican voters against these organizations and the job that they're doing. And when you see how much, everyone's trying to blame Trump for whatever was lost over the last 2 or 3 election cycles, and he may have been a little bit part of that. But the real problem is that the Republican National Committee is not effective at registering voters and getting Republican voters out to the polls. They're just really bad about it. Now, there's some campaign finance laws that are a problem, and I can certainly get into those. But I'll tell you this: I sat on the Colorado executive committee for the Colorado Republican Party for a time. I can tell you that there is a real problem with state parties that are driven by the RNC and not able to be flexible enough and good enough at really building their state parties, because the campaign finance laws make most of the money flow from the federal level rather than being able to be used at the state level, which once existed.
Yeah, so Jim, I just, for 30 seconds here, why do you believe that RNC fundraising is so abysmal right now? Is it because people have lost faith in the party, or is she just an awful fundraiser?
Both.
Got it. Makes sense. Caroline.
Somebody earlier had mentioned Scott for this. I believe in prior
80%
conversations.
of the comments have been Scott so far,
I
as per
know, and like
Marge.
we love Scott. Scott is a rock star. The United States needs a whole lot more people exactly like Scott Pressler. But I'm fairly certain that he has expressed that he's not interested in this position. Correct me if I'm wrong. But he was kind of the one pushing this whole campaign for her meet. So I would be curious to see if we could get Scott in here and if he has any commentary on this. I know you're trying to get her meet in here, but
Yeah, so
I
I just
trust
texted them
his
both.
instincts,
So
definitely.
I just texted them both, so we'll see what we can do.
Also, Harmeet put out a tweet yesterday ostensibly saying that she has no interest in the chair position. I'll just read it. Each version of the RNC Game of Thrones I hear is worse than the last one. To be clear, I am not seeking the chair position. We had an election. I lost. Shook the victor's hand and offered my support. But there's plenty of folks gunning for it. And but I don't know if anybody considered this, but Devin Nunes had a good relationship, or has a good relationship with Trump, and he's a businessman too. So if money is the issue, you would probably want to consider somebody who knows how to drum up money. But also, just one more thing, the reason that I believe part of the reason the RNC isn't raising money is because people are donating directly to the candidates they like, I think more so now than ever.
Did you see what she just said, by the way, guys and honey? Harmeet?
Just now?
Yeah, she said swamp gonna swamp.
Oh boy.
Did she put out a statement just now?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
She said it. Yeah, I didn't. I don't know how.
She
Official.
posted, swamp gonna swamp 16 minutes ago. Or 6 minutes ago.
I don't know. She might.
I shared it up in the thing.
I don't know. We could potentially see her in. I don't know. I mean, you hear people all the time being like, "No, I don't want the vice president position" or something like that. But they always end up, if it's offered to them or they have a shot, they're probably gonna do it anyway. I got another interesting comment here from Patriot Dad. It looks like Mike Lindell has been nominated by one of our great listeners here. So we'll throw that name in the pot. But in the meantime, let's go to Evie and then Aaron.
Hey, thank you. You guys know that I love Harmit because I know what it takes to raise money. And I was involved in Trump's campaign in 2020, raising money. And at the time, Rona seemed like she was doing good, but in reality, it was Trump raising the money for RNC. I'm talking about the election of 2020. And Trump was literally bringing the money in. As far as this time around, you need to understand that many of the big donors were going, some to Nikki Haley and some were going to DeSantis. And that, of course, created a gap of people that, like somebody said, they were giving money directly to these guys. Trump making Rona step down now, I mean, it's okay, but it's also too late because I cannot imagine how RNC is in, I believe they were in red for over $1 million, and that is absolutely outrageous. Another thing to remember is that Trump was raising the money for RNC in 2020, and McCarthy was getting some of those funds with Rona, and they were using it against the MAGA candidates. And that pissed off a lot of people. I'm talking about 2020. 2022, again, we were all raising money for these guys, for RNC. And again, the money wasn't used correctly. So I see if we can get somebody like Harmeet Dillon, she can connect with people. She's very down to earth, and this is very important in order for you to raise money. And she's also very pro MAGA and America First candidates, which means she's gonna help candidates in the future, because that relationship with the chairwoman, with the chairperson, is very, very important for candidates in general. Because again, we did have static with McCarthy in 2020, and while McCarthy was being all lovey-dovey with Trump, he was still fighting our America First candidates. I think that if Rona is totally gone, people are going to start donating again, and Trump is going to bring money again, because primaries are over. Once that happens, everybody is going to put money on Trump, not necessarily on RNC. And there is a limit that Trump himself, even if he has a PAC, he can get a limit, and above that, because we had events like people will come and pay $250,000 for lunch. Like, I'm talking big, big money. And certain amount of that will go to Trump's PAC, and the remaining balance will go to RNC. And this is why they had a joint PAC, Donald Trump campaign with the RNC. So the money that is going to RNC eventually is money that we will, we wanted to see go to get candidates that are America First, that were pro-Trump. But this
Yeah,
became
Evie.
a big mess. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my pick for the RNC chair is now in the audience. So we'll
Who?
try to see if he's free to come up here.
All right, Frederick.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, well, prodigal for RNC chair too. I mean, I could see that. I think that would be easily one of the most controversial and based RNC hosts or chair. I'll be honest. So maybe one of these days.
Well, and Evie kind of touched on something, Nick, that I was going to talk about, because the political landscape is much different than what we saw in 2020 and even 2022, right? We saw what happened with the single motion to vacate and Kevin McCarthy controlling, uppers over $1 billion in these large donors, and it shifted to direct candidates once he was no longer Speaker of the House. And I firmly believe that was one of the main reasons why it went 62 to 32% for Rana and versus Harmeet. And so when this whole money, the way the money is being generated and raised, has shifted completely just this year, or just last year alone. And obviously, and everybody also talked about this, and I agree with what McConnell did with the Alaska race with Murkowski, how didn't pour money into America First candidates, and wanted to make sure that he maintained power, even if we were in the minority in the Senate. And a lot of these funds were absolutely used the wrong way. And people just said, well, you're not going to use my money the wrong way. And then now that we have a different fundraising apparatus altogether within the GOP right now in the RNC, with now that Speaker Johnson's at the helm, and Jim Jordan, I've heard he stepped up his efforts quite a bit, as we talked about, Matt Gaetz. Nick, we had those spaces all that week during the speaker race, and they were talking about this a lot. Something I was talking about with Matt Gaetz in those spaces was, how does the fundraising landscape change with this? And he says, dramatically. He said how Kevin McCarthy controlled all that money and how it bled down into the RNC. And basically, they wanted to keep Rana in there, and that was why you saw a percentage of 62% to 32%. And I think those numbers will flip. But I think Nick, I think I'm going to stick behind. Of course, I would love Harmeet, but I think Lee Zeldin is also on this list. I really think what he did in New York, he can really bring some energy and excitement to this. And the way that they're setting up the new fundraising apparatus for direct to candidates, I think that ultimately it will help the RNC heal with some changes. I think Lee Zeldin would be one. I think Harmeet would be another one. That's just kind of my analysis, but I touched on it, and it's because of the way the fundraising apparatus has changed. Kevin McCarthy out in California controlling $1.5 billion or whatever it was. Well, that's all flipped. So yeah, it should be interesting. It's a completely different political climate in 2024.
Well, so the RNC is not going to necessarily change with a new person at the helm, because the fundamental problem with the RNC and with the congressional fundraising committees is the consultant class. They focus on a certain range of consultants who do a certain range of things. There's also, because of the consultant class, is an ideology in Republican politics that you need to get a media person in to do all your television campaign work like as soon as possible. And there's no emphasis or focus on grassroots. This is something that Harmeet pointed out, and rightly so. And that's why she gave so much discussion of her time about bringing Scott in to do grassroots work. That change in paradigm is what needs to happen. By the way, McCarthy controls so much money because he was Speaker of the House and was a good fundraiser, and that was going to happen. And it's just one of the oddities of politics that he's out of the Speaker's chair now, and that money was there, and he still controlled those fundraising committees. Now that problem is not so much how all the fundraising base has changed. It's all going to settle in the way it goes. This is just one of those oddities that's going to have to be dealt with. Even if you have a good RNC chairman who will change the paradigm, like in a similar manner to what Harmeet was talking about when she ran, you're still going to have the Kevin McCarthy problem because he's not pro MAGA, and he's spending an inordinate amount of time focusing his efforts in taking out those who took him out as speaker. This is a wild card to deal with, and it's not 1.5 billion trash. It's a few hundred million maybe, but the reality is that wild card is going to be there. The question is, can you get someone in who will not only raise the money, and the money will start getting raised with a new person again. A lot of these donors are going to sit on the side until that gets settled down, and if they like the person well enough, they'll give them the money. But the paradigm needs to change in the party. That's the problem with the party, is the paradigm. Until there's a new way of thinking, to know that starting out with grassroots first and then doing the media stuff along the way and making that part of it, but not the premier part of it, until that paradigm changes, Republicans are going to roughly do what they've always done, with no matter who sits in that chair.
Yeah, so I'm going to prodigal, and then I'll get Mike in here, and then I'm going to go through some audience questions for the panel here, and hopefully we'll get either Scott or Harmeet. I'm dying to ask them questions. Have some good ones, actually. So, prodigal.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about money this election, at least compared to other ones. I mean, these are going to be two known candidates. Nobody expects positive press from corporate media. I mean, really, the money has to be focused on, what Scott does, which is, registration, ballot banking, whatever they want to call it nowadays, and to have an army of attorneys on retainer come election day, ready to file injunctions with judges if they try to stop voting, remove poll watchers from the rooms, or, separate, the envelopes from ballots. I mean, I think that this is not an election where America's not going to know what they're getting, right? Biden's been in office for 40 years. Trump is a known commodity. He was a former president. He's in the news every day. So I think really it comes down to registration, ballot banking, and having, basically the infrastructure ready for the shenanigans that they've pulled in 2020, 2022, and we all are expected in 2024. I think that is the main thing. I think believing that if we get a couple hundred, because even like a candidate's own funds, I think even with the PACs, they have to spend 7 times as much. They're not limited with, to get basic advertisements that a candidate could pay for himself. They're way overpaying for it. So I think, money overall is overestimated, right? Hillary Clinton had a shitload. Trump had a shitload, as did Biden last election. I think really it comes down to, are we prepared, which I don't think Ronna was, to deal with, the strategy of of the left. And I'll end with this. I mean, I, I know that debates have fallen out of fashion, specifically with the left. I mean, it started with, Carrie Lake when Hobbes refused to debate her. We saw it also, Fetterman pushing it off to the end against Oz, which, may have helped them with all the early voting. But, at this point, I think that Trump and Biden might debate, and if not, it doesn't really make a difference anyway. So really, I think the votes are there. I don't expect Biden
I think Biden will find any
to
way
yeah.
to not debate. I mean, he won't even do interviews
Yeah,
at
but
this point.
even if he doesn't, this is really going to come down to two known commodities. Do I expect the economy to be better for middle class and lower class Americans? No. Do I expect Biden to solve a war in Eastern Europe and the Middle East? No. So I mean, I think that the issues are less of a concern. I think really it's going to come down to preparations for the shenanigans that come afterwards.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, the energy, like Trash was talking about earlier, I think you got it with Z and with Scott, with Zeldin rather than with Scott. So my question is this: we know we have a general idea who we want. So, and maybe Jim, you can answer this. Who do you think wants it? Like, who do you think would actually say, like in pride, like I want this, I want this position? Who are some of those people?
Well, I wish I knew. I don't know anyone that would want the position. Honestly, I'm not sure I
Lindsey
would.
Graham.
Yeah. It's see. Then that's the thing.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I'm gonna deregister as a Republican if that happens.
well, but that's a good answer because people like Lindsey Graham that do want this position
Who?
because it has other types of perks that aren't related to winning, and that's a fundamental problem with Republican politics right now. Is being in positions like this confers one, and it happens in Congress too. It confers upon one the ability to make money and not to win elections. It's not about winning elections primarily. I mean, let's just be honest about it. That is not what the RNC does. It doesn't anymore go out and try to win elections. That used to be the case all the way up through the 70s and 80s, and with moderate and conservative type people running it. But that has radically changed. And also, John McCain destroyed whatever positive existed in Republican state level politics by forcing in McCain Feingold, which took away the ability of local state party organizations to raise money. They're highly restrictive anymore, and it's hard to do state level work. Now it's run at the federal level. That's the way it's worked out, and it's a travesty because the average person's not thought about. So, by the way,
Okay,
if Lee
so we
Zeldin
have
wants
another. Oh,
I was
I'm
going to say,
sorry,
if
Jim.
Lee Zeldin wants to do it, I might be positive about that. I kind of disagree with him on policy, but the guy is smart. He's capable. I think he can raise money. And if he brings Scott Pressler and that whole way of thinking into it, then it would be very positive.
Okay, so I'm going to go over the audience uh, nominations at this point. It seems we have Scott Pressler, obviously. That's who's got my vote right now. We have Harmeet Dillon. We have Vivek Ramaswamy, Lee Zeldin, that was from Aaron up here on stage, and Laura Loomer. I think that's an interesting one. I'm gonna text her and try to get her in here for comments on that one. Um, Roz. Um, yeah, but let me ask. Let's see. Who do I want to ask here? I'll go ahead and actually diligent. I'm going to ask you this: is it time for an outsider? And can we
I
make that
mean,
happen?
if you listen to Jim describe how the RNC still works, it's antiquated, right? And so I actually do believe that you are going to need an outsider to come in and completely just disrupt how the RNC operates. They're operating in an obsolete fashion, right? And so to make them useful again, you're going to have to go in there and radically change the infrastructure of how it works with a focus on grassroots and social media combined. That's why Scott Pressler is so successful, right? That is why everybody wants him to be the chair of the RNC because he gets it, right? That's what I think.
Yeah, and I mean, Scott has done so much work on the ground. I mean, he has dedicated his life at this point to, going around registering voters. I mean, he's got a huge grassroots operation going at this point, and with no support from the RNC, might I add. He's done this all, on his own with the team that he's created. So having resources from the RNC even if Scott wasn't RNC chair, just a high-ranking position within the RNC, I think we could fundamentally change the party, which is exactly what's needed, and that's proven by lots of things, and especially the fundraising numbers. Yeah, so
Well, I think there's something we have to consider too, and that is that the establishment Republicans don't want things to change, right? It's in their best interest, their greedy ass best interest, to keep things the way that they are. And so I feel like we're going to have the same problem that Trump had, which is there's going to be resistance and pushback at every turn when you're trying to drain the swamp, because the RNC is also part of the swamp, right? And so you're going to have the same dilemmas that you have. It's going to take somebody that's willing to take that task on, which would be massive, right? Massive. But it needs to fucking happen. I mean, if we're going to save the Republican Party, that's what needs to happen. So it's got to be somebody that's willing to face the monster.
And Nick, if you don't mind, there's something interesting Tyler Boyd just put out. I put it up in the nest. This looks like some inside baseball stuff going on, and of course, it kind of lends to my theory. Someone boring, right? That's kind of what I was saying. But if you take a look, he put this out about 23 minutes ago, and he said it looks like a fight is breaking out for chair, with conservatives lobbying for Drew McKissick out of South Carolina to take over as interim chair instead of Rana's pick, which is Michael Watley out of North Carolina. No matter where the chips land, my top three picks from 168 as co-chair needs to be female are Julianne Murray, chairwoman from Delaware, who just stuck it to Hunter and no excuse mail-in voting. Casey Crosby, which is the RNC treasurer from Kentucky, who has been a dramatic improvement from the Bush guy that was there before.
honestly, Casey Crosby is great. I know her personally. I've known her for years, so she's a fighter. So I mean, that's
Yeah, and then Harmeet Dillon, of course, he also listed. So, but that's just some extra updates going on.
yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. And we probably should talk to Casey Crosby a little bit at some point. I'd like to have her on a space because, like I said, she was just elected RNC treasurer, and there are a lot of interesting aspects to her. I mean, her vision for the party is a lot different than the current run-of-the-mill establishment view. So I think she would be a really good candidate, and she actually could potentially win. So let's see. All right, you got to correct me if I'm wrong. How do I pronounce your? Is it Evie or Evie?
It is heavy, by the way, but that's okay. I
Okay, I'm
needed.
sorry. I've
That's
been saying
fine.
that wrong for a while.
I just want to say one thing in case you guys don't know. Uh, you cannot have two men or two women because generally you get a chair and a co-chair for RNC, so it needs to be a woman and a guy. So when we say, for example, Scott and Lee Zeldin, I don't think it's going to work. But if we say Lee Zeldin with Harmeet Dillon, that's going to be, more likely.
No quotas. We're getting rid of that.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a different story. But I'm just saying in case you guys didn't know.
But it is bylaws. This is why in states there by RNC bylaws there must be one male and one female national committeeman in the state. You can't have two of one gender.
Who wrote the bylaws? Betty Friedan?
The executive committee that does all the bylaws
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm
every
joking.
4 years. I mean, they're stupid. No, listen, I think that there's some positive about having male and female representation there because frankly, men miss things that women catch and vice versa. That mix is fine. That's not the worst problem with the RNC right now. It might be one problem, but that's not the worst one. The worst one is that you have these, just not to beat a dead horse, but you have these consultants who have not learned how to win. Jeff Rowe, who ran Ron DeSantis' campaign, I've observed and looked at. He brings in like $300 million a year in his firm, all Republican consulting work, and on his top level candidates that get out of primaries, he's got a 40% win ratio. He's got an even worse win ratio on primary candidates because he just rakes in the money and goes on. It's not about successively winning things. He's not the only one. There are many others.
Yeah, but
That's the
Jim,
problem.
if we're being honest, right, on the facts, and this is sort of pivoting a little bit. I mean, I don't have a problem with somebody being more mainstream, right? It's clear the moneyed interests are separated now, And the only one willing to throw anything behind right wing causes are Sachs, Thiel, and well, he's out this election, but the Sachs crew and Musk. So I think you need somebody who's respectable enough with ties to them, because that's not only going to affect fundraising, but that will affect law firms and other vendors' ability to want to do work if Trump is the campaign, is the president, which I
Well,
believe he will
and
be.
one other thing to add here. Listen, I'm not worried primarily about the whole moderate conservative thing as much as I am also about functionally doing well. So, for example, I became acquainted with Tom Davis, former Virginia congressman. He ran the NRCC. He is a total moderate. He was a Northern Virginia moderate Republican, and we developed a really good relationship. And I actually liked the guy because he actually did run the NRCC well. And I did have some disagreements with some conservatives who I felt should have gotten help, but he was quite balanced in just going out to try to win. And to this day, there's nobody who understands every congressional district in this country better than Tom Davis because he studied the facts. So we got to get back to that way of thinking, whether the person is conservative or not. Know the lay of the land, know what wins, and focus on winning. And tell the freaking consultants, if you're not going to be a winner and you're not going to do, then we're not going to recommend you, and you go find someone else. So we got to change the whole attitude.
Roz,
They have the
what?
money though. I think it's hard to argue that if you can't get somebody, because I think as sad as it is, money motivates a lot of these political and economic entities, and when they see, at least on the Republican side, a group of billionaires or powerful men in their own right, they will chase that pot of gold. Right now, there's no pot of gold on the right. You risk disbarment, you risk imprisonment, you risk censure. You need more actors, and I think you're starting to see that with this group. Like I have, I guess, a different view of what's. I'll leave it at that.
I see Scott in the
Yeah, I
room, my
want.
friend.
Hold on one second. I need. I want Roz to jump in here. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you for hosting this space, but I'm curious what your feelings like. How are you feeling about this whole thing? What's your thoughts on this?
This is a win. This is a huge win. I have been calling for this for months and months and months, as have a lot of us, very vocally. I mean, I think, keep in mind, her name is Ronna Romney. Ronna Romney. So, we know we know what her stance is on a lot of things. She's just, she's a hack. She always has been. I mean, Mitt Romney is one of the worst members of the Senate. Thank God he's resigning or not running for re-election. And so they're almost one in the same. So it almost uh, Ronna Romney McDaniel did such an awful job that it's almost like she was trying to sabotage the party. Those are my thoughts on it, and that's why I think we need a total change, and I'm really thinking it needs to be an outsider, and that's why I like the idea of Scott
Well,
Pressler.
what industry? That's very broad. Like, what do you mean? Like, what kind of? Do you have names? Some examples you can give?
Of what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Nick,
Like
Look
Nick,
at the
an
look at
example
the
of an outsider.
midterms. Look at the mid. Oh, your examples of outsiders. He just said Scott Pressler.
let me give you some insight as to what's really going on, Nick, because I'm from North Carolina and Michael Watley's already been named as the co-chair, and I'm very
That sounds
disappointed at that, I must
boring,
say.
though.
But let me tell you how it works. This is the country club RNC. They don't pick outsiders. They've already pre-named. I knew yesterday Michael Watley was going to be the co-chair, and the lady from California, the committee woman from California, is going to be named chair. Like, this is predetermined. This isn't something that they're going to tap somebody from the outside for right now. That's not how it works. I hate to break the bubble for everybody, but that's not how these country club Republicans work.
Margot, is it going to be more of the same, or is there going to
Well,
be a shift in strategy now?
there absolutely will be a shift in strategy, which I do not, I can't speak to, but I can tell you from experience how Michael Watley works. We in North Carolina have a huge divide because of him. We had a state election for chairperson, and he ran against a guy named John McCain. This just happened last year. So this is, and I put it in the bubble so you have it. Michael Watley decided to use an application that had never been tested to do the chairman's race. And of course, wasn't secure. We couldn't tell who was a delegate and who wasn't. So anybody could vote whether they were in the room or not, or whether they were credentialed or not. This guy does not have a great track record with his own constituents. I have videos of him yelling at constituents. I have seen him rig elections. He's Tom Tillis's boy, if that tells you anything. And as much as I would love to have Scott Pressler in that role, this is a country club. You need to understand. These people
But we
pick
can't
from
give up.
within.
I understand. I understand where you're
Absolutely
going,
not.
but we just cannot give up on that. Yeah, but speaking of country club Republicans in the establishment, I'm seeing this is being floated around right now. I can't verify this. I'm not sure if there's any truth. I will contact some sources of the RNC and try to see if there's any truth to it. But apparently, Kevin McCarthy is being floated as a dark horse candidate due to his ability to fundraise.
It has to be a
Or
woman.
ability that he's got money right now. I mean, that's the bigger part of it, and that money is potentially transferable into the RNC. FYI.
It has to be a woman because they've already picked the co-chair. The co-chair they've already announced is going to be Michael Watley. That means that the chair position has to be a woman. That's the way the traditions work.
Well, Margot, they're actually, so I'm seeing this reported in quite a bit. I know that Ronna had picked and wanted Watley, but it seems to be it's being contested with a McKissick out of South Carolina right now, is what it looks like.
Well, that's because he's the current co-chair with Ronna.
Right.
And if they step down, they'll step together.
The
because they consider him equally responsible for the challenges.
Margot is right in much of what she's saying. The reality is, as I was talking about earlier, these people are stodgy in their way of looking at things. They are very territorial. I'm talking about the national committeemen and the other voting members. They tend to be very territorial. They do not like outsiders. And this is going to be a vote of the committee initially. It's not going to be, it's not going to go out to Republicans in general. That's just not how the Republican National Committee works. So these people are going to choose. You may get a surprise. I will tell you that if McCarthy has expressed interest in this, they're going to figure out a way for Watley to get out and put a female in the co-chair position so he can do it. That's the way it would work. And I will tell you, if he expresses that interest, and I believe that those committee members are going to figure out a way for it to happen. I'm not saying that that's good or bad. I don't even necessarily think it's all that good, but I could see something like that happening for sure.
Let me tell you, can I explain who the voting members are? From every state, it's the chairman or chairwoman of the state party, a committee woman, and a committeeman that you all elect from your states. Those are the voters, not you, not me, no one else. And
Margo, you got to be real careful there. It's not that everybody elects. It's that everybody who's a delegate to their state convention.
Correct. Absolutely. And thank you for saying that, because that leads into the next point. Every state has a convention coming up before June 30th of this year. I highly encourage you. Every state has county party elections and district elections coming up. County elections are by the end of March. You should go become a delegate or a precinct committeeman or whatever they call it in your state, so that you become a voting member, because we are voting on our RNC members this year in North Carolina. And I don't know if they're the same in every state, but what you want to do is get to your county party, become a delegate, so that you can go to the district as a delegate and the state as a delegate, and you get to vote who gets to go represent you in the RNC. And that's how you get people like Scott Pressler where you want them.
So let me just say real quick, I want to give a shout out to the audience. I would love to, have some of you guys up here. Like I know we have the Michigan GOP. I know you guys are down there. If you want to come up and comment, we also have Congressman Dan Bishop of North Carolina down there in the audience. Sir, we would love to have your opinion on this and
I
see
would
what
love to have
direction
Dan
you
Bishop here.
believe see what direction you think we should be taking the party, and maybe who you would nominate if it were up to you as RNC chair. So if you
And
have
by
a few minutes, we'd love to have you up, sir.
Nick, Dave Williams of Colorado Republican Party's down there too. So eventually he
Oh,
should.
I see that. Yeah, absolutely.
I
So if
don't
any of you guys
see.
want to speak, just request. I'll bring you up.
Yeah, I don't see any upside with McCarthy. I don't care how big his war chest is. This is a guy who left Joe Kent and other right wing populists out to dry in the midterms, even though he got his FTX money, etc. And this is a guy who's still taking shots at Matt Gaetz and praying the ethics investigation leads to something. So unless he's there simply as a figurehead for rainmaking and to lean on more mainstream connections, and he has nothing to do with policy, and it'd have to be basically he'd have to agree to that. I see no upside to
No, he
having McCarthy there.
that prodigal, and I'm in agreement with you. I don't think it's a great pick. I'm just telling you that those committee members, that all voting members on the RNC, if McCarthy expresses interest and strong interest and starts to lobby for
Then let them
it,
kill their party. I mean, I don't think they realize how fractured the right is and how willing so many of us are just to say,
prodigal,
uh, uh,
they've been ignoring this for decades now. I
yeah,
mean, I'm
yeah, yeah. But now the Democrats are
sure
going
I've been
after them. Now the
politics.
Democrats are going after their
The problem that
livelihood, their careers, their family. So they were able to sit on the sidelines for decades while America bled dry, and they have to ask themselves: do I trust the actual patriots and people who keep this country working, or am I going to trust my colleagues who want to paint me as a MAGA terrorist and inject me every 6 months? They have
they
toed the line long enough. It's time they pick a side.
But you're
prodigal.
assuming
Those
that
are
they
the
would
people.
appeal.
Prodigal. The people who think the way you're talking about are the ones who are going to vote. I mean, that's who votes.
And that's
That's the
fine. The
problem with the
pitchforks come out
Republican
for
National
everybody.
Committee.
That's fine.
You're assuming that these people are going to appeal to some kind of morality, right? They've been rewarded for failure for decades, as Jim said. They have no incentive to change their tune now because they
They
will
do now
still.
because it's self-interest. It's survival. They see the city budgets. They're bleeding red. There's no COVID money to go around. There's two wars going on, and Biden's still giving speeches painting 70 plus million Americans as the biggest threat facing the U.S. Even though this guy's about the
Prodigal, you're
biggest.
exactly right on all those points. The problem is they don't consider any of that. All
I
they
think they
Exactly.
do. I think the
is
spillover is getting there. I can tell you the spillover
insolvency.
is hitting the nice communities. I think it's getting to that point, especially if they have children that they have to say, I don't think they can shield themselves unless from what's coming, unless there's significant changes in U.S. policy. I think they're smart enough to see that at this point.
Well, and prodigal to that point, real quick, and I'll shut up because I wasn't part of it. But I'm looking at like the Kay Grangers of the world, the Ken Bucks of the world. I'm watching a lot of these people who were chief fundraisers, part of this same kind of country club class when it came to fundraising in the RNC, and they're bowing out. They're not going to be seeking re-election. Obviously, we saw what Ken Buck did today, but I do see a shift. I see a fundamental shift in how things and the philosophy of what the GOP is looking at moving forward. We're seeing all of these local challenges popping up, and they are really starting to gain steam. And I think you're right. I personally think you're right. But, Jim, again, he spent years on Capitol Hill, got a lot of very smart people in here. I've been watching it and paying attention, and you can just see it starting to move.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
start-
not saying Jim's wrong. I mean, based on past history, he's 100% right. I just think at this point, I cannot think of a more. I think we've surpassed the unrest of, the Vietnam days. I think, this is a point where, I understand self-interest is all that motivates being part of the club, but I think at a certain point, self-survival outweighs that, especially if you see where the U.S. is heading.
Kevin, welcome to the stage. Good to have you.
What up,
Be doing your
guys?
radio show, or be doing your show next week out here in Maui.
Absolutely,
So I'm looking forward to it.
it's gonna be awesome, man. It's gonna be awesome. It's a big day. I mean, and with Rhonda stepping down, I think that a lot of us can speculate about who comes next, and I think a lot of us know who we'd want to have. One of them may be in the room. Just saying, but a lot of these people, these are all party establishment hacks that vote on this. So I'm a realist, and I don't like to be doom and gloom. But anybody who thinks that we're gonna get some grassroots MAGA RNC chairperson, I just look. I wish, I want. it'd be great, but I don't think there's any universe where that happens, and it's a shame because we really could do something, man. I mean, we really could do something with that 70 grand we spent on flowers, or that $250,000 we spent on limousines. It is shocking to me. And look, I've seen it firsthand. The
How about Botox and lip filler?
Well, I don't know what that costs, but whatever Rana was getting, she should get her money back, because I think
Get a refund.
I think they injected where they should have ejected, and maybe zigged where they should have zagged a little bit. But it's like I said, anybody who thinks that we're gonna get some some MAGA rep, that ain't gonna happen. You don't become a voting member of the RNC by not towing the line for decades. I mean, I know the people who vote here in New York, and one of them are one of the guys who is the reason why George Santos was expelled. They don't care about principles or ideology. They care about their own little nook, and without that, they have nothing. And I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to conjure his anger, but because he like wiretaps everyone. But this is what you're going to get, and it's a shame.
Wait, Kevin, because I'm from New York. You got to say the name.
You
Because I know 4 of them were against George.
no,
It's
no.
not
He's
this
a
one.
party
Are you
chairman.
talking District 1, probably?
He's a party. He's a county chairman.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Yep, I'm just leaving it right there.
Hey, no secrets. No
He is
secrets.
far too.
Yeah, so the mentality of the club that Margot was speaking about before is pretty much in all the states the same. At least in New York is a little bit the same mentality, just so you guys are clear on that.
Margot.
Oh, Dr. Danish.
Yeah,
Nick,
we
I
got
just want to
Dr.
give you I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. The grassroots are completely split off in North Carolina from the establishment NCGOP. And last year, when we were at our state convention, we wanted to censure Tom Tillis. And 53 of 100 counties had resolutions to censure Tom Tillis. And they refused to put that in the resolutions document to present to the floor. So we had to present it from the floor against our own establishment GOP, and we censured him from the floor against our own chair.
Interesting. Why is this guy even a possibility then?
He is very tied into Trump. He's really good at fundraising in North Carolina for Trump. He's done a great job. Last year, I think he raised $1.8 million, which is a pretty big war chest in a state GOP. He knows how to bring, like on Friday, we had DeSantis. On Saturday morning, we had, and Pence actually dropped out, but he was invited. I mean, we had every candidate there was, and Trump ended it for the dinner. Like, he knows how to get the people into the state to raise money.
Margo, can I ask you something? Because you seem to be juiced in with North Carolina. So, like,
So I live there.
I mean, your state seems to be kicking ass, though, right? You got the voter ID laws, your legislative maps got upheld. I mean, at least as it comes to North Carolina, do you feel the state and local party has done a decent job in ensuring election integrity, or no?
Listen, I think it looks good to the outside, but we actually have like voter ID, which we had on a referendum, and we made an amendment to our constitution, which took 5 years in court to get. Once we got it, the establishment, North Carolina State Board of Elections, built a form called the voter ID exception form, which means basically if you come in without your ID, just check this box and you get to vote. So what you guys see on the outside and what we see on the inside of North Carolina are a lot different. And they built those maps so our Speaker of the House could have his own district to run for Congress. That's a true story.
But Margot, can I say something? 1.8 million is not so much money.
It's a lot of money off one event.
Oh, it's in one event. Okay. Take it back.
Dr. Donish, I think you might have a little bit of a different take than a lot of people up here on stage. What did you
Is
want
that
to say?
supposed to mean? So I was gonna say I have this
This is not
crazy
a race
beard.
thing. Let's not go down that road.
No, I didn't say that. No one said that. No one
I
said
said
that.
it.
Yeah,
Prodigal said it. I might have a different take. All I'm gonna say is, as the brown man, I'm just kidding. No, I was gonna say I have this crazy. I was gonna say that I have this like sneaking suspicion that the reason why Vivek went after Rana was because he wanted her job. This is another brown man taking over another organization. We tend to be the CEOs of every organization. Look around, wake up, we're taking over.
Yo, that's
Then we're really
Honestly, I
hilarious.
would love that.
we're really screwed if they're going to get all those, telemarketers from overseas pitching the Republican Party. It's over.
Is your warranty is up? Your warranty expired, Dr.
Take
Danish?
me off this list, please. Take me off
all,
the list.
Well, now we know
all I'm
how they're going
saying,
to
all I'm
fundraise.
saying is that nobody runs companies better than brown people. Google brown CEO. Uh,
They're just
uh,
going to call us and offer us free solar.
Microsoft. That's right. Microsoft brown CEO. I'm just saying the biggest companies are run by my people. All I'm saying is
Well, I
IBM.
mean,
maybe we need the RNC to have a little bit of financial rigor and grow the fuck up. It might
look,
happen. It might be a
look,
good
man.
thing.
A big part of fundraising is telemarketing, and I won't.
There you go. There you go.
You're not promoting
Who
your sister though.
knows?
Harmeet was
Who
up for
knows?
it, Dr.
Yeah,
Danish.
but the
I
Filipino
don't like
accent is
her.
nicer, though.
Did
The
you hear him?
Filipino
He doesn't
accent
like
is
his sister.
nicer.
He doesn't like Harmeet though.
No, oh no, come on.
Well,
At
that's because
least
she's from a lower caste. That's some,
no,
millennia,
no,
millennia old.
no. The reason why I don't like her is because literally, she has the personality of a doorknob. So that's the reason why I don't like her. I think
But is she
Vivek.
good at what she does? That's all I care about. She seems
But
pretty
Vivek
good.
has run the company. I have this really weird sneaking suspicion that this is what Vivek was born to do. He could make a very effective RNC, and he would think about the RNC becoming truly MAGA. Isn't that what you all want anyway?
That'd be a step down for him. He's going to run for office in Ohio. I think it would be a big step down for Vivek. I think he's going to end up in Congress or Senate or in
By
the
the way,
cabinet.
Donish, the reason you would want Hermeet Dillon, even with whatever personality flaws she has, is that she would stay focused. You don't need an RNC chairman to be out front and be the person pushing and pressing the issue. Now, if you can do that as well, then that's helpful. You need someone that's going to look at the nuts and bolts and get it done. And by the way, she's a brown person that would be perfect for that. Frankly, I think
Sounds
she
like
could be
the
very good, but
Democratic Party.
not going to have. She doesn't want it. The other
It-
thing,
Yeah, that's what we've
see,
been coming over here.
Yeah, I was like, first of all, just to be clear, I don't think that the RNC needs like identity politics. The point was just it was because somebody made a brown joke.
no,
All
no,
I was
no.
gonna
I
say,
get that. No,
yeah.
but the thing is, I think your point's well taken. Not in terms of having identity politics. I think someone that has perspective and can do things and can shake it up is something very useful. The other thing that Harmeet Dillon's going to be great for, and I think my understanding that she's doing right now, is heading up legal efforts to look at what's going on in voting procedure. And that's going to be a big issue as well this year. So you kind of want
I'm
her
I'm
there.
I'm gonna tell you, I think she can be part of it. I have to say that if they go back and get somebody else that is sort of has no personality, can't rile up the base, can't get MAGA like really going, they're gonna have the same thing happen again. I think
Why
the
do you think
RNC.
that when you've got Trump?
Because Trump's going to be busy in court like 90% of the time. They're actually going to need surrogates involved. They're going to need to do events without Trump like 90% of the time. First of all, people here should not be surprised. I don't like Trump. I think the Republicans could have done better. But
Take it back.
oh God! My point is just that he's just going to be too busy, right? And so the point is, if you really want this, and by the way, I'm more anti-war than I'm anti-Trump. Just to be clear, that is like literally the one issue I care most about. If people
Then why
know,
are you a Nikki Haley simp?
I am not at all. I freaking hate Nikki. Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
I mean,
No, I'm
God.
just trying to get the audience to attack you in the comments section. That's what.
how can you be anti-war and anti-Trump at the same time? Trump was the only one that kept us out of war. It doesn't make any sense. It's a
Can you guys
paradox.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but that was a telemarketer calling me about Nikki Haley. But all I was gonna say is that Nikki Haley is literally the worst possible candidate for someone like me, which is so interesting because like Democrats were like falling over themselves, fawning over her when she.
You're talking bad about a brown woman. What are you doing, Dr. Danish? I don't know.
Sorry, she was
Come
a
on.
brown woman when her name was Namrata. She's now Nikki. She's one of you, Margot. So what I was gonna say.
No, she's not.
We never claimed her.
So going back to the RNC, I think it's time that the RNC actually had like a real leader. You know, people can say whatever they want about the RNC and how bad it's been run, but
Doctor, he's overqualified. You think he would take
I
that? I think
really
that the
think he
Vivek
would.
regime is
I
beneath him.
really think he
You
would.
really do.
We need a fundraiser. We need somebody that can get in there that is a fire breather that can bring the money back quickly. That's a key. That's what that job is all about. They've got to have someone that can go back to those donors who have lost all confidence in them and say, please give us money, because you can't raise money just off Trump. The RNC is not just Trump. I know it sounds like it is, but there are others that give money at the last minute, and we don't have a Sheldon Edelstein anymore. God rest his soul.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what
but
I want to
that's
do
why
here,
they're going to
I want to
bring
get
McCarthy in.
I want to get Andrew Cooper Ryder in here. Actually, he's a conservative radio show and podcast host. Pretty good podcast. So I'm a little biased because I've known him for years now, and he's on the stage. Always got a hot take. Andrew, what's up?
Well, first, I agree, Margot. You're absolutely dreaming if you think it's going to be somebody outside the system. You deal with the party long enough. The whole reason why so much of the establishment party wasn't on board with Trump is because they care more about paying your dues. Did you intern with the RNC? Did you intern with congressmen before you jumped in there? That is what they care about. So it'll definitely be somebody who they all know. It ain't going to be Vivek, who hasn't come up through the system, because the exact same reason why they secretly don't like Trump a lot of times is the same reason why they'd never vote for Vivek, because he didn't come up through the party system. And when you're talking about an RNC chair, I know you say you want somebody loud, but you don't. You need a fundraiser and somebody who can bridge the gap
What
between
a
the money
buzzkill.
Republicans. Yeah, you do. You need a fundraiser who can bridge the gap between the 20% of Republicans that fall into the kind of Mitch McConnell camp and the other 80% that are the Trump bottom line, voters. Because at the end of the day, while
Or to
Trump
have the big
voters
law
are
firms touch you.
fantastic.
Yeah. You
What's
need
that?
somebody who's going to be able to have big law firms and other corporations be willing to touch the RNC. Somebody
Yeah,
who's going
you
to be able
do.
to say, this is Trump's last hurrah. Come to us. I'll normalize it. We don't care as long as we get the election, right? I agree with everything he said.
Because at the end of the day, you need somebody we do need that 20% of the Republican Party that hates Trump to still vote for Trump. We do.
But once we get
McCarthy
power,
can do that, though, guys. McCarthy can pull that.
I
And
mean,
one more.
Andrew, you know what? You're totally right about who it's going to be. But I would like someone, even if they paid their dues, even if they've done all that crap that we all hate, someone who can think in the 21st century. I mean, Ronna McDaniel was stuck. She was a Timex watch living in a digital age. Like,
I
the
can
fact that
say, I was just going to say, I have done work with Harmeet Dillon. And I can say I've worked on some grassroots pushes with her and some other things. I do think she is a little bit more of a forward thinker. I don't think she's perfect by any means, but she is somewhat understands that, hey, we have got to do grassroots work. We've got to be reaching out to at least the voter integrity base. We got to be reaching out to and not just putting off that 80% into a corner saying, shut up, we don't need your votes. Harmeet does get that.
She also
Okay, so
understands that there are.
Andrew, I want to ask you this real quick, because what about somebody like, you're talking about more of a unifier for the party, right? I don't think Ronna was a unifier at all. I think she was one of the worst RNC chairs. I mean, definitely in my lifetime. But what about somebody like Casey Crosby? I heard that name floated earlier. She's the current RNC treasurer.
Well, I mean, Casey
And
very, very
very
well.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh,
Well, again, Prodigal took that in an interesting direction, but
Look, hold on. I respect her husband way too much. Okay, but the
Scott
point
is
is
awesome.
that
Bishop
Scott
hat.
is an awesome guy. And I can tell you this, Scott, I mean, obviously I'm a
Scott
little bit
Crosby, just
jaded
to be
because
clear.
in my
Not
last
Scott Presler, Scott
campaign,
Crosby.
Scott Crosby, yep. So I'm a little bit, obviously my last campaign, the Crosbys donated money to me. But that being stated, I don't think she particularly would want it, but she does do a good job of bridging the gap between I see it here in our local party, which she lives in the county with me here in Fayette County, Kentucky. And yeah, she does bridge that gap. Don't get me wrong, but I still don't think she necessarily has that donor relationship like Harmeet does. And Casey, I know, supported Harmeet in the last vote.
Casey and Harmeet are actually pretty good friends, so that
they're very good friends.
Is there any like? I mean, I don't know, so I'm asking. The fact that Harmeet Dillon comes from California, and regardless of what we think about it, there's still big money coming out of California. Do you think that pulls any sway in the voting for her?
Well, California still has the most amount of delegates or second most. You think of it as a liberal state, but just by sheer population, they have a very high number of Republicans.
I think they have the most Republicans in the country based on their population.
I do. If I remember properly, I didn't know if it's them or Texas, but yeah. So obviously, those delegates coming over do tip it for her, but also the fact that she's already laid the groundwork. Remember she challenged Rana here just a few months ago, pretty much, and so she does have a lot of the communication relationships with a lot of the people.
And Andy, she also is originally from North Carolina. Yeah, I'm a North Carolina girl, so I know my people. One thing about her she does understand is the dynamic of other states. Our state has more unaffiliated voters than Republicans or Democrats. Harmeet understands you can't just reach out to Republicans to win and get money. If you can convince the unaffiliated voters to donate and to vote, that's a win.
No,
Again,
I go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, but again, remember, so when that vote went around, it was 66% Rana, 32% Harmeet, and then 2% Mike Lindell, I think is what the final tally was on that. But that was while still Kevin McCarthy had more influence that he had. The structure was a lot different of the GOP, the RNC at that time.
I know here in Kentucky, two people who voted for Ronna McDaniel are no longer voting members at the RNC. They've been replaced by two others.
Yeah.
So
Andrew,
now
just
from Kentucky, there's not a single person who's voted for Ronna McDaniel that's representing Kentucky.
And that's the trend across the country.
Yeah, so Andrew, just for the audience here, I just kind of want to refresh this because we are getting this question down there. I'm going through the comments right now, so everybody, bottom right hand corner, give me your thoughts, opinions, insults, whatever you want. Andrew, who elects the RNC chair, and how are they given the ability to do so?
So, well, you have something called restructuring, reorg. That's what it's called. So. I know other states do it differently, but in Kentucky, the way it works is the year after, and I know it's this way though across the country, the year after the presidential election, every single registered Republican shows up by precinct and then votes for a chair, a coach, a precinct chair, co-chair, and a youth chair. Then those people vote for your county executive committee. So that's your chair, vice chair, youth chair, secretary, those people. Then they form the group that then votes for your district chair, co-chair, so on and so forth. And then they form from there the state executive committee, and then the state executive committee, which is comprised of every chair, co-chair from every single county, every elected Republican in the state. They then can vote for the chair, and as such at that point. And then after that, if a chair or co-chair or something steps down, then the state executive committee votes on the replacement. And same thing for RNC the RNC delegates are the same way. The committee man or woman to the RNC, they're voted the same way, but at a different time.
I think way too complex.
It is very complex.
And it's different by state.
Yeah, so I invited one of Arizona's RNC committee men just now, so hopefully we can get him in here. Tyler Boyer. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I'm not even going to try. But yeah, so it seems like short answer, guys. It's the committee person that your state party. I think there are two. Isn't there a male and female,
Three.
or is that just
Yes, there's
Kentucky?
three. There's the chair, the committee woman, and the committee men that are
Yeah.
voted on,
Okay.
and it's based on the bylaws in your state. So if every state's different, you need to get your bylaws and read them.
But every state does have a reorg the year after the presidential election, right?
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. So I want to go through, and I want to refresh the room on who we've heard so far in the comment section, and let me know if I've missed anybody here. So obviously Scott Pressler, Vivek Ramaswamy. We've got Harmeet Dillon. We have the great Mike Lindell. We have let's see who else am I missing here? Who else
Lee
has been
Zeldin.
Laura Loomer,
Lee Zeldin,
Lee Zeldin.
Lee Zeldin, Trash Discourse.
obviously.
Yeah, and if there's anybody I missed, definitely let me know. I'm not. You know what? I'm not even going to read the hacks that are from whatever
McCarthy.
establishment hacks there are. Yeah, Kevin McCarthy. Unfortunately, now nobody said that in our comment section. I'll tell you that much. There ain't nobody
But
here
you
that
know
said
what?
Kevin McCarthy
Don't you guys think it's weird the way that
besides
he
you.
stepped down in December? Well, this is why, because he stepped down in December, and maybe this has been his plan all along, and he can raise money, by the way. That I think Margot was saying that we need somebody to do the connection in between the MAGA people and the others, and McCarthy can do that, by the way.
Yeah,
And
I've been
but
McCarthy,
saying
he's a
McCarthy
hack
can.
though.
McCarthy can't make a plan. Okay, I mean, if he
but
could
he
make
can
a
raise
plan, he'd
money.
still be Speaker of the House.
He can raise money. I can tell you that.
He can raise money. There's got to be somebody else though that can raise money. It can't just be Kevin McCarthy. Somebody else has to be
I
raising
agree
money.
with you. I don't want McCarthy
He
as
got
a chair.
ousted. I mean,
I think he wants to be chair so he can go after Matt Gaetz. That's what I think.
And that's highly possible, actually. Another person that was mentioned by Amanda Melius was Caroline Wren. And I thought it was an interesting pick, just because she does kind of know where some of the bodies are buried. But that would be an interesting pick. But I still stick with my first stance. I really think Lee Zeldin could bring something, I think, to the RNC that would be really exciting. And what he did and was able to do in New York was quite spectacular. I mean, the guy ran a hell of campaigns up there.
You
I
know
mean,
why she said Caroline? Because Caroline is number one in raising money in the whole country. I know her
so,
personally. She is number one in the whole country, hands down.
selfishly, I think Lee Zeldin would do a great job as the RNC chairman because we're friends. So, but that's just me being selfish.
yeah, but I kind of want to bring Colorado Colorado GOP chair David Williams in on this, or yeah. So I want to know, and you're running for Congress as well.
Yeah, I am. I am. I
And you're
didn't.
kicking ass.
Thank you so much. I didn't. I didn't want to jump on and necessarily talk about that. Respectful to everyone, but if you do want to chat about it, we can certainly do that a little later. But
Yeah.
I wanted to give you guys an update. I've been poking around. I've been asking around. For
Yeah, and I want you to do that, but I want to make one point clear. So because we were talking about in Kentucky, the chair of the party has a vote on this. Are you? Is that the same in Colorado? Do you have a vote on
yeah.
the RNC
So
chair?
yeah. That's exactly right. So the 168, right? The 168 that includes state chairs like myself, and then the national committee man, national committee woman that represent each of those states. Those are the folks that are going to have a vote on whoever the next chair is going to be. But I want to stress this, that I've been really pushing for some answers on this, and I haven't been able to get any confirmation, from the RNC or anyone else that might be in the know. I tend to believe these reports because they are they're being quiet about it. So when that's the case, they're usually trying to figure out how best to roll it out, especially since it would appear that if this was true, They certainly didn't plan for the New York Times to break it this quickly. So take that for what it's worth. I have yet to actually receive confirmation of this, but from all the chatter we're seeing from my colleagues, it looks like this is going to happen. So there's that. If it does happen, then it's going to be the 168 who are going to decide. However, if Donald Trump, who is our, for all intents and purposes, nominee, comes in and says, hey, I want this person or that person to be the RNC chair, that's likely going to sway the majority of the committee on who to support. So take that for what it's worth as well.
Yeah, is there any chance that the committee will go for an outsider, somebody like Scott Presler? Is there any chance of anything like that?
If Donald Trump hasn't already picked someone, then I think there's certainly all bets are off. But if well, let me back up. For those of you who
Trump
aren't,
has given a lot of praise to Scott Presler at multiple events now, where he's called him out publicly. Giving praise to Scott Presler. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that Trump would want to go with Scott Presler. Not to say that Scott's not a great guy, but Trump also has a lot of other interests that he has to balance, especially as he's becomes the nominee once again. But I guess for those of you, just to give you a little bit of inside baseball with how the party works, is that the 168, it's in a lot of ways it's a place where folks can and do cut deals. I mean, I wasn't there when Harmeet Dillon was running. I would have voted for her, but there's a reason why Ronna McDaniel was able to secure the lion's share of the votes against Harmeet, and there are a number of reasons why folks on the RNC may have told Harmeet they were voting for her, but ended up not doing that. So, take that for what it's worth. If I had to guess, if Donald Trump did not weigh in on this, and if he let the 168 decide, I think the most likely successor would have been Drew McKissick from South Carolina. But if the reports are true that Donald Trump is looking at perhaps Whatley or someone else, then I think you're going to have to just expect that the most are going to vote for Whatley, because that's what Donald Trump wants. And so that I think that's sort of the $1 million question, is if Ronna McDaniel is in fact resigning, the RNC is going to want the 168. They're going to want to know, who does Donald Trump want in there, because they're the person that is going to have to work and interface with the Republican nominee, so that we have a good coordination heading into the November elections to defeat Joe Biden.
Andrew, what were you going to
Just a
say about
quick
Scott
reminder,
Presler?
Nick, just a quick reminder, Michael Whatley ran for co-chair in the round against her when Harmeet was running. He ran against Drew McKissick, and they had to do a couple of rounds, and he finally dropped out because the deal was made that if he dropped out, and this is how it goes, guys, because this is Country Club, he would get the seat as part of the RNC legal counsel, even though he didn't have an active law license, which is exactly what happened. So Drew got the co-chair seat because there was a deal struck for Michael Whatley to get that legal chair on the RNC committee. I need you guys to understand the inside baseball that people won't tell you. And I'm not in the RNC, and I kind of hate my GOP, as you can tell, because I'll tell you all the dirty secrets. But truthfully, I think transparency is important, and that is what the RNC and the GOP lack with their constituents. And if people knew all this and how to do all this, they would engage more. But like you said, they make it very confusing, not on purpose sometimes, but sometimes on purpose. And if someone can break it down in a nice, package with a bow, people would be more involved and more inclined to pay attention. That's my opinion.
Andrew, what were you going to jump in about Scott Presler? What were you
Well,
thinking?
first, Margo, if somebody could break it down simply, they would be have a very popular show, because there's nothing simple about the structure at all. But on to Scott Presler, I did have a question for the chairman. it seems to me Scott Pressler is kind of just like a token younger guy that is just kind of shelled out there for get out the vote efforts and door knocking
Bullshit.
and things like
No,
that.
who's
He's
who's
not.
putting him out there? The RNC is not helping him in the slightest. He's on his own.
RNC paid for him to come to Kentucky to go knock for Daniel Cameron and lead efforts.
The Kentucky GOP did it.
No, the RNC did.
They won't talk to him. I don't know. We'll have to find this out. I'll look into it. But
When they need
anyway.
them, they throw them out there. But when they don't need them, they don't.
Yeah,
Well, it's
even if
just
that's
like
true. Even if that's true, that's bullshit. They're he needs to be on the payroll full time if they're gonna pull that shit.
I'm actually not aware of Scott Pressler receiving any money from the RNC directly. Maybe we should get him on the space again and ask him that.
Or you should have some receipts. If you have those claims, you should definitely have some receipts.
I know, guys. I know Scott's not feeling very well today. He's in Harrisburg doing voter registration. So when he left here, he might
fucking exhausted.
He might have just passed out. I was supposed to meet him in Harrisburg, but instead I went to Philly.
Well, with that said, I was at the Restoring National Confidence event with with the TPUSA put on. Tyler Boyler was there. Scott was there briefly. I mean, I think the world of Scott. I think he's doing yeoman's work, and we need to certainly get him involved more and more. But I don't think the RNC has actually been trying to make Scott. So I haven't actually seen them try to highlight Scott. In fact, from what I do understand is Scott has been trying to get the attention of Ronna McDaniel. There have been a number of us on the RNC who have encouraged her to, reach out to Scott, and yet it doesn't necessarily happen. So take that for what that's worth as well. But I at the end of the day, I don't see Scott taking any sort of chairmanship at the national level. But whoever the next, national chairman or woman is, they need to certainly bring Scott into the fold and get him incorporated.
100%. He needs a high-ranking position in there. And you were just talking about how he's been trying to reach out. He's been trying to get the attention of Ronna McDaniel. I just pinned to the top today, before she announced her resignation, was day 297 of Scott tweeting at Ronna McDaniel just for a response. Just a response to the tweet. No, we're not even talking about a phone call. We're not talking about an email. Just a response to the tweet. That's all he was asking for. He can't even get that. I mean, because that's how useless she is. One of our biggest grassroots advocates, registering voters all around the country, flipping counties all around the country. I was working with him, when I was in East Palestine, Ohio, I talked to a lot of voters out there in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, which is, they received a lot of the toxic waste from East Palestine, Ohio. It flowed, down the rivers and through the air right into Beaver County, Pennsylvania. And so he went in there, and because the Biden administration was so useless and everything, and the Pennsylvania governor, that he is now, if he's like on the verge, he's like maybe 15 voters away from flipping that county red. It's crazy. So they need Scott Pressler. They really do.
But Nick, you and me both know the GOP does not work well with their grassroots, because if they can't be in complete control, they don't want it to exist. It's not a matter of they don't want Republicans in power unless they have control of them. That's it, period. That's something that Democrats do a lot differently. They will flow money into their grassroots organizations. They will support them with donors. They don't get into conflicts with them as much. They try to bring them into the fold more. But when it comes to the grassroots efforts, people like Scott, people like others, people like you, me, they don't like people like us because they can't be in complete control. And so they'd rather we didn't exist at all and they be in the minority than they be in the majority, but they don't have complete control over who's in power.
Andrew, because here's the dirty secret. When Trump came along, he really put a monkey in the wrench. He really screwed up a lot of people's power. Everybody had it real good. They were confident in being the loyal opposition. They were content with being in the minority and getting to complain all day long, going on Fox News and talking about how awful Obama was for 8 years. They did nothing to stop him. And then Trump comes along and we actually pick up a victory. And the Republicans, particularly the establishment Republicans, suddenly found themselves as the dog who finally caught the car. Now that they're in power, they didn't know what to do with it, which is why for so long we didn't do anything. It didn't seem like much was getting done, because even with the Obamacare vote, we could have stopped it, but Republicans didn't know how to get their act together. Look at today. They couldn't rally 3 Republicans to impeach Mayorkas. The Republicans can't, well, establishment Republicans, I should say, can't, they are useless when they are in the majority, because it is easier to fundraise. It is easier to hire your donor's useless nephew on your staff when you are in the minority. And it's really showing that when Democrats are in power, they put the pedal to the metal. When Republicans are in power, they can't even find their keys.
I mean, how often do we hear McConnell say, let's be the adults in the room here? Meanwhile, the Democrats are outside barring the door closed and lighting the building on fire. I mean, you're so worried about being the adults, you're going to be the proudest person in the burning building. I mean, that's how it's going to end up. But the overall point is they do not like their grassroots. That is one thing Trump does. Trump does engage the grassroots, which is why he's been so successful. But they actively work against these people that Trump has woken up, has gotten involved. Instead of embracing it, we should be seeing massive growth of Republican Party switching over to the Republican Party registration. We should be massive grassroots growth. But yet still, Democrats, when you look at their small dollar donations, they put Republicans to shame. Absolutely to shame. And it causes what would be good Republican representatives to have to go on their knees to the RNC and leadership and beg for money, and their votes get bought. And that's why they don't want the grassroots out there working. They don't want people involved because they won't be in control.
Interestingly, 100%, man. As a guy who started a grassroots organization here on Long Island and actually did the hard work,
which is what, Kevin? Like, what do you guys do?
Well, we did a lot of voter registration, a lot of get out the vote stuff to all the stay at home. Our target audience were stay at home moms during COVID and during like the real craze of school boards. We actually got involved in all the school board races and switched people's votes, got out there because look, stay at home moms are the key demographic for any marketing campaign. It doesn't matter what you're selling. It doesn't matter what you're trying to get them to do. Stay-at-home moms are the people that you target. And that has been the one area, suburban women, that Republicans have never, ever been able to flip. And we did it all here on Long Island and plenty of places across the city as well. I mean, the Lee Zeldin close victory came because of the grassroots effort that went on here on Long Island. Evie, I know you know what we did out here, but that was it. Is that we did things differently. We didn't go to country clubs. I first off, I don't dress good enough to go to a country club anyway, so they would never allow me there to begin with. But we met people where they were. We had Trump rallies at country music concerts and boat parades, and got regular people involved, the ones that Republicans have looked down on. You know, and if you're not wearing a sweater to a country club, they've never cared about you. But you're starting to see that sort of thing switch, and that's why I think having someone at the top at the RNC to at least engage the people who are willing to think differently.
Oh, geez, Kevin, I have some news. I don't know how to take this news seriously or not. I mean, this is going to be. I don't think there's any way this is serious. So I mean, I'm going to pin it to the top here, guys, so you can see it. It's going to get a lot of backlash. I mean, he's going to get racist very quickly here. Matt Gaetz says he fully endorses Kevin McCarthy for RNC chair. Kevin is well organized and a very high revenue fundraiser. He will also be well liked by the RNC committee. The RNC chair doesn't make any policy decisions, set any agenda, or negotiate against Democrats ever. Kevin would be terrific.
Nick, I love this timeline. I'm here for it. I think it's hilarious. I can't speak to what Matt is thinking or doing here, but I just find it very, very funny. Also, another thing about shifting tides and different momentums. Ted Cruz came about 30 minutes ago with Ron Johnson and Tim Scott asking for that. I think that it's beyond time that Mitch McConnell stepped down as minority leader. So there's a shift. They're out there talking about it right now. That he has failed leadership as a Senate minority leader, which I called out whenever ago. I mean, my God, Nick, you got to
With the
sort that.
Safer Communities Act, that's when it became real obvious.
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
a while ago.
Yeah, exactly right. And so like there's an actual push. There seems to be a momentum. There seems to be an ideological shift a little bit here,
I
both on
have
the
now
Senate side.
invited. I've now texted Matt Gaetz and his people. So
Yeah,
we'll see. I would love to get
Well, Nick,
a
I did
comment
too.
on.
Nick, I can only read.
Remember who said Kevin first in this room, okay?
Nick, I can only see the
That's true,
first
Heavy.
half of the tweet, so I didn't get to see the second half that trolled it until I clicked on it. Basically
Yeah.
saying that Kevin McCarthy would be great because all he knows how to do is fundraise.
No, I know, and said he did. He said I got to read this part again. The RNC chair doesn't make any policy decisions, set any agenda, or negotiate against Democrats ever. So he was basically sliding Kevin McCarthy there. So,
He's
Look, we
literally
all
just saying
know,
that all he knows how to do is beg people for money.
and
right.
Kevin McCarthy does need those spa services and limousines as well. So,
Yeah,
I think
and
it's
I don't
fantastic.
know. I mean, I don't know if the audience knows this, but the amount of money that Ronna McDaniel spent on luxury hotels, limousines, and lip filler,
Dry cleaning,
Botox. What was it?
80,000 in dry cleaning.
McCarthy does have
80,000 in
slim
dry cleaning.
lips, though. He needs those Botox, slim lips.
I think it was like $350,000 in flowers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was something crazy like that. And oh, Nick, I have
And
additional.
we're wondering why the RNC is broke.
I've got additional updates. Adam Kinzinger has now weighed in. He
Oh
would like
God,
to take.
no!
Yeah, he says, dude, this is a serious move to make Scott Presler the RNC chair. Oh my Lord, please, yes. The GOP would crumble. Quote, I and all rhinos oppose Scott Presler for RNC chair. Will my anti-endorsement work? Best news ever. So obviously crying Napoleon complex NAFO furry, Adam Kreisinger is wanting an anti-vote for Scott Presler so he can crumble the GOP, as he says.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we've been accusing this guy of being a rhino for so many years now, and this has been confirmed more and more and more. I mean, this is the guy that was forced to resign because he was going to lose like Liz Cheney, who lost by 50 points in her election too. I mean, this guy was never actually a Republican, and he would love to see the RNC crumble. So, no surprise there, guys.
He really doesn't like it when you call him a short furry. He's unblocked me, but he had blocked me for that before.
Yeah, no, he had me blocked for a while too. I was surprised that I was able to go back and look.
Wait a minute, what's his Twitter?
Let's
What's his Twitter? Because if I'm blocked by
Adam
Kinzinger, I'm going to do
Kinzinger.
the happy dance.
Yeah, no,
Kevin, I'll DM you the tweet that I just shared.
Because I can't find it anyway.
yeah, it's the guy that has Slava Ukraini in his main name. So, in his screen name. So yeah, you'll definitely find it if you search the name.
Does he have his pronouns in there?
Yeah, well.
Well, he used to have NAFO in there.
Oh my God, I'm blocked by Adam Kinzinger. This is the greatest moment of my life.
Yes.
Holy crap! I don't know what I said to make that happen, but I'm way too proud of myself right now.
Say it again. Say it again.
What?
All right, so we gotta go through comments here a little bit. It seems like the Michigan GOP has responded. I don't know if they're still in the audience. If they are, would definitely like to have you guys up. But they said the next RNC leader needs to incorporate an urban engagement and energization plan. Our grassroots chairwoman implemented a similar strategy, and we are gaining ground with some key demographics in urban cities within our state. Panel, isn't that exactly what Scott Presler would do?
Yes, that's 100% what he would do. And this is actually some of the complaints that we're all kind of talking about right now with the campaign moving forward in 2024 is that the ground game, right? So my friend Savvy, she's joined the team, and she does a lot of good groundwork stuff in Georgia because it's highly lacking. and that is definitely needed. You can flip. There is a temperature right now. Where people are actually need to be contacted. So I would say that yes, that's a big piece of what needs to be done here, and it's not really being served, and it needs to be like yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know what they're waiting for. It almost seemed like Ronna McDaniel was not doing it just out of spite at this point because she was getting so much pushback, or so many people were yelling at her for not engaging with Scott Presler. I feel like she wasn't engaging with him just out of spite, just because she felt like she was too good to be, pushed in any sort of direction. She didn't feel a need to engage with the people at all, at all.
Nick, because they can't see us. We're so far below them. You peasant. Don't you know that? They are the smart ones. They are the almighty. We should be thanking them for the opportunity to represent us. That's how these people think. I mean, it is hilarious. But every day we chip away a little bit more and more. That's how the establishment thinks. And imagine the arrogance you have to obtain when you become the head of the Republican Party, and then Donald Trump comes along and just destroys everything you thought you had and takes 70 million voters with him. I mean, do you know how difficult people like us made Ronna McDaniel's life? And you know what? She brought it on herself, because it turns
She
out
deserved it.
if you don't want MAGA to verbally abuse you online all day long, all you've got to do is just slightly not suck. Like you don't have to totally not suck. You just have to not be as awful as humanly possible.
Yeah, and so this is what I want to know here, and I want to go to Mr. Williams, chair of the Colorado GOP here. Why is it a secret ballot when they go and vote, when the committee members and the chairs actually go and vote for the RNC chair?
Yeah, the mind you, I haven't actually been through one of these things, which I thought was odd that the
Yeah.
outgoing
This is an audience
officer,
question, guys, by the way. So bottom right-hand
right?
corner, give me some content here. But go ahead.
Yeah, so just so everyone knows, as far as I understand it, before I got elected, my predecessor, who was outgoing, was the one who voted on the new term for the ultimately the reelection of Ronna McDaniel. With that said, though, to my understanding, it was secret ballot, and I don't think there are any rules that preclude us from having a roll call vote. Maybe there are. I'd have to double check that, um, but as it stands now, it's just whoever gets nominated, which you have to have, I think, one or two members nominate you out of the 168, and then everyone's distributed a ballot from the staff, and then it's all counted, and the results are fairly quickly because there's only 168 of us.
I wondered if I could ask this question, because what I've understood is the chair sets the rules on how the ballots can be handled. They can have secret ballot if they want or not. It just like in my state, you can do that in a county or a district convention. So I wonder if that was the precedent they set, but is that the rule?
I'd have to go double check the RNC rules. In fact, since this is something that is very well likely we'll have to do, I'll double check to make sure. But it's to my understanding that this is something that's established in the rules of the RNC. So if someone wants to do a Google check or whatever, a search for the Republican National Committee's rules, they're online, and you can kind of see how the election is supposed to, the framework anyway, the framework of the election is supposed to be handled. But to my understanding, it's a secret ballot. But there's nothing that precludes us, if we wanted to anyway, from having a roll call vote where we publicly declare who we want to vote for. It's just typically you don't see that because ultimately folks don't want to be on the record, and
Yeah, well, see,
you
that's the
can.
Well,
thing,
there
and they
had to
keep
be a
doing this.
motion from
They
the floor.
All right.
they keep doing this shit in Congress too, and it really irks me when they do these secret ballots for, when we were trying to, we were up there covering the, Trash and I were hosting spaces from up there. I was in DC, walking the hallways and stuff, like talking to people. We actually, I'll brag about it again. We had the very first interview with Jim Jordan after he had to drop out of the race. We had the very first one live on the space. So that's the beautiful part of on the ground spacing. But Aaron, one of the things that we talked about while we were doing those spaces, and a lot of people were frustrated with it, is we didn't initially know when they were, in their, having caucus meetings and such. We didn't know who was voting against Jim Jordan. We didn't know, any of those numbers because they had secret ballots. They were afraid to be on the record, which I think is a disservice to their constituents. Am I wrong?
No, that was one of the things that we were talking about when we were hosting the spaces. And like when a lot of them came in to the space and kind of said, hey, you guys keep it going, keep up the pressure, it's working. People were like presenting challengers in different districts. And they said, what you guys are doing works. And that's why, Jim Jordan came in and gave us the first interview when he was selected. But then if you remember, we were having that space and we had what? Byron Donalds, Lauren Boebert. We had Mike Johnson was there briefly. We had a few others, and they were all saying kind of like those efforts were working. But this is one of the things that we were talking about, is that the secret ballot behind closed doors, no accountability type vote and conversations that are going on, and where they're making concessions and they're doing these deals, that we wanted to have it public. I think Jim Path was the only one that kind of pushed back and said, well, and rightfully so. I mean, he spent how much time up on Capitol Hill, and he worked for many of the Congress people up there. And he said, these deals kind of do need to be made a little bit in private. I fundamentally disagree with it. If these are going to be our elected officials and these are going to determine not only what the committees are going to be doing, but what the person is going to be doing, what bills will be heard on the floor, and what things will be prevented from hitting the floor, how the committees are formed. This is all part of it. And I think that it's very important, especially the Speaker of the House is the third most powerful person in the country, right? I mean, it goes basically the president, vice president, Speaker of the House in succession. So I was hoping and I wanted it to be more of a public affair, not just this business as usual behind closed doors. And that was something that Nick, you and I were talking about that entire week. I agree with you.
Yeah, and one of the other things you have up there is they really don't like. This is a little bit off topic. The media that's up there, they hate independent press. I mean, they were trying to push me around the entire time I was up there. I think I was, live at one point, speaking on it because I was trying to get my phone into where Steve Scalise was speaking at one point. You could hear in the background, "You're not credentialed media, fuck you guys, okay? I'm gonna do it anyway. Who are you? What are you, Capitol Police? What's your problem?" So yeah, it's a club, and we're not part of it. But Evie, jump in, and then I'm gonna shift topics a little bit. I'll reset the room. Evie, jump in.
Oh, I just wanted to say, can you guys invite Matt? Maybe he can explain what he meant by his endorsement.
Yeah,
Oh,
we did. We
no,
did.
okay. Okay.
So we're
Let's
working on
hope.
it.
So
And
yeah,
also,
I think he was trolling. He did respond to me and on the comment that I made because I gave the laughy face. This is fantastic. He liked it, and then he was trolling. Number one, I think it's hilarious. I'm here
a
for it.
lot of people seem to not realize that. you know, it was
Nick,
pretty
it's
good. You
because
got
if
to
you
read
just
the second part of the tweet.
He probably knows. He probably knows that McCarthy is going to run for that.
he definitely like had that in like the tweet section, looked over, said, "Watch this," hit post, and then turned his phone off.
He's actually said it publicly before. He's actually said Kevin would make a great RNC chair. He's a great fundraiser. He's actually said that out loud. I did want to point out, Nick, that Tyler Boyer is in the audience, and he was part of the election process in the
I know.
RNC.
I sent him a message. I didn't see him in the audience though.
I
He's
just want to say if
Oh
anyone
yeah, he is in the
deserves to be
audience.
the
Hell yeah,
RNC
Tyler.
chair,
Let's hear it.
yeah, if anyone deserves to be the RNC chair, it's Scott Pressler. I mean, Scott Pressler has seriously done so much more than Rona McDaniel ever did. And Scott, I mean, he's been out there, he's pulled up his sleeves, he's been registering so many voters as Republicans. He goes out into these Democrat areas that usually most Republicans will never go to, right? And he can, you know, he touches them where they need him, right? Like he goes and helps clean up their communities. Actually went out and covered one of his big trash pickups that he did in Van Nuys, California. And oh my gosh, it was a crazy homeless, I guess it looked like a giant trash heap. I mean, it was insane that there were people living in mounds of trash with rats. Okay, we filmed the rats there. And these Democrats just completely neglecting these people, neglecting their constituents, as well as like the communities in the area. Like who wants to have right next to their house a giant trash heap, right? So you know, here's one thing I will say is, you know, Scott Pressler deserves it the most out of anyone. Now,
Yeah,
you could
no, I
argue
totally
what
agree.
different people could
He
come
has
to the table
worked
on,
it.
but you know,
He has absolutely worked it. And you know, I'm glad to report that we have Tyler Boyer up here on stage. Tyler, you are honestly I mean, you are also, I have to mention, you're an RNC National Committeeman, and you're really, really important when it comes to a grassroots effort, especially in your role at Turning Point. I want your feedback on this because you are actually someone that can vote on the next RNC chairperson. Who comes to mind for you?
Yeah, Nick, I appreciate it. It's there's a long way to go here. What most people don't realize is, even though Rana's stepping down, that doesn't really change the body of the current makeup of the RNC. So that is, this was kind of expected now for weeks. A lot of people have been talking about this now pretty much for over a month, kind of on the inside, and it's been a little bit. That's because nobody really knows what the plan is going to be. So you've got, this rumor of Michael Watley, who's from North Carolina, being really Rana's pick as the guy, really snubbing the co-chair right now, who's from South Carolina, who generally was supported by more of the conservatives. But, the people who are still voting are really still a lot of pro-Rana people, and new bodies won't get in there until the elections happen all throughout the spring, and then they don't actually take their seats until the end of the convention. So, the likelihood that you could end up with basically a lot of the same people still running the RNC is really plausible if people don't vocalize how they're feeling about it.
Well, because right now we're seeing a total disaster within the RNC. And I'll just remind the audience that this has been one of the lowest, last year was one of the lowest fundraising years in recent history for the RNC. And it's not even close. I mean, it
30
was
years.
absolutely abysmal. 30
30,
years.
30 years adjusted for inflation.
And we're saying that
well,
we're not going to change the current guard? I mean, that's insanity.
Well, and I'll give you a little more context on North Carolina and the chair in North Carolina. So he's actually received more transfers. I have to, and certainly per capita, but more of the RNC money than any other state. So the RNC has invested heavily into North Carolina now for years, and it's a little bit infuriating for us in Arizona and some other places in Georgia and other places, because while North Carolina has been the recipient of millions and millions of dollars, and this has been kind of a setup for a while, other states have been neglected. And I'll remind everybody. So Michael Watley also ran for co-chair. He got endorsed by Trump, but none of the conservatives were supporting him, and he ended up coming in third place when he was running for co-chair. So this was kind of the original plan to begin with, as they were trying to work him in as co-chair with Rana, so he could run for chair later. And so some of this is just strategy that they're just trying to continue that original plan.
And to
Tyler,
be clear, just to say this out loud, Tyler, when Harmeet was running, the committee woman and the committee men both said they were going to vote for Ronna. For what reason? Because she was sending money to North Carolina. That's exactly what they said.
Yeah, that's kind of been a known factor, or that's been the excuse, right? Is that everybody's been playing on that team. But again, this was kind of part of the plan to begin with, and a lot of people don't realize kind of the inner workings of what goes on here. And people mentioned Scott, they mentioned Lee Zeldin and others. It's really difficult to have an outsider come in and run the RNC anytime. Certainly more difficult when you don't have the presidency, because the tradition has been, if the president is in office and he's Republican, then he kind of picks who he wants, and usually that's from the RNC to begin with. It's really, really clubby in that way. I don't agree with it. I'm just telling you the historic precedent here. I would love to see an outsider come in right now. I think now's the perfect time with you mentioned Nick just is so perfectly and poignantly is like this is a very big low point for the RNC. And when people had recommended Rana to run again and said, "Oh, I'm getting behind Rana because she's the best fundraiser in the history of humankind," this we told people just wasn't true. We'd been talking to large donors who uh, exclaimed to us at Turning Point like that they were so infuriated by Rana, and so we were kind of caught between a rock and a hard place over a year ago when we were telling people like, no, you can't support this, and they got really nasty with us. But that was just because we were listening to people, the grassroots donors, everyone was saying the same thing.
So we hit on this a little bit earlier, Tyler, but I do. People keep asking it in the audience, so I do want to ask you this as well. Number one, do you believe that Ronna McDaniel was actually acting in good faith as the RNC chair? Because it seems like everything that she was doing was actually a detriment to the RNC. I mean, the amount of elections that were lost, the amount of seats that were, well, I mean, it was supposed to be a red wave in 2022. That didn't happen. In her tenure, the GOP has lost so many seats and so many governors across the country that she's a huge net negative. I mean, was she acting in good faith, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, kind of my opinion, my take, and I'll keep this short so there can be some follow up here. But my take is that the way that people perceived what I call the national Republican apparatus, which is really beyond the RNC, it's the NRSC, the NRCC. We're talking McCarthy, McConnell, everybody, and how all the big money, just to almost like muscle memory, has donated to those big organizations, and they really move together. My belief is that the party, the RNC in particular, should be holding our electeds accountable. And I don't believe so. I don't believe that Rana has held anyone accountable, and that's been to our clear detriment. Just taking orders from McCarthy or taking orders from McConnell has clearly been the clear MO as of the RNC and leadership, and I think that predates Rana. I think that the RNC has operated more as a spoken arm of the electeds, particularly in Congress, than holding people accountable behind closed doors. And I think if we done that, the number one, the RNC would raise a lot more money. Number two, we would have significantly more presence of conservatives that represent us in DC, and you would have a would more clearly trust that apparatus because it would be functional. And for us right now, the problem is that the RNC's brand is so broken, the Republican Party's brand is so broken that we're fighting ourselves more often because of this problem than anything else. And it's not new. Like, it's been broken for a long, long time. And I think it's about time that we fix that. And I think that needs to be in a really important point. Getting Trump reelected here, that's got to get fixed over the course of the next 4 years so we can save the conservative movement for another generation. Because you cannot move forward with people not trusting the one of only two functional parties that can elect and nominate and install a president.
Yeah, so we have Tyler. If you can just answer this last one, then we have panel and audience questions for you as well. And if you have a question, bottom right hand corner, and we'll get to those. We really appreciate Tyler being here. Just going to remind everybody, he is the RNC National Committeeman from Arizona, who has a voting say in who the next RNC chair is going to be. We definitely appreciate Tyler being here. Tyler, what did people see when they reelected Ronna McDaniel? What, last year or the year before? What was? Oh, it's yeah. So it must have been, what was it, 23? I guess. So it was like a year ago. What were they expecting?
Yeah, I mean, the sales pitch, I'll kind of bring everyone back, and some people were aware. Some people have become more aware over the course of the last year. But the sales pitch that was made was that Rana was the best person to raise money and remain consistent heading into a presidential cycle. And again, this was part of it, which was that she was originally Trump's pick, and with so many people, you know, pointing to Trump being the nominee again, part of the argument was well, if Trump doesn't come out and say something against her, maybe she should stay in. And so, I think the president was right to largely stay out of this last race and let the RNC decide. But the RNC in general is in the membership that's in the RNC is very loyal to Rana, the current body that's in there. And there's some people that have been in there since H.W. Bush was in office. And so you've got a large body that's never really been known to be ultra conservative, and definitely not what people would call MAGA, but it's become more conservative over the last few years, and with about a third of the RNC being really in a much more conservative place, and that's new. That has not been that way in years prior. So now that you have the situation where it's like over the course of this whole last year, people have become acutely aware, more aware probably than ever of how the RNC functions, who's there. Really, you can just watch on Rana's Twitter. Every time she posts, it's like she gets ratioed every single time, and it's been that way for
Every time.
over a year. And it's that, again, that's just like speaks to the health of the organization. Like, what organization would keep a CEO and that's that hated? What football team would have a coach kept in that's that hated? And that's just facts, right? That's just is like how things have been. And that predates last January. That's heading into it. And that's why we warned everywhere. We said we got to get somebody in that's going to instill some confidence heading into the election.
Yeah, and there's definitely there's some questions from the audience about the grassroots efforts that you're running. So I would like to get into that here in just a couple of minutes. But I know Andrew up here on stage, who is struggling to figure out how to raise his hand, uh, has some has a couple of questions for you. Andrew is a pretty good grassroots organizer in the state of Kentucky. I've worked with him pretty extensively, and so jump in.
Yeah, Tyler, I get two questions. First, where it is a secret ballot to vote for who the chair is, how much does the committee representative, the committee one, committee man, and state chairs, how much do they really care what the quote unquote grassroots, the Republican voter within their state, as they're emailing them, talking to them, saying who they want them to vote for? Do they really even care? Because where it is a secret ballot, they're not going to be held accountable to them in the first place.
Well, and that's been one of the questions that we've talked about pretty regularly as of late, when people are becoming more aware of how the RNC functions. There really should not be a secret ballot. I view a lot of the decisions that happen at the RNC, you're talking tens of millions of dollars that come in and out. Again, I think the RNC should be holding the leadership in Congress accountable. Especially, I mean, what's the point of being in DC if you're not actually doing anything to hold Congress accountable? And that's, to me, the reason why everything should be public. It just shouldn't be a slush fund to help these people. And I think it's incredibly bad how the function has come together in DC, where you have this beltway political scam that is, Mitch McConnell, and the way that, the speaker has kind of operated, and we haven't had great speakers as of recent years, and then obviously the RNC just kind of takes their cues from those two groups. And you're talking about tens of millions of dollars that goes through these PACs tens of millions of dollars that goes to these committees, and all the committees function basically as one brain off of one set of data, picking and choosing who are winners and losers who run for office. And that's really wrong. That's part of the reason why you want to know why Congress sucks so bad, and we have so many bad members of Congress. It's in large part because the RNC enables that. The Republican apparatus in DC enables that. And that's, if you clean house and actually do the job, I think number one, again, you get a lot more conservative money that comes in, a lot more trust that's instilled, because that people would start looking at the RNC as the watchdog group rather than the enabling group.
Yeah, so I just want to before I'll give I know Andrew probably has a follow up to that, but oh my God! All right, here we go. All right. So we've got a banger of a tweet pinned to the top from Congressman Matt Gaetz. I'm just going to read it off, and we also have him up on stage now. So glad to have you, Congressman. But I want to ask, or I want to remind the audience here of this tweet. Quote, I fully endorse Kevin McCarthy for RNC chair. Kevin is well organized and a very high revenue fundraiser. He will also be well liked by the RNC committee. The RNC chair doesn't make any policy decisions, set any agenda, or negotiate against Democrats ever. Kevin would be terrific. Congressman, I'm gonna need you to go over this. I mean, how many people at this point are assuming that you're serious down there in your comments section? Are you getting a lot of hate over there?
I stand by that tweet 100%. Does anyone quibble with any of the statements in that tweet? Like what is the disagreement with that? By the way, here's what I would do with the RNC. I would take the RNC, fire about 95% of the people there, and about 95% of the contracts they have, and I would just turn it into an entity that could utilize the federal laws that only apply to parties in terms of ad placement and fundraising. Like, there are certain ways that they can place ads and raise money that Turning Point Action can't do, or Heritage can't do, or Conservative Partnership Institute can't do, right? So I would use them for that. I would cut it down, to the core of their principal function, and then I would take what Tyler Bauer and Charlie Kirk and Andrew have built out at Turning Point with the actually figuring out how to not get out balloted. Right? Like, what do we actually need the RNC for? We don't need them to throw Trump rallies, right? We got the Trump campaign to do that. We don't need them for ideas, messaging, agenda, platform. We're going to handle that in the Trump campaign. And the only entity out there that is actually making sure that we don't get out balloted is Turning Point Action. And they have the resources to do that in not all of the states that are in play yet. And by the way, that's in part because we've got new states in play because of the way President Trump is performing with working class Hispanics in Nevada, and with a lot of African Americans in Virginia. And so, let's not try to make the RNC something that it will never be. Let's just convert it into a skeletal system that raises money, deploys it in ways that only they're allowed to. And when it comes to somebody running an organization that makes no policy choices, that never has to negotiate with Democrats, that never has to be relied on for their word on, bolstering conservative principles, but knows, all of the billionaires that give to Republican causes, and knows how to extract the maximum amount out of lobbyists and special interests, but can't do anything for them in return. There's literally no better person on the planet for that than Kevin McCarthy, and that is why he has my endorsement.
Hey, this is fucking legendary, guys. I can't get over this. This is like the tweet of the week right here. But guys, for the audience, if you have any questions for Congressman Matt Gaetz, we appreciate him being here, bottom right hand corner, and we'll try to get to some of those. But so, Congressman, if we're gonna go for somebody that's not an establishment hack and a disgraced Speaker of the House, who would you go for? From a grassroots perspective, who would you go for? Who would be your pick?
Well, the person who's actually done the most to help Republicans win elections is Scott Pressler. and nobody
Exactly.
has the credibility with the ground game and understands that. I don't. Scott is such a like special warrior. He's such as like a special operator of politics that if he wanted an opportunity like that, you'd be crazy not to consider yourself grateful that he was willing to do it. And then I look at somebody who really knew how to deliver a focused campaign in a blue area to like he was almost like a suicide bomber in the New York governor's race, but drug a bunch of these kind of ne'er-do-well candidates over the finish line in New York. Lee Zeldin would be a great RNC chair. I don't know if he wants to do it or not, but he's a fantastic guy and somebody I really enjoyed serving with. Actually, someone I missed serving with a great deal. Those are some ideas.
Yeah, so Congressman Gates, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lee Zeldin was also my pick of it's not just what he was able to do in New York, which was highly impressive, but it's the energy, right? It's an energy shift that I think we need in the RNC moving forward, and we need fresh ideas. I think Harmeet Dillon had great ideas. I like what she had to say about it, and it doesn't appear to be that she's vying for it, but I think Lee Zeldin.
I love Harmeet too. I forgot about her just because I didn't think she wanted to do it, but she's got all of the skills, especially for this fight, because she's such a smart lawyer.
She's fantastic.
Yeah. So, Kevin, go ahead.
Oh no, man! You grabbed my question. I was curious to see if there was any.
Dude, Kevin Smith, my friend on Twitter Spaces and part-time volunteer New Hampshire bodyguard.
I gotta keep the.
Does everyone know this story? Dude, my wife and I were almost assaulted outside of a diner in New Hampshire, and Kevin Smith gave his body to the movement that day. I think afterwards he smoked like a pack of cigarettes and had to go see his cardiologist. But in the moment, it was like he was G.I. Joe, James Bond, and Jason Bourne all rolled into one.
I was like, yo, not for nothing. I drove all the way up to New Hampshire. I hang out in New York City every day, and I don't die. And I drive to New Hampshire. I bump into you, and all of a sudden I get attacked by a wizard or a guy with a boot on his head, whatever the hell that guy was. So I was like, this is going to be a great story for the.
Well, I'm very comfortable around wizards because I used to be a pizza delivery guy for a place called Merlin's Pizza, where if I did not deliver the pie in 30 minutes or less, I had to cast the spell of shame on myself.
Yeah, that was something else. I thought.
So, Kevin, let me ask you this, man. You're a great organizer. You actually, as we're joking about it, but you were there, boots on the ground, like, laying down some shoulder for the movement, helping us, really get that last push in New Hampshire to get over 50. I mean, what more than who you want the RNC chair to be? What do you want the RNC to do? Because right now it seems that their mission is like brand management. And they are the last people that you would ever hire for brand management. Like we achieve an ascendant brand in spite of them, not because of them. But what do you actually want them to do, and what do you think is better done by some of the other more ascendant features of the movement?
Well, I think that, as you said, the RNC's major task is fundraising. And I think there are movements like mine out here in New York. I'm sure there are dozens, hundreds of them all over the country in multiple states and swing states that could have done so much more if they just had a little bit of money. I mean, Sean Farish and I, what we could have done if we had just a little bit of help, if we didn't have to work our day job and have our grassroots movement on the side. So I think if the RNC is going to do anything, it should be to facilitate the people who are out there trying to get the job done. Like this weekend, I'm going to Philadelphia to register voters at a gun show in Philly. I'm doing that on my own dime. That costs like $500. And that's going to be a hell of a lot more productive than Ronna McDaniel spending $8,000 a month on flowers. I mean,
right. So let me sell you on my vision, man. Because I mean, if Kevin McCarthy raises that amount of money in 12 seconds, right? He'll get some lobbyist or some billionaire to give way. The RNC will raise way more than ever. And if you were able to gate where he wasn't able to make any decisions about like how things were deployed or spent, if those decisions emanated out of Trump world, but you just had an RNC that was way more flush with cash and didn't have all these little side corrupt vendor deals that didn't do anything for the movement but helped like idiots build their podcast audience. Why wouldn't that be a better outcome?
Well,
Matt, why would
that's why
Kevin
Lee
though?
Zeldin. I think that's why Lee Zeldin would be great, because Lee is somebody who, look, I know him personally. I consider him a friend, so maybe I'm biased here, but I know that Lee was told to stay away from us because we're extremists and all this crap. And he always reached out. He always included us. He always brought us on board, talked to us about planning. He's willing to actually speak to someone like me, a guy who just popped up out of nowhere. I didn't pay my dues. I didn't intern in the county legislature. I just saw a void and decided that I was going to fill that void. And I think that Lee would be someone who is inside.
Is it safe to say Lee Zeldin is the like Marine that you can dress up and bring out to the Hamptons, but also you can bring to like the Ambets bar and he'll play pool and throw darts with you?
100%. I mean, he represented the Hamptons for 12 years, but he's inside enough that he could get the job done, but understands the outside enough to be able to take advantage of what people like me and Scott Pressler and a lot of the other grassroots people are doing. I think that if we wanted a total success, Lee would be the pick.
I wonder if there's a grand bargain to be made here where whether it's, and by the way, Lee is a fantastic fundraiser. Everybody loves him. Like you say, the guy who was the congressman for the Hamptons, knows people with some deep pockets. But I mean, what if the grand bargain with the grassroots is they got to fund our actual deliverables and all these deals, where they are getting, massive personal return on list rentals and all that's over, and we get full transparency, we get audit rights, and it just becomes something that spits cash at the people who are doing the work.
I mean, I just don't think Kevin McCarthy would ever do that. And that's the problem.
I agree with Kevin, Matt. I mean, why would Kevin McCarthy fundraise money if he can't control where it's going? Because you and me both know it's not about the money. It's about
hold on, Nick. You're asking me if Kevin McCarthy is the type of person. Hold on. If Kevin McCarthy is the type of person who would surrender all the power to someone else to execute them in exchange for some short-term display of a title and power, that's your question?
Well, it ain't my question. I don't know who asked it.
It was mine.
Very clear.
It was Andrew's question. Andrew.
Yes. Why would Kevin raise the money if he doesn't get to control where it's going?
Well, because some people, and I know this will shock a lot of the hard workers and grassroots folks on the call, but some people are actually willing to engage in abject self-humiliation for power and a title. I don't get it. It's not my thing, but I can observe that it's something others are into.
Well, I understand the title, but he wouldn't get power. He can't control the money. He doesn't pay the piper.
No, for some people, the title is the power, right? For some people, they believe that if they have a title, that reposes some sense of power that makes up for whatever like self-hate they're going through.
I mean, just think about it like this. He sat back, Kevin McCarthy, after he was ousted as speaker, and talked about how I'm still going to do everything possible to help the Republican majority. About 15 minutes later, he took his ball and went home.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a transactional relationship. By the way, I am not suggesting a relationship built on trust.
I think you should have to work with Steve.
Yeah. Real quick, Margo. I'll let you jump in, but I'm just going to say, guys, because we're getting a lot of comments here. If you do have a question for the congressman, bottom right hand corner, and tag either me or Marge. It makes it a lot easier for us to see the questions. Go ahead, Margo.
I think if you gave him the power of the RNC, then there should be some power given to the TPUSA and to War Room for all they do for the posse and the grassroots. Let them be the comms directors. Let them really run the comms on what we're doing at the grassroots level. I
Not
think
just the
Kevin,
comms, but the ops and the ledge,
absolutely,
right? I mean,
absolutely.
I would only have the RNC doing finance. I would have them doing no policy, no comms, and no ops.
And leave it to the successful ones that have really riled up the base.
By the way, who is the, like, in our lifetime, who is the RNC chair that we look to and say, like, thank God we had them? Like, is it Michael Steele, MSNBC contributor? Is it like Ed Gillespie, corporate lobbyist? Who was the RNC chair that we looked at and were like, yes? Yeah, was it Reince Priebus? Dear Lord, who do you guys think we're getting here?
I just feel like Ronna McDaniel has been like the Roger Goodell for the Republican Party for years. Like everything they do is wrong.
Well, by the way, okay, here's my question to anyone who will answer it. And I'm no fan of Ronna McDaniels. I think she should have been gone long ago. I've been very loud about this. But like, who do you have on the list that's your number one RNC chair of the like 90s and 2000s? You're not allowed to go back to like the Lee Atwater days, but the 90s and the 2000s. Who does everybody have? And are like, we want somebody like this again.
Can anybody name a single one? Because
No,
I
I can't.
certainly can't.
And the only person that I can think of that was on the Republican side that did any damage at all, even and what they did to mold Bill Clinton, was Newt Gingrich with the Contract for America. But that he
Not
wasn't
an RNC chair. Doesn't count in
exactly.
non-compliant answer.
That's what I'm saying. So no, it's completely non-compliant.
Right. So if you could say in most of our lifetimes, there's not been a single person that any of the people on stage right now will say a positive word about, then, you know, Kevin McCarthy's looking prettier and prettier.
Well, I
Nick, can
think
I
that
jump in?
part of it's because people used to just blindly give money to the RNC. And now the problem is that most of the American people, after we saw how Trump was treated by the RNC and how the America First people were treated by the RNC, they feel betrayed by the RNC. And that's why I think that the donations, the money raising, is at an all-time low for the RNC right now. Is because their own constituents feel betrayed by them. So the people are actually boycotting giving money to the RNC right now. So really, if the RNC was really concerned about raising money, what I would do if I was somebody like at the RNC is I would go and finally have a meeting with Trump and get Trump to have a say in the next RNC chair and make an agreement, make an arrangement, and Trump christening the new RNC chair.
Millie, that's
People
exactly what's
will
happening.
see, yeah,
You're
people will
describing the
see,
status quo.
yeah.
Like, yeah, like, why do you think we're having this discussion right now and thousands of people are tuning in because it's timely? It's because Trump has basically said that if the RNC wants to exploit his name, image, and likeness, he wants to see some changes there, and he appreciates how the base has reacted to its current management.
So if Trump appoints the RNC chair, then the money's going to flow because the people are going to feel like, okay, the America First people, the MAGA people took over the RNC. This is ours now. People will donate to it again, and the money will pour in, and
I
we
think it's
won't
going to
need the
take more.
billionaires.
I'm going to push back. I don't think that Trump's blessing alone is going to resolve the deep institutional distrust that exists between the RNC and the base. I think there's going to have to be more. I love other perspectives on that, but I I don't think that'll do it.
Definitely a new head of it's going to change it because Matt, I haven't donated anything for some time. I couldn't stand Rona. Seriously, it's she was backstabbing and not doing anything. Actually, she was backstabbing more.
Well, it wasn't just that, right? It wasn't just that. It was what Mitch McConnell did in the Alaska race. It was the misappropriation of donations and funds to go into these different races that were going against
Dude, the
America.
RNC doesn't have anything to do with that. That's the NRSC and the NRC.
Yeah. Matt, can I ask you a question? What do you think about Ted Cruz was talking about? We're talking about removing Rona. What about removing the head of what you call it? Oh my God, Mitch McConnell.
No, I think Mitch McConnell should still lead a legislative body, but it should probably be in Ukraine because that seems to be all
Yes.
that he's worried about.
Oh my
Uh,
God, you almost killed me. Yes, you're absolutely right. I agree.
Can I have the mic for a sec?
Yeah,
Nick?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Quickly, because
thanks.
I have I have lots of really good audience questions. So it's, yeah,
I
so
know.
quickly, Evie. Sorry.
Congressman, thanks so much for coming and joining us. I have a question. Do you, by any chance, know of any rumor is that number one, McCarthy is running for chair, and then everybody's talking about the power that goes with this position, and we know that McCarthy can raise money. That's definitely without discussion. But in 2022 and in 2020, McCarthy pushed the money the way that he wanted, not necessarily to the candidates, MAGA candidates. And I can tell you for a fact that in 2020, George Santos was leading on November 3rd of 2020. And if they have spent some money on George Santos' campaign, he would have won the election in 2020 and not 2022. So there is an issue, like who makes the rules, how they spend the money and which candidates they go after, because I think many times they have worked against candidates that Trump has endorsed.
well, not just that Trump has endorsed, but also candidates that align with the movement I'm a part of, the America First movement. It's great to hear from you again, Evie. But my Evie and I are friends. But look, the first thing I want to say on the George Santos front is today, as I looked up at the 215 to 215 vote on the impeachment of Mayorkas, I've never missed George Santos more than in that moment, whoever he is, because George Santos would have been a reliable moment and a reliable vote on that matter. The RNC chair doesn't really direct money to candidates in Senate races and House races, or even governor's races. The Republican Governors Association, the NRSC, and the NRCC perform that function. But the RNC chair typically does have some ability to deploy ground assets for voter registration, for ballot harvesting and chasing, for election integrity and monitoring. And that is where there's no objective analysis that would conclude that Turning Point Action and Turning Point have not done a better job than the RNC in achieving those objectives. And so, like, I don't think that the most efficient strategy here is to try to teach the pig to sing at the RNC. Like, I don't want to make them something they're not. I just want to strip them down to their core statutory function, and then I want to establish the guardrails and gating about which groups, which entities, where does Scott Pressler think the money should go? That is the perspective I want. But sometimes the people making the decisions about how to deploy the money aren't always the exact same people who are the most efficient at obtaining the money. And like, Kevin Smith, you just heard one of the best activists in our movement say, gosh, instead of having to pay for his own gas and his own transportation to go registered voters in a swing state, it sure would be nice if there was some sort of grant pool at the RNC where if you had the deliverables, if you were registering the voters, if you were hitting up the events, you could participate in, what otherwise is a lot of money that they slosh around to each other.
Because honestly, you know what? Like, when it comes down to it, the people who do this out of their like heart and soul, like me and Scott, will stretch this money further than people who have spent a career in politics will ever be able to.
Well, that's why you need leadership that actually talks to the grassroots, that knows how to apply this. I mean, the left has figured out over the course of this last decade in particular that the outside groups, the outside money soft money goes a lot further than anything the DNC could do. And so Matt has it exactly right, which is that the RNC shouldn't be doing this. And I actually consider it a huge victory because Ronna has started saying things like the RNC can't do everything. Well, that's not what she was saying just 2 years ago, a little over a year ago, when she was telling donors that they do everything. And so, we have progress moving. It's hard for people to see, but exactly what Matt's saying is true, which is you can't have an RNC that thinks it can do everything when it clearly does not do all those things. Whether the ground
But
forces.
Tyler, you guys have built out a plan to do the blocking and tackling on voter reg, on ballot harvesting legally in the swing states. Talk about that plan that you've built out and be as candid as you can about how much of it you have funded. I mean, I have looked people in the eye and say, do not make your contribution to the RNC. If you care about the stuff you talk about, it's Turning Point that's doing the actual work. But lay that out for people.
Yeah, and that's where we've been talking, right? Which is this all the outside groups that have to exist, that have to be built out. The left has dozens of these groups in the key target states. They've really been aligned and organized by Democracy Alliance. We talk about this all the time. But that's, that those are the things that they figured out, which make a lot more sense, which we've been trying to convince, donors large and small of, hey, the RNC isn't capable of doing these things. We have to build those things out. And so that starts with everything from voter registration all the way to get out the vote operations, which are really sophisticated. The left has figured out, which is identifying voters early and then driving those low propensity votes in states like Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia first. So what's horrifying to people is when they learn,
Wait, you didn't say Pennsylvania. You didn't say,
well,
why is that?
well, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada are the next ones. Those are 6 states, but we all know how difficult it is to overcome Philadelphia. So, it's
Yeah, but
not.
hold on. I want people to catch the signal there, right? So we all know that Pennsylvania's obviously in play, Nevada's in play, Michigan's in play. But I mean, Turning Point is taking the precious resources that they have and they're fighting on the first battlefront. If we walked in and said, here's an extra 50 million for Turning Point, whatever's the appropriate lawful entity to go and do voter registration and do the ballot harvesting. It is. There's nothing that would be more impactful for the movement. And like, if Lucifer himself, could deliver that 50 million, I'd hear him out.
Yeah,
Just
and that's
really
Yeah.
quick,
So
I have a question. Um, is the RNC doing anything right now, as far as like lawfare to purge the voter rolls of the dead voters and the voters that the Democrats really relied on for rigging the 2020 election? Also, is the RNC going to do any lawfare to sue to make it so that they can't use the illegal immigrants for redistricting, so that they can get more seats or more electoral college votes? Like, what kind of actions could the RNC take to essentially thwart the Democrats' ability to kind of run the election the same way they did in 2020, i.e., mail-in drop box, these mail-in drop boxes, massive mail-in ballots? Like, what can we do to prevent that from happening?
Well, this is one of the largest criticisms many of us have had of the RNC is that they're not raising nearly enough money to organize the lawfare that's necessary. I mean, this was the whole pitch that Harmeet made last year, which is like, hey, we don't have smart enough and ballsy enough lawyers to go up against all of these heathens that are coming after us in each of these key target states. We're not even focused on the right states, for crying out loud. We just covered this with Matt just a second ago. That's not just get out the vote operations, but that's everything that you have to do on the lawfare side. And nothing's been more infuriating, I think, for many of us that are watching. And you got some really sharp attorneys. Julianne Murray, I have to give her shout out. She's the new chair of Delaware. She's incredible. She's gone after Hunter Biden and limited expansion of mail-in voting in Delaware, like single-handedly. She's incredible. But like Harmeet, Julianne, our great friends that are great attorneys are going, what is being done? And there's not enough money in the bank account right now for the RNC that functionally has very little cash to actually fight these battles. And so that's, some of that can happen in outside groups, and it is. There's some really great organizations that are doing that. But the party can get standing in each of these suits. And that's one of the strongest points. Matt brought up some things that legal entities, mail, they get some benefits on the side of advertising. The other benefit is the standing element that the party gets. And if you don't have a well-funded RNC that nobody trusts, then you're not going to be able to fight all these fights, which we should be doing right now in Arizona, right now in Wisconsin, right now in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, that have some of the worst law. I mean, Michigan is a disaster on the election code front, and we're not fighting nearly as hard as we should be. And it's because we can't raise money because the money's not there coming into the RNC. So this is a big deal. It's a really big deal to have a chair who can raise and make that argument and get in front of billionaires and say, we need money now to be able to fight these fights, and we're clearly not doing that.
Yeah, so I do want to, and thank you for that, Tyler. I definitely appreciate your perspective. I mean, it's very important because I mean your grassroots efforts have really, I think we're getting to a turning point in the country, and that was a total pun. So I hope that that we'll continue down that path. So keep doing what you're doing. Definitely appreciate it, Congressman. So we have a couple of audience questions for you here. Why do you believe that Ronna McDaniel is stepping down all of a sudden? Was it due to pressure from President Trump?
Yeah, I think that's the reason. I think if she had Trump's support, she would want to stay. I think this is the most important thing Ronna McDaniel's ever done in her life. I think she loves doing it. I don't think she wants to stop doing it. But I think that Trump understands that we don't have an RNC that is operationalized to win, and it's going to take a refocus. Like where this is so helpful, and why honestly seeing Tyler in here really encouraged me to get in the space, because we got to be on the front end of this fight. And we lost the last election not because there were fewer humans who wanted to vote for us, but because we got out balloted. And we can't let that happen again. And like, if that was what caused you to lose, wouldn't you build resilience to that? And they haven't, and other people are trying to. And we ought to reorganize consistent with the battle space that we see.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I want to go to one other question. This is a little bit off topic here, but it is interesting, and I think a lot of people are asking this question. There's been a lot of speculation on this as well, Congressman. Who would you want to see as President Trump's vice president?
We got a deep bench. I mean, think about it. The other side is running a dementia ward escapee and the annoying lady from the HR department. So that's who they have. And we got Trump. And look, Sarah Huckabee Sanders would be outstanding. I think that Dr. Ben Carson is really rising in the Veep stakes and would be a transformationally positive and uplifting choice. Kristi Noem is a really good friend of mine and has done good things in South Dakota and would help us in the Midwest a great deal. So look, I think we got a lot of folks who could do a really good job.
Yeah, Aaron, go.
No, I I think he's right, and I've actually been talking about Ben Carson a little bit on VP pick, just because we don't need a strong personality in VP. I think we've got that in Donald Trump and president. I think we need somebody that can bring additional votes and additional people to the ballot. And I think that what we're seeing, the shift in demographics and the voting base in this election, I think that would be very important. Actually, I'm not. I think Ben Carson's a great pick. I like Kristi Noem. I think she's done a lot of great things, especially on the culture war front in South Dakota. I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to this. If you guys watch like Valuetainment and Patrick Bet David, they were going over some data regarding the culture war, transgender stuff, and South Dakota is actually kind of leading the way in the country. And I think she's done a lot of good up there. And
we forgot to do the JD Vance thing. We got it because there's a really strong argument for JD Vance, and I love JD. He and I became fast friends when I endorsed him, and we campaigned from Cleveland to Cincinnati together, and that's a lot of time together. And I mean, what Tommy Tuberville's done at DOD has gotten a lot of attention. What JD Vance has done at DOJ is just as courageous and significantly impactful. So I am a massive JD Vance fan. I just honestly, and I've never said this on the record, but I don't know that JD Vance is more helpful as vice president than as the senator from Ohio. And I could be convinced otherwise, but if JD Vance were selected and they were to win, then Mike DeWine is going to appoint himself or another Mike DeWine to the Senate in Ohio. So, like, what would you rather have, Vice President Vance and Senator DeWine, or Senator Vance and like another really effective, energetic person as VP? I would love people's thoughts on that with those contours at play.
So that actually brings up a good point. And this is something that I was talking about with regarding Vivek Ramaswamy, because obviously he's going to have a future in Ohio politics, right? I firmly believe that Vivek is going to have a serious future in Ohio politics, maybe running for the House, possibly Senate. And if you pluck JD out of the Senate into VP territory, that does open it up. I think that Mike DeWine has actually taken some hits over recently, ever since really East Palestine. And then he's the culture wars.
What do you think the percentage is that a Mike DeWine would appoint a Vivek Ramaswamy? Because I believe that percentage is certainly in the single digits and potentially not even a crooked number.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way.
All right, JR. Go ahead, JR.
There's no way. Matt's spot on. Mike DeWine doesn't care. Mike DeWine will do whatever Mike DeWine wants to do. And Matt's spot on. That's the general consensus and concern from Ohioans. We'd love to see JD Vance as vice president, but we're scared to death of our tyrant governor.
Hey, it's great to hear from my friend JR Majewski. I went to Toledo. I love JR. I've endorsed JR. I usually don't endorse candidates like, super early, but JR got screwed. He was lied about. The Air Force broke the law to smear JR Majewski. And then when Democrats amplified that smear, the Republicans abandoned him because he was not a corporatist sellout like they typically like to populate the House of Representatives with. So, like, it is one of the most important races in the country for people to back JR. If there's any donation, there's thousands of people here. If you could make even a small donation to JR Majewski, because if JR gets the chance to tell his story, he is going to be in Congress. And you guys aren't going to be talking about me anymore. You're going to be talking about JR and all the good things he's doing.
JR, if you have the, I'll let you add on to that. But I just want to say, if you have like a link on your, like if you have any tweets that plug in your donation page, pin it to the top. We'll send people to it.
All right, thanks guys, and thanks Matt, man. You're an awesome dude, man, and I'm fortunate. I wish I was in Florida still, but we'd love to have you in Ohio again.
Hey man, if I'm able to make it on the calendar, you're an inspirational candidate, and this is the kind of guy who scares the establishment the most, because JR is not doing this job because he needs this job. JR is only running for Congress to be a patriot, and there are a lot of folks who I think would do a good job in Congress, but they haven't shown that capability to really beat the establishment. And when JR first ran in the primary, nobody gave him a chance, but the people in the Toledo area believed in him, and they pushed him through that primary. And but for an illegal action by the United States Air Force, lashed to a decision to abandon JR because he was an America First candidate, he would be wearing that pin, standing right next to me on every big fight. And I know that to my core. So he's going to have to fight both establishments again, it looks like, in this battle. But I just can't think of a more important race in the country.
So, Matt, this is going to be one of my questions here, because this is something that I've been working on for a while. I don't know if you've seen any of my tweets out here. I have been on Maui for weeks now, trying to cover this story out here, because it seems like,
dude, I've never. You've been on the island?
Yeah, I've been on the island. I've been reporting here for weeks now. I mean, we've been able to garner millions and millions of.
Nick, I know how you travel, and I'm worried about you. I've heard stories about you just like sleeping on benches in New York. Where?
Oh yeah.
Are you homeless right now in Maui?
Last night I did sleep in a truck, but this is how I operate.
Okay. Did you have the permission of the truck's owner?
Well, I didn't quite tell them that part. I left that part
Was it
out.
the
But
bed of the truck or was it the cab of the truck?
it's definitely the cab because there's too many weird people around that'll come up and ask me for money in the middle of the night when I'm like sleeping in the
Nick,
bed of the
you
truck. It's
didn't
like, you think
answer
I have
whether or
money? What
not
do you?
Nick, you
Huh?
didn't answer whether or not the owner knew you were in the truck.
No, well, that's what I have a Fifth Amendment for. I have some government official that's now asking me questions that might incriminate me. So I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. But what I will say here is it seems like, okay, so they're gonna give $60 billion to Ukraine. That's what they want to do. That's what the Senate wants to do. They also want to give another 14 point something billion to Israel, and then like 17% of that bill is actually border security. Okay, what is up with that?
No, it
Why am I?
wasn't. No, it wasn't. Border security, my ass. Out of that 17 billion, a ton of it was going to NGOs that were trafficking people into the interior of the country. A bunch of it was just going for additional processing.
Yeah, and that's crazy. I mean, once you see the endorsement from Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden of a bill like this, you know that it's a shitty ass bill because Joe Biden has the power to do a lot of the this. I mean, the guy could close the border tomorrow. He got into office and he immediately rescinded the national emergency at the border, and look at it now. I mean, it is a total shit show. But my point is, and Jr. knows a lot about this. Being an Ohio native, why can't we actually get federal support for Maui and East Palestine, Ohio? I mean, these people are suffering. I'm telling you, they're living on tents in the beach out here. I mean, it's crazy. They're being evicted, because they don't have any jobs anymore. What do we do, man?
Yeah, I have, tirelessly and at times unsuccessfully advocated to put these at the top of the priority list. And time and again, we've got the breathless desire for sending billions of dollars abroad. And here's what's actually going on right now in Congress. And the big fight has nothing to do with East Palestine or Maui, and that's actually a tragedy. McConnell's figured out that this Langford border deal is a real turd in the punch bowl, but all he's looking to do is get this Ukraine money out the door. And I think McConnell's figured out that Johnson really wants to do the Israel thing. And I like Mike Johnson. I have disagreed with him publicly in front of our conference at times, heatedly. But I do appreciate that even when I'm disagreeing with Mike, he is taking it in. He listens, and I'm getting the real guy fighting back with me and debating with me. But I'm like, Mike, right now we've got the high ground. Biden owns the border. He could fix the border, just like you said, Nick, by reinstituting the Trump policies. He's choosing not to. And we don't have to swallow some Ukraine thing. McConnell will reassemble the supplemental as everything except the bad Langford border stuff. And that might pass the Senate with like 70 votes. And you don't want to hear that, but without that stuff, it could, with Taiwan and the stockpiles and Ukraine and Israel, that could be about an $80 billion supplemental that could get as high as 80 votes. And Johnson believes that the best way to shoot a Death Star at that supplemental is to pass a standalone, unfunded Israel aid bill. Now, I support Israel's right to exist. I think they have a duty to obliterate Hamas. I've got their back in that. Doesn't really seem like they need our help feeding Hamas and Gaza into a wood chipper because what is the thing that Israel's like, we just don't have the capability to do it. They seem to have extensive capability. But look, if we got to reload some Iron Dome stuff, I'm all right with that. But I just don't think we should borrow money from China to do it. And I don't think that makes me a bad guy. I don't think we should have to borrow money from one country to give it to another and act like that makes us stronger. I think it makes us look like fools, actually, when we have a $34 trillion debt. And there were only, 13-ish Republicans who voted with me against this standalone Israel bill. And I'm wondering how they're going to go back to their districts and be like, dear people who elected me, I voted for us to go into more debt with our border open so that another country could secure theirs. Who does that?
Hey, Nick. Yes, Dr. Gorka, welcome. Thank you. Three things quickly. Number one, Matt does get the Troll of Congress award for that tweet. Number two, I can verify Nick's irregular sleeping habits after his transmission broke down when he was visiting DC in his Trans Am, and where he slept the night. And then, Matt, it's not strategic, and thanks for joining Nick's space tonight. Can you answer one question? Because this really pisses me off. Mike Gallagher was my intern at National Defense University when he was a lowly major in the Marine Corps. What the hell did he do today?
Dude, I love you, Dr. G. We're due for
We are.
an extended sit
We are.
down, brother.
We are.
So Mike Gallagher stands up this morning at conference and he makes this argument. I need a limiting principle. What is the limiting principle on impeachment? And if it's just that you're angry at someone or don't like them or think they've done a bad job, and then Gallagher argued, this is a case of mismanagement and incompetence. And he doesn't believe that incompetence is impeachable. By the way, on the principle, I agree. I actually don't think that you should impeach on incompetence. An area where I disagreed with many of my Republican friends is the Afghanistan withdrawal that was botched that ended up in 13 dead Americans. Like, Joe Biden didn't wake up that day and say, I want 13 Americans to die. They're just utterly incompetent.
Right.
So I don't know that Afghanistan was impeachable. Whereas this they actually wake up every day to try to get more people into the country. And the limiting principle is they are defying the law to commit a crime. If you defy the law to commit a crime, that is impeachable. So that was the debate that happened this morning. I have sat next to Mike Gallagher for 7 years on the Armed Services Committee. I know him quite well. I had the sense this morning he was a hard no.
And then Langford, was he just promised something by Mitch? Do you have any visibility on that?
I just think.
Oh no, phone call?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Oh.
I was just gonna say, that the way he was talking before about how there has to be a limiting principle. Like, at what point does somebody get impeached for failure?
Hold on, Kevin. Go ahead, Congressman. You get a phone call? Matt?
What's up?
Oh, we lost you there. You were explaining Langford, and then we lost your mic.
Oh yeah, no, it was because my wife was calling me, so I got to call her back in a hot second. Or she's gonna think I'm doing something worse than being on Twitter Spaces. But yeah, I think
bring her in too. I like her. I like her opinion.
Oh yeah, no,
she's got some hot
great,
takes
but
too.
she's in Chicago right now, and I'm in DC, so I was able to eat all the food she doesn't let me eat when we're hanging out together. Don't record that and post it. But yeah, to answer Seb's question, I think Langford just got walked off the plank, and he's a beta, and that's probably why Mitch selected him for this kamikaze mission. But it didn't really achieve anything other than exposing Langford to someone who's willing to accept amnesty and a whole lot of trouble on the border. So Mitch just wants the Ukraine deal. Mitch doesn't care about the border one way or the other. He doesn't care if it's closed. He doesn't care if it's open. He'd probably prefer it be open because then the Fortune 100 companies who float him would have cheap labor. But it's not a big deal. Mitch believes that the Ukraine thing is a legacy thing for him, on par with or even greater than the Supreme Court. And he will do anything for that. And what we can't, balance, we can't be so for unpaid for Israel aid that we're willing to swallow any turd on Ukraine.
Crazy.
Okay, so
Thanks,
I have to ask this question to Representative Matt Gaetz. So if I happen to have infiltrated the left-wing affinity groups and came across internal documents as well as their secret Zoom meetings where federal government bureaucrats, including national security officials, former Obama appointees, people high level in our government were in these video calls committing acts of subversion and possibly treason, Hatch Act violations, talking about subverting our government from within.
Out of the race. We the very
is true, which is you can't
down DC and T
has nothing to do with East Palestine or Maui, and really wants to do the like he is taking the border, just the bad that could be own in Gaza, but I just don't get more dead.
Number one, when he was Mike Gallagher,
For an extent, and if it's just teachable. By the way, Joe Biden didn't wake up that day and say, "I want 13 Americans to die." They're just utterly incompetent.
right.
So
But
I
this,
don't know
but
that
this is, but,
Afghanistan was
yeah,
impeachable.
but
Whereas
this is
like
this
they
is
actually
conscious.
wake up every day to
Right.
try to get more people into the country. And the limiting principle is they are defying the law to commit a crime. If you defy the law to commit a crime, that is impeachable. So that was the debate that happened this morning. I have sat next to Mike Gallagher for 7 years on the Armed Services Committee. I know him quite well. I had the sense this morning he was a hard no.
And then Langford, was he just promised something by Mitch? Do you have any visibility on that?
I just think.
oh no, phone call.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Oh,
I was just gonna say, that the way he was talking before about how there has to be a limiting principle. Like, at what point does somebody get
Congressman,
impeached
hold
for
on, Kevin.
failure?
Hold on, Kevin. Go ahead,
yeah,
Congressman. You
we
get a phone
lost
call?
you, Matt.
What's up?
Oh, we lost you there. You were explaining Langford, and then we lost your mic.
Oh yeah, no, it was because my wife was calling me, so I got to call her back in a hot second. Or she's gonna think I'm doing something worse than being on Twitter Spaces. But yeah, I think
bring her in too. I like her. I like her opinion.
Oh yeah, no,
she's got some hot
great,
takes
but
too.
she's in Chicago right now, and I'm in DC, so I was able to eat all the food she doesn't let me eat when we're hanging out together. Don't record that and post it. But yeah, to answer Seb's question, I think Langford just got walked off the plank, and he's a beta, and that's probably why Mitch selected him for this kamikaze mission. But it didn't really achieve anything other than exposing Langford to someone who's willing to accept amnesty and a whole lot of trouble on the border. So Mitch just wants the Ukraine deal. Mitch doesn't care about the border one way or the other. He doesn't care if it's closed. He doesn't care if it's open. He'd probably prefer it be open because then the Fortune 100 companies who float him would have cheap labor. But it's not a big deal. Mitch believes that the Ukraine thing is a legacy thing for him, on par with or even greater than the Supreme Court. And he will do anything for that. And what we can't, balance, we can't be so for unpaid for Israel aid that we're willing to swallow any turd on Ukraine.
Crazy.
Okay, so
Thanks,
I have to ask this question to Representative Matt Gaetz. So if I happen to have infiltrated the left-wing affinity groups and came across internal documents as well as their secret Zoom meetings where federal government bureaucrats, including national security officials, former Obama appointees, people high level in our government were in these video calls committing acts of subversion and possibly treason, Hatch Act violations, talking about subverting our government from within, and doing this to subvert the office of the presidency and interfere in the 2020 election, as well as passing out internal documents that they had a contingency plan to physically take over the Capitol, to shut down the Capitol on January 6th to prevent the Electoral College vote, as well as them on video talking about these things. Is that something that you and others in the House would like to look further into and investigate?
Here's what I would say about that. My DMs are open. and I got a roll to call my wife back, but I will very likely be back here if you guys are still rolling in a bit. So take it easy.
Oh, we'll be
And
going, man. You know what? You got to keep in
Matt,
mind, Matt. Like
your
it,
DMs are not open to me. I think you'll have to follow me to do that. So I
all
can't
right, all right,
DM
all
you
right.
right
I
now.
just did it. All right, I
Awesome.
Matt,
followed
I'll
you
be
back.
sending
it's
you
6
stuff.
p.m. here, and I'm sleeping in the back of a pickup truck. It's still night, so like I'm gonna be going for a while here. So yeah, come on back.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You said that you were in the cab of the pickup truck earlier.
Oh,
What
but
did you
it's still
do
nice
to
out. You
have
don't
you
get the
end up in
creepers
the
yet.
bed of the pickup truck instead of the cab of the pickup truck, Nick?
No, the pickup truck is my bed, Matt. What are you talking about?
Are you sleeping on the volcano again tonight, Nick?
Yeah, I did do that, and then all of a sudden they, ended up there was a what was it that night or something like that? They turned it to a code orange on the volcano. I mean, it was something crazy like that. But anyway, yeah, I mean that's the story of my life.
Nick,
Anyway,
next time you're in New York and you need a place to sleep, can you not pick a bench and just call me?
So
I'll take you up on that one because man, I'm
Yeah,
telling
so
bro.
you,
I don't need you
the
getting. I don't need you
hotels
getting
are.
stabbed with a heroin needle.
all right. So real quick.
Aaron was
What
there.
Millie?
Aaron knows.
Yeah.
Oh.
What Millie just asked of Matt Gaetz was actually very important because if you guys watched the hearings today, he was actually grilling down on Norm Eisen. Norm Eisen is a color revolution specialist in this country. He's also part of Lawfare. He's part of this Crew and 65 Project. The same Norm Eisen that was involved in a lot of things that happened on January 6th. What you guys just heard right there, based on Millie Weaver's investigation, is probably going to break this entire fucking thing open completely. And so the fact that Matt was like, "Holy shit, I know what this is," because I was messaging Matt and Millie. I was like, "Hey, saw your thing with Norm Eisen today. You fucking crushed it." He's like, "This guy is abject evil." I'm like, "Yeah, he fucking is. Here's why he is." And then what Millie just did right there, guys, I'm just telling you, just buckle up over the next 6 months, because if this actually makes it to like the national population conversation, you guys are going to rethink what you saw on January 6th. You're seeing Darren Beatty, Dan Bongino, Julie Kelly, a lot of people talking about the January 6th pipe bomber story. I'm telling you, what happened there, what happened just now is massive. And if Matt's following you, Millie, and you can send this to him, because I've been talking to him about it as well. I'm like, hey, take a look at this. Take a look at this. He had Norm Eisen in Congress today and absolutely fried the guy. He threw him against the wall, and it was just a start. Like, Nick, this is massive, what you just
Yeah.
heard.
No, it is huge, and he did follow me, so I am going to be DMing him this information. But
Oh,
basically, just to give you guys a little bit of like a background on this investigation. Essentially, I infiltrated the radical leftist affinity groups, some of the really big names. Started with the Sunrise Movement as like the vector point, got in there, shut down DC, BLM, all these other big leftist affinity groups. They were coordinating with members inside of our federal government, high level, okay, as well as like university professors, people that even like a DEI employee for NASA, people working in national security, lieutenant colonels of the Air Force. I mean, government employees, former Obama, people working in Obama's White House, okay. So they were working with these leftist radical protest groups, literally calling each other comrades and, talking about being in solidarity with each other in this Zoom call. And it's all on video. I put a thread out. The thread went semi-viral, not completely. But it really needs to get more traction, guys, because I mean, literally, it's out of their mouths. These people were subverting President Trump. They were subverting the US government. What they were doing was criminal. I mean, they were talking about intentionally leaking to their media allies. And if you remember, all those leaks that plagued Trump, this was the network of federal government employees. This was the swamp that was doing it. I actually caught these guys, and their own internal documents evidence it all. They started subverting him as early as in 2016 in November, like shortly after he won in 2016. So before he was even inaugurated, they started subverting him. But leading up to right before the 2020 election, that's when this call took place that I captured. And they were also wargaming out scenarios, essentially utilizing some of like the transition integrity projects wargaming scenarios. And they were planning for a situation specifically where Trump contested the election results because of massive mail-in ballots. Okay, and how do they know, right? And they were pre-planning to call it a coup. They were pre-planning to refuse to work with Trump's appointees and to only work with Biden's transition team. I mean, they were talking about, continuing to subvert from within, obviously in this call, but their internal documents also show that they actually had a contingency plan in the event of a constitutional crisis on January 6th to physically go in and stage protests inside the Capitol and to make it physically impossible for Congress to meet. And they had basically a detailed ArcGIS map of the Capitol, that was their target. In their Zoom calls, they were talking about shutting off the like blocking the tunnels or the subways so that members couldn't leave. I mean, it's pretty crazy. And this is stuff that I was actually reporting. I was sending reports to Secret Service, the DC Metro Police, DHS, because one of their DHS sized employees was actually in the call. And these agencies did nothing to prevent it from happening, guys. They were being told about this before January 6th, and they did nothing to stop it. Okay. And these groups also had operations where they were funneling their radicalists that hated Trump into these 501c3 poll worker staffing organizations that were specifically targeting swing states, okay, to make sure that they were counting the votes. All the while, internally, they were sharing a bunch of other election related material, including like um, maps of the ballot ratios in swing states, and maps where they were keeping track of each lawsuit that they were filing, because they were filing lawsuits to make sure they got enough voters back on the voter rolls. And they also had a document that they shared regarding printing ballots, okay, and making sure you use the right ink. I'm not even like, I'm not kidding you guys. I put this stuff out there. It's just, it's been so censored. And it even came out that in the Twitter files, when I put out the Sunrise Zoom call video that's still pinned to the top of my Twitter account, it was revealed in Twitter files that that content right there was number 8 in the top 10 most censored hashtags and stories on Twitter, with almost 500,000 tweets being removed. So they did not want this information getting out, and they worked hard at suppressing it. So this is why we need somebody like Representative Matt Gaetz to actually do something with this information.
And not only that, Millie and Nick, I saw you on mute. I'm going to come back to you. I don't want to take over your space, but the reason that Millie and I wanted to bring it up with Congressman Gaetz in the space is because he actually had Norm Eisen in Congress today and grilling the fuck out of him, and that's just actually getting started. Like people like Norm Eisen, David Brock, Michael Teeter, the 65 Project crew, American Bridge, Share Blue, all these different groups that had actually organized in 2017 when Donald Trump was elected. Like, listen, you guys know I'm a Trump supporter. That's fine. But that's actually not why I'm here talking about this. The reason that I want to talk about this specifically is because there are a lot of people, even who disagree with us for presidential candidates. Jenna Ellis is one of them. The 65 Project went after her. The same 65 Project that Michael Teeter was the executive director of. The same 65 Project that Michael Teeter was a director of, that went after any attorneys that were making any kind of election challenges, that tried to get her disbarred from Colorado bar. Like, it's not okay. And like a lot of these people, that what they've done and what Millie found in the Sunrise Zoom calls, I don't really give a shit what you guys think of who the presidential candidate should be. These are conversations that actually need to be had, because we have the documents. We saw the subversion. There was a actual coordination between Department of Homeland Security, these left-wing, horizontally aligned affinity groups like BLM, Shutdown DC, Antifa, Sunrise Movement, by the way, the same Sunrise Movement that populated Kevin McCarthy's office while he was still Speaker of the House, the same Sunrise Movement that occupied the Senate chamber building, the same Sunrise Movement that occupied many of these different branches of governments post January 6th, were actually involved in conversations on video in these Zoom calls with Department of Homeland Security, intel community contractors. And all these people had actually waged a war on the American people, Nick. I'm sorry. I just, with what she's talking about, I just wanted to kind of add on to it, Nick. I know this space is not about that. We can have other spaces about it. There's going to be additional reporting on it. But I just want to paint the picture of why the fuck it matters that Matt Gaetz was grilling Norm Eisen on the Congress floor today and why that's so important. This is the same Norm Eisen that was involved in the lawfare. Yeah. All right, Nick, go ahead.
No.
Sorry.
Let's put a space on it. We definitely should, because I do think it's big news, especially if
Yeah,
you talk to the congressman about it. Millie, I'm going to give you a suggestion here. When you create the DM with him, make sure that it's an encrypted DM. Do that for sure, because people are definitely going to watch about this. And yes, I do know I'm getting 15 messages, lots of comments about this, because I do read your comments, guys. Bottom right hand corner. Even if you're insulting me, even if you don't like my face, even if you think I look like mayonnaise in my picture, it's
The
whatever you want to
catcher's
say.
mitt's my favorite. The
If you
catcher's
guys
mitt's my
want
favorite
to
one.
see the thread so you guys can see the evidence for yourself, it's in the highlights on my X page.
Okay, cool. So,
Wait, Nick,
The
did you just
evidence
say
that Nick
someone
looks like
said you
mayonnaise.
look like mayonnaise?
yeah, I said I look like I'm moisturized with mayonnaise. Yeah, I've heard it before. I mean, it's true. I mean, that's
I
what
guess
happens.
it's
Well, Nick,
And
I
yet
just
you're
want to
still
say,
more brown than Nikki Haley.
I am still more brown
Nick,
than Nikki Haley. You are correct.
I just want to say your facial hair is coming in very nice, though.
Well, dude, you're
You can
living
see it
on the
now. I
beach.
forgot to bring a razor out here, and I've been out here for 2.5 weeks or something.
You're living
But
on the beach. You should be pretty tan.
I'm just saying it looks sexy.
I am now. Yeah, no, I look like a lobster at this point. But yeah, I want to kind of go back to the original point of the space while we await Matt Gaetz' return and Lou Dobbs as well. So that'll be kind of interesting. And we also have Scott Presler in the audience, and maybe we can convince him to come up. Maybe if you
And maybe convince him to run
maybe if
for
you
RNC
tag him
chair.
enough. Right, exactly. That's kind of the goal at the end of the day. But Justin Hart, welcome to the stage. You're a hater. So
Oh
I
no,
know
I love you,
you're
Nick.
an
Oh, it's been so
establishment
long.
hack.
I haven't been on Spaces for quite some time because I had a newborn
You've
child
been
here, and
excommunicated. That's why.
yeah,
Okay, congrats.
pretty much that's right. So,
Congrats on the new child.
thank you, friend.
You are
Appreciate it.
repopulating the earth solely.
Well, someone's got to because it's one of the problems we have here. So
Yeah. All right, Scott or Scott, Justin.
well, let me. Just a
Who do
couple
you like?
thoughts on this.
Lindsey Graham. You seem like a Lindsey Graham kind of guy for
No,
RNC
not at
chair.
all. Not at all. Like the challenge that you have at the RNC. There are a couple things. So first of all, just full disclosure, I've been in politics for 25 years, mostly behind the scenes. I ran Chuck DeVore's campaign, who was part of the whole Tea Party movement in 2010. I've been on multiple campaigns. I brought in late to the campaign on the Romney campaign. I was on the Romney campaign. I've worked all over politics. And now I do political fundraising over, digital mediums. So, and one of the challenges that the RNC had is a couple things. Well, first of all, whenever a candidate wins the nomination, Bush, Dole, McCain, Romney, and Trump, right? They typically take over the RNC, right? Their staff becomes basically dictating where the money goes. Their state party officials, their state organizations become the RNC, and they merge together. And it's quite the feat. I mean, you really need, but from the time the convention is there, basically the nominee runs that whole thing. The challenge that you had in 2016 is that Trump came with zero organization. There was no sort of state ground games. There were a couple state party people and everything else there, but it was such a quick move that he seriously was just, there was not that traditional thing. And the RNC is really framed in that framework. And so
Justin, just give me your endorsement here.
No,
That's not Lindsey Graham.
the endorsement for them? No, I think what I've said before, I thought it was going to be, it's going to be within the committee, guys. You're not going to have an outsider come in and be the head of the chairman. That's just not the way the structure works there. And as much as I love Scott Presler, I think he does some great things. He doesn't want this job. This is not a thankful job, right? I mean,
well, he may not want it, but we're going to convince him. That's the
no,
whole,
but I mean,
the
like
whole
this.
point of
This
this
is
space.
not where you want Scott in this job. This is a job that is just a lot of shaking hands. It's a lot of travel. He would be
But
pulled
it
away.
doesn't have to be, Justin. That's the point. Like, why do we have to have
Guys,
this?
do you understand how things work? I mean, this is an organizational.
I understand how things work, but Justin, it's not working. Okay, nothing is working right now. The things like you might say that, but we can't keep doing business as usual. We can't raise any money. We're having to take a $10 million credit line out during an election year. It's not working. We have to do something different.
Well,
It's time
and that's
for the
why I'm saying
outsider
that
candidate.
the thing that is not working is basically what happened in 2016. Is that the Trump campaign came in, they had an organization, so basically the RNC had to pick up the pace and say, I guess our state organizations are
The
going to be
RNC didn't
Trump's.
do shit for the Trump 2016 campaign. They worked against
No,
him. I mean,
that's just not the case. That's just not the case, Nick. Okay, so look, and this is the weird thing, right? We have this basically person who has been the incumbent, but they're not the incumbent because they lost the last election. So we've never really been through this scenario in the modern era, and basically you have people at the NRSC who are installed there with Trump. The NRCC is basically behind Trump, and Trump is going to put in some guy. It'll probably be the head of the GOP in North Carolina. I actually thought it was going to be Ed Broyhill of North Carolina. I think he does a good job too. I think the current guy they're talking about, Mike Whiteley, has a lot of respect of the team there, as I understand it, at the RNC, and I think he'd be a good pick too. I think that's probably who it's going to be because Trump has to feel comfortable in who he's going to have there. He needs someone that's going to be, sort of producing what he thinks is going to be done there. And the challenge that you have is that they're coming from behind, right? And they have to sort of retool the entire thing. And look, as far as fundraising goes, I will tell you, in 2016, the fundraising that you had for Trump was very good. It wasn't like Tea Party expectations, groundswell, grassroots thing. It was very powerful because it was so quick and so unexpected, right? But the 2020 fundraising, there has never been a year like that. It was the most incredible foray. If you pull down the FEC reports from the Trump campaign or even the RNC, and you see the massive wave of individuals who are giving $10 and $20 and just poured in, right? It's this massive. If you look on a chart, it's this huge, massive wave. And then he lost the election, and the fundraising kept going until about December 14th when he lost the last statutory legal official that he had. They certified the vote. And then after January 6th, fundraising died. I have to tell you, I've been in fundraising for 25 years. I have never, ever seen a fundraising thing go flatline for a month or more until after January 6th. It was a depressing time.
Well, we had a total tard as our RNC chairperson, but I do want to, you mentioned that the NRCC is backing Trump, that they're all in for Donald Trump. JR, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think the NRCC is actively recruiting anti-Trump candidates. I mean, it's playing out perfectly in multiple races in Ohio, especially mine. I mean, I'm up in the primary poll by 19 points, and the jackasses at the NRCC, not only did they,
Well, who did Trump endorse in that race there? I mean, they're in the Senate race. He endorsed Moreno. He endorsed. Look, the record that Trump has from 2022.
Let me finish.
Let JR go.
Let me finish.
You can respond.
So Trump endorsed me last cycle. I know he endorsed Bernie Moreno, but you have the NRCC by way of Dan Constant running push polls, insinuating that I lied about my military service when I would say the entire base in this country understands that McCarthy in cahoots with the DCCC, set me up. They lied about my military service, forged my signature, stole my social security number, and got my entire military record and lied by omission, and cost me a winnable seat last cycle. And here they are recruiting candidates now. They've got Johnson sleepwalking at the wheel, running to Trump with a push poll that is essentially saying that I can't win the general election. I mean, and I'm not the only case. I mean, there's multiple cases of this, and
No, I totally agree. I think actually you would be a far better candidate than Marino in many ways. But I mean, look, this is the challenge that you have is
well, I
that
mean, Marino's
Trump
running for
has picked these
Senate, so I
winners.
mean,
Well, right, no, but I'm talking about in general in Ohio. There, I think any sort of veteran will do very well in that, and I wish that people would pay more attention to that. I think that's great. I'd love to see what you can bring to the table. But in the end, I think the fundraising issue is both sort of a structural issue. And it's not one that Rona created, and it's not necessarily one that Trump created. It's just a crazy mess that they dealt with. But the main issue, guys, is grassroots fundraising has not come back. It has not come back.
Because Ronna Romney is not. I mean, she literally is ignoring one of our most effective grassroots,
what's that?
activists on the ground. Huh?
Well, I mean,
Scott?
America First Incumbents.
She
America
won't even
First
talk
Incumbents
to
aren't
Scott
having
Presler.
issues.
We're on what two? I'm sorry. We're on day 297 of just trying to get a response to a simple tweet, from Scott Presler. Luckily, he doesn't have to do that anymore because she's now irrelevant.
Well, look. In the end, the chairman is going to come from one of the committeemen. It's not going to come from the outside. If it does, it'll be maybe it'll be Congressman McCarthy. I don't know. We'll just see. But I think look, who you pick and who you choose to pick. Look, we're in this really interesting position. The House is going to be very tight, right? And thanks, frankly, to Matt Gaetz, we went from like a 12-seat margin to like 5-seat margin.
Right? Because McCarthy rage quit, right?
Because of a lot of things. But then in the end, what we have to do, we have this incredible opportunity right now where we could win 4 to 7 Senate seats. We really could. But again, we have Trump interceding again, just like he did in the 2022 election, where he opted for Don Bolduc, he opted for Herschel Walker, he opted for Mehmet Oz. I mean, JR, you'll appreciate this. He chose Mehmet Oz over McCormick, right? And now McCormick, maybe he wouldn't beat Fetterman, but I think he'd have a much better chance, and he's got this great veteran quality to him. And again, you see this issue where he chose Lake over Masters now, and then the entire
Justin, are
Arizona.
You still on the Never Trump train at this point? Look, Matt.
I'm on the truth
friends,
train
right?
and data. I'm on the truth train and data.
Right.
So,
okay. So
Rick,
that's why
Nick,
you're
Nick,
all
let me
in on
say,
Nikki Haley. I get it.
Nikki
there's
Haley,
not enough wars going on.
I couldn't care less about Nikki Haley. Okay, and I'm a dutiful Republican. So
you want to nuke Detroit?
In the end, I'm a dutiful Republican, and I will absolutely pull the trigger for Trump if he is the nominee. But here is the record, guys. Since 2016,
he pretty much is the nominee, though. So why keep shit talking him?
Because you need to know the truth. You need to know what deficit we're in. We went from 34 governors to 24 governors. We went from 68 state legislative chambers to 55 state legislators. We went from 241 houses to 19. We went from 52 senators to 49 senators. We don't have the presidency. Here's the big one you guys don't know about. There's something in politics we call a trifecta. That's where one party owns the governor's house and both bicameral parties of either the assembly or the Senate.
Okay, so I need to get some.
The end of it is right here. The Democrats went from 5 trifectas to 17. Something we are doing since Trump came into power is not working. And it's you could definitely lay it at Rona's feet. But you have to admit there are things at Trump's feet that he made in decisions that definitely hurt our party.
Justin, I'd be more than happy to explain one of the trifecta losses because I live in one of those trifecta losses where we lost the trifecta in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And a large portion of that was the fact that we had a Republican Party of Kentucky whose headquarters is literally named the Mitch McConnell building, working against the incumbent governor of Kentucky, Matt Bevin, largely because in retaliation to the fact that in 2014 he waged a primary run against Senator McConnell. I mean, this notion that the next chair is going to come from the inside, you're probably right. If it has to come from the inside, I'm going to wholeheartedly endorse Tyler Boyer because he's someone who's on the inside who's actually really competent, really capable of doing his job. I see he's thumbs downing me for that. But you know what? The man deserves the position because he's qualified for it.
Tyler, you seem like an energetic guy. how many people have you managed in your career, like beyond politics? I wasn't sure your background even.
I run Turning Point I run Turning Point USA for 8 years. We have 400 full-time staff. We're going to have over 1,000
awesome.
people this year.
You're not going to convince anybody here, Justin, that Tyler has not been effective.
I think I'm not saying he's effective. I'm saying is he like nobody wants this job. The last people to have this
want
job,
the job. Let me just be very clear.
Yeah, exactly.
I want the job like I want a bullet in my head, which is probably
exactly.
He knows trying to give me the job. I would get a bullet in my head probably.
And I'm at these RNC meetings just as a vendor here and there. I've gone occasionally, and I'm like, boy, this is not a job I want either. So I envy you, Tyler. You put up with a lot of stuff there, so it should be interesting. So.
I put up with a lot of stuff too. I've been listening to your bullshit for 10 minutes now.
Come on,
so like
I bring the facts, Nick. You know I always bring the facts. I don't talk about this orange hair. And I don't talk about anything else. I just talk about the facts, right? I say
I gotta push back on you a little bit here, Justin.
Of losing.
On throwing it at Trump's feet here, because really, what's happening is that the RNC has completely failed to understand the data game. Completely failed. The Democrats are way out ahead with Act Blue. They've been way out ahead with Change.org being a massive data collection going on. And we are falling down because we can't figure out how to centralize our data and then share it with people. And this is only coming to fruition because, yeah, you're right, something shifted with Trump. The Republican Party stopped serving the corporate interests more, and more grassroots voters came along. But then the RNC had no tools in place to capture that data and then use it to win elections into the future. So now it's fallen to each individual candidate to be able to turn out the vote, and there's nothing there for them to do that because they don't have the data.
Yeah, I would say you're actually very close. I think you're very spot on. The biggest challenge that the RNC has versus the DNC, and this was absolutely the case. Mike, I cut my teeth first in the technology space and then went into politics. I have to tell you, more than anything else, the biggest differential between the success of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party is the Republicans hire political people first and technologists second. The DNC does it the opposite way. It was the most frustrating thing during the Romney campaign when we had like 3 guys on our team of Google Analytics. And we look across the way, Obama's got like 30, right? I mean, these are people, and they were all technologists. They were all coming over from Google. Whereas we had a couple of people who had interned for whatever organization. And that's fine. That's where our energy is. But it's a big gap because we always, on the Republican side, we always look to political people first, and then we hope that they learn technical skills.
Well, and it's not just political people being brought in that way, but it's you are scaring away the very same young talent. I mean, who wants to go volunteer for Mitch McConnell? I mean, here in Kentucky, our GOP, nobody wants to go volunteer and work for that. So all the young talent that can develop these things and has these ideas, they're not coming to the Republican Party. They're either going over to, funny enough, the Democrat Party, or they think it's cool and edgy to go be a libertarian. And we're not rolling out any kind of messaging to these younger people. I mean, Turning Point is, but they're over here trying to fight against what? This idea that the RNC is doing nothing but reinforcing that it's a bunch of old people out of touch that don't give a care about them.
And let's further talk about what happens in the Republican Party, speaking in Kentucky, when young people do stand up, people who have technical skills, but they speak out against the powers that be who fundamentally do not represent the Republican Party as it presently stands. We had Asa Hutchinson elected as the Hart County GOP chair in 2021 at the ripe age of 21. This guy is a kid getting involved, and he criticizes Mitch McConnell for his vote on the Biden infrastructure bill. And in response, the Republican Party of Kentucky membership committee comes in and unilaterally removes him from his seat. He's most likely, by the way, going to be the next state representative in his district. Thank God for that, because he's actually an America First conservative who gives a crap about our Constitution. But the reality is, the party comes in and openly sabotages people who are too conservative for the Republican Party at the time, and that's just, it's absurd to me. we've got to realize, like, if you want young talent to come in, you have to have a party that excites young talent. And being moderate isn't the answer to that. The people in my generation, I'm 25 years old, I'm running for state representative as a Republican. We crave the truth. We crave America first. We crave someone that actually puts American sovereignty and dedication to our Constitution above all else. And we're seeing it happen with younger people. I mean, Andrew Cooperrider is a young conservative who is bringing in
Nah, he's not that young.
energy that
I
the
mean, he's
Republicans.
got to be.
I mean,
He's
yeah,
getting up
he
there
might.
now.
I mean,
Whoa,
my
whoa, whoa!
general
By
joke that I like
Republican
to
Party
say,
standards, I am still considered a youth. I'm under 40.
but like the generally one of my favorite lines that I like to make toward people is, I would tell you a joke about Social Security, but you'll probably never get it. I can't make that joke toward Andrew because he's at that age where he might actually get Social Security, but at the end of the day, we are scaring away young people because we're so focused on supporting a power structure that fundamentally hates our American identity. And that's just not what we need. We do need ideological shifting in the Republican Party to not be less conservative, but to be more conservative, to be more America
I
first.
mean,
And that's the direction we're moving in, thank God. But it's not moving fast enough. And the RNC and the state parties overwhelmingly are not listening to us. Thank God we have these like oases, like my local county Republican Party that is going very much in the America First direction. But there's so much work to be done, and we can't do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result like we've done with Rana. That's the definition of insanity.
I mean, TJ, just look at like the conventions, right? Like Turning Point USA is fun, it's cheap, it's young people, it's lively, it's a good time. You go to CPAC, it is boring as all hell. It is crazy expensive. It's
Dude,
in the
it's
middle of the
not
swamp.
boring unless you must be going to the wrong places in CPAC
It's
because
boring, Nick.
there's
CPAC is,
CPAC is
dude, I'm the
boring.
youngest person
it's
at
boring
CPAC.
if you're in the wrong spots.
I have to
It's
agree with
not.
him.
It's boring, Nick.
Yeah, right.
Like in the convention hall.
It's
I
all
love
Look,
very boring.
I love how
come on,
George thought he
Tyler.
was
Is it
talking
anything
to.
like AmFest at all, man? I need like 3 AmFests a year because I got to get everything out of me to the open bar
Nick,
concept is
Nick,
fantastic at
you're
these
a
events.
No,
political junkie.
Nick,
You
it's
love
just
this
about
shit.
Nick, it's just
I
about
do
the
love this shit.
contrast between the old and the new. Turning Point is new. It's fun. It has country music stars there. They have like Brantley
Turning
Gilbert
Point
last
is
year.
annoying too.
Well, so are
What?
you, but we love you anyway.
Well, that's too bad.
All right, all
Only
right,
I'm
all
allowed
right,
to
all right.
only I'm allowed to say that to George.
Yeah,
Also, George
okay, guys.
Santos
Yeah,
might be annoying, but he would have voted to impeach Mayorkas, so that makes up for
right.
everything.
Yeah, let's
Shit,
just make it
shit would
very
have been
clear. Y'all bitches missed my ass yet?
man. You
One
trying
I
to
gotta
bottle
run.
the
I
Budweiser?
have missed
Oh,
you. I
okay, guys. There are 5 of you talking at the same time, and it just screeched through my headphones. So let's try one at a time. And if your name isn't Justin, you're welcome to speak on this. I'm just kidding.
I have
Yeah,
missed you
besides
every
Justin,
day.
people give me shit. I'm just letting everybody know. People give me shit. I like to bring up people with other opinions because number one, it's more entertaining for me. I can yell back and forth at them. And it's like I do respect them, right? I mean, they have their own viewpoints. It's like sometimes I think they're kind of bullshit. Like I respect Chris Lash up here on stage. I appreciate him being here. We definitely don't see eye to eye, but that's politics.
What do we
So.
disagree
Uh,
on?
no, I don't know. I mean,
Nick.
are you back on? Are you back on the Trump
Nick.
train? Hi, George.
Oh,
Nick. I had dinner with Chris the other day. I just met him for the first time. I don't.
hey,
Oh,
Hey,
George.
Chris.
sweet.
So real quick, I'm just gonna say this. We all gotta put this bullshit aside because we're on one team. I don't want to hear this. You supported DeSantis. You supported the Zach. You support. I don't care. If last I checked, Chris and Dana have been leading the conservative movement before I was even out of diapers. And I'm not trying to be a dick here on age. I'm just being like they set the foundation. They set the foundation for guys like you and I, Nick, to actually be. They crawled on glass so that we can run. So
we gotta respect a little bit of the differences of opinions we might have here and there, and even Chad down there. There's so many people who crawled over glass and ate shit for years in order for guys like us to have a smart mouth and come here on these fancy technological fucking platforms to communicate. So I give even though I disagree with the DeSantis support, I respect Chris. So, and I didn't know them at all, which was very funny. Uh, and then I got looped into some very fucking weird cryptic shit between him and Vish Burra and his wife Dana. And then I wake up to this. I'm like, what the fuck is a pimp hand? And, and it ended up at dinner. So I'm very thankful that it was a funny small world situation. But we all we're
Absolutely.
all on the same page. Like, look, Nick, I love you. I rescued you from being in trouble in the Capitol, so you owe me this one. This is me. This is
Oh,
me
that's a
asking for
long
payback.
story, guys.
This is
Oh
me
no.
asking.
Oh
This is
no.
me cashing in my chips, Nick. So cut that shit. I rescued your ass
Hey,
in
Oh
the
god.
Capitol.
We're gonna have to talk about this here shortly. This is a good story. I haven't posted about it yet
Nick, under the
because
advice of Nick, under the advice of counsel,
TJ.
stop talking.
Yeah.
You would have
All right.
needed
as the
counsel if I didn't step in. So where the fuck were you, counsel?
Objection to the extent that it seeks a violation of the attorney-client privilege.
You're saying it's a little speculative.
But anyway, I don't even remember what
Chris
I was
is
doing here. But
trying to
no, no,
get
no.
a
I do
well,
word
have to
in,
ask.
Nick. Let Chris get his
I do
word
have
in.
to. Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm
Chris.
being
Go ahead.
respectful. I'm
I'm
being
sorry. Go ahead.
respectful.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm being respectful of the youth. Evidently, I'm the oldest guy in this space, so
Oh no,
at
Chad just
53.
walked in. Hold his beer.
Okay, there we go. George, by the way, it was delightful having dinner with you, and thanks for manning up and sitting down and meeting people that you didn't know. And we all walked away having new friends, if I'm not mistaken. So I really liked it. And you're right, Dana and I have been doing this for decades, and we've never been in with the establishment. Not once. They've always hated us. We've always been on the outside. Our favorite motto is we love not going to DC, also love not going to New York. I think that's where people go to
That's just
have
prejudice. No, don't. Stop while
people.
you're ahead. Don't say what you're gonna say about New York. I'm gonna be offended. I don't care what it is you're
New
gonna
York
say.
smells like piss and pretzels.
Oh
Uh,
fuck, it's true.
but the pretzels are good. Hey,
Disavow.
I I want to say this to young cats like TJ. I'm not trying to dad anybody. Tyler, you've known me for a few years.
Do you
Uh,
want us to call you daddy? I have
no.
kids.
Oh no, 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 no.
Marjorie knows me. Uh, Dana and I are going to stand on the side of liberty every single time. I'm not trying to talk for my wife, but uh,
We
we
we gotta bring Dana in here sometime because she's pretty
at
based.
at some point she's the most
You
based
can't
person
afford her, Nick.
Yeah, yeah.
on
You're
the
you're
planet.
correct.
No, Dana will do this kind of stuff.
No, no. As her new agent, I will vouch for her.
I will tell you what she does though. She does about 8 hours of research every day for the 3 hours of radio that she does. And then if she's doing a 5 minute thing on Fox, she'll put another hour and a half just for that. But nobody works like she does, which
No, I
is
agree. I just wing it. They tell me, that I got to be on Fox and Friends at 8 a.m. I'm getting up at
Yeah, and
7:55.
that's why you need to get rescued from your ringing.
I, I do want to say this though. The RNC problems, I do think, stem from Rona being propped up long past her expiration date. Uh, I'm in the crowd that was wanting to get rid of her, 4 years ago, 8 years ago. Maybe
I
she
never
shouldn't even
wanted
ever
her
had the
in.
job.
Chris, you wanted to get rid of her. There were people like me when the moment Trump appointed her, and I knew she was Mitt Romney's niece. I was like, what is he doing? He
Yeah.
appointed Mitt Romney's niece in the middle of the Romney speech of disavowing of Trump. I'm like, what is Donald doing?
I'll tell you, the idea of these political dynasties where people bring their family members in and they keep cramming them into these positions of power, that's got to stop. And I don't care if it's, funny story. Mitt Romney, when he was running for president, Dana was actually the token conservative on CNN. They complained to the management and forced CNN to have a Romney surrogate on every time Dana was on because she was so critical of Mitt Romney in the primary. They were scared to death of her. Of course, when it came time to vote in the primary, we were going to vote for Mitt Romney because the alternative was Barack Obama, who sucks. So, in these general elections, you always got to come down to what's best for the country and best for this party. I am glad that Ronna is leaving. I think when I read Matt Gaetz' tweet, I don't think it was a troll. I think he's being serious. For whatever reason, I don't like McCarthy. That's another guy I thought shouldn't have got the job. I wouldn't have put him as Speaker of the House. And I know you fought pretty hard for him to keep the job there on the second time. I was on the other side of the team there, trying to get him gone before we had to remove him again. But he is a guy that can raise a lot of money, and that's one of
Yes,
the
he
main
is.
jobs
Look,
that you have to have in RNC, and we're broke. We're broke. I think Matt
Chris,
was being serious with this tweet. I don't think it was a troll.
Chris, I want to say I I too agree. I think Matt was being serious, and it's sad to say that a lot of people want these political differences we all have as elected officials when we're elected, when we're removed, or when we resign, or whatever the case is. They want it to be true because there's a part of a lot of folks here listening, and I'm not trying to single anyone out, but y'all sometimes really buy into there is a blood feud. At the end of the day, we might agree to disagree with what one person does at one determined point and if that's the right person for the time. But I will say, I agree with Matt Gaetz. It would be fucking fabulous if McCarthy goes be RNC chair and hires Carolyn Wren to be finance director for the RNC. Just
Speaking
plug.
of
And
Caroline
let me
Wren,
say this. Let me say this
speaking
Who would
of,
before
rather die?
let me say this.
welcome to the
Piggyback on the
stage,
back of
Miss
that, George.
Caroline Wren. But go ahead, Chris.
Scott, I see you down there. I love you, and I love the work that you do. If Kevin McCarthy was the RNC chair, you would be getting that return phone call, and they would be helping your efforts. They would be magnifying them. Your programs would be taken nationwide. The technology part of this is absolutely imperative. The Democrats beat us at every single turn the last election.
And I can confirm what Chris just said. Team McCarthy likes Scott Pressler because I've heard it from the horse's mouth before.
Well, I
So
was just speculating, so there you go.
I'm not speculating. I'm saying for a fact they like Scott's approach. They appreciate Scott's approach. I've worked with Scott for years now. I love Scott's like a brother to me. I love this man. And I
Yeah,
don't think
Scott came
enough
here.
people.
Scott came not here, not to Maui. Yeah, although I'd love that. I'll have you out here to Maui, Scott. We'll try that. But he is listening down there. Maybe. I mean, he is down there just listening. I don't know. But
Dude, the
anyway,
dude's
yeah.
in
No, he came to
Pennsylvania right now
Kentucky.
registering voters every
He's.
single
I
day.
don't think. If I were him, I'd be in a coma right now, based on how hard he's worked. So I definitely appreciate everything he's doing, and I have a lot of respect for Scott, and I would love to. Hell, I even bought him dinner. You know what? I'm proud of that. I get to say I bought Scott Pressler dinner in Kentucky. So, but anyway, yeah. No. So George, I need you to between you and Caroline, I need you to put the rumors to bed here. Are we looking at a potential Chairman George Santos?
No.
I was
No,
ready to throw
no,
that out
no,
there.
no. If you do that, I will spread rumors about you, Ren. I will. I'm going to start some stupid rumor about you. If you, I will call the entire press list on my phone and just make up some stupid shit about you. And trust me, I can get creative.
George, you can raise money though. You're good at it.
I am, guys. This job right now is for somebody who is a glutton for punishment and has institutional knowledge and literally wants to go under. Look, I have an approach. Rana is the top of the chain that, quite frankly, hides with a veil a rot on the institution and the structure of the RNC. I have worked in my own past campaigns with former RNC people. I can tell you they're not good people. The culture in the RNC is rotten. It is so elitist. It is so, oh my God, how dare you knock on this person's door? How dare you send this person a text? Like, if their shit don't stink. Let me make it clear, if if by any stretch of the imagination I were ever to come near the RNC building and become anywhere within close to power in there, I'd fire everyone. Would be my first action. And I literally.
Well, George, also you're right. I've been I know everyone advocates for term limits for members of Congress. How about term limits for RNC staff? Because the department heads of every department in that building have been there for 12 years. And they have overseen devastating losses. And the ones that were actually there in 16, where they won by accident without the help of the RNC, by the way, they were all never Trumpers who were sobbing election night, because I know I was there. And
Oh
so,
yeah.
the first thing, whoever the new chair is, if it's Kevin McCarthy, great. If it's George Santos, great. If it's Lord Voldemort, great. Burn the building down with everyone in it, is my advice.
I totally agree.
That's,
It's the only way forward, Carolyn.
yeah.
And look,
Just getting rid of Rana doesn't solve anything. You have to get rid of
no,
the entire staff has to go.
the entire staff. I'm echoing
Yep.
Carolyn Red now. No, look, like, guys, you are all very happy over Rana. It's essentially like when you replace a CEO and you don't replace the entire executive board, you don't
Correct.
replace the entire leadership structure. The RNC is so bad from bottom up. Quite frankly, I don't think I've ever seen any institution. You know how people say everybody fails up in politics? In the RNC, you get promoted up. I mean,
Every time.
they
Yep.
have seen major losses, but here's how they make ends meet so people get promotions. Oh, the Northeast Regional Director flipped 4 seats in New York in 2022. Now she should be promoted.
Yep.
Dude,
No.
we fucking lost seats that we should have never lost. In Washington State, in California, in Texas, in Ohio. But here's a great example. It is the way that they try to segregate and compartmentalize their losses to outshine other people, to justify giving people more power, more money at the expense of the gullible GOP donors across the country, who, instead of sending money to the RNC, should be really saving up, because it doesn't look like the RNC is doing shit to help them and fix the inflation and fix the crime and the borderless state of our country. So
Yeah.
my point with the RNC is, Rana's leaving, great. I have no ill will for that woman. I have no
I do.
animosity towards
I
her.
have a lot of ill will and a lot
Well,
of
look,
animosity.
I'm trying to be nice, Carolyn. I'm trying to turn a new leaf.
I just want to be clear. I'm coming from a different position.
Oh, I know you are. I know
As someone
exactly what
And
you're
so
saying.
who worked in the building for a long time, I'm just telling you right now, I have a lot of ill will, and it is systemic there. Like you can't. It's not even just about getting rid of the department heads. It's the consultant contracts that own that building are sickening, and it has been around for forever. It is a giant money laundering organization, as far as I'm concerned. And by the way, I'm very complicit in it, as someone who spent 4 years raising money into the money laundering organization. You have to get rid of all of it. You have to have someone who comes in and clears house, looks at every consulting contract, and basically sends an immediate cease and desist to all of them, from the mail vendor to the door knocking vendors to the to WinRed. I mean, like, WinRed is the worst out of all of them. And so, to me, I don't know who the person is to do that. Michael Watley is who they're floating, and hope. I
That's
mean,
Ronna
everyone with the
McDaniel would
pulse
object. I'm
currently is
sorry.
better than Rana, right? Like,
No,
so
no,
I'm
no.
willing to take anyone. But the thing is, we have to realize is like the just rot within all of our committees is systemic and has to be rooted out. And so what I think is like, if we're going to go through all of this, which we've all been fighting, the RNC chair has 3 roles, and no chair that I can think of in modern history was able to do all 3. But you need to be able to do 2 of 3. It's either to like ignite the grassroots community behind you, have an incredible fundraising ability, or be able to communicate the conservative message on television. Rana was a failure at all 3. The entire lineup of Fox News had called for her to resign in January of like last year during the election. So she's like, nobody's having her on TV to do anything despite multiple surgeries. Number 2, the fundraising's abysmal because she's managed to do what is the unthinkable, is alienate the entire establishment and Trump donor communities. So no one would give 1 penny to her. And that's just in the high dollar community. The low dollar community has completely abandoned the RNC. So she had no fundraising ability whatsoever. And so and then the grassroots community, I mean, my God, if Rana goes to any sort of like, to go to speak at any grassroots event that isn't in Manhattan, like she's going to be booed off the stage. So she was a
There's no
0 out of 3.
grassroots in Manhattan.
Yeah,
Let me
like
make.
exactly. So like my point
let-
is like she couldn't go anywhere other than like New York or somewhere to like even do a GOP event. So she was a 0 out of 3. So we're looking at now the replacements, and like to me, we have to look at the replacements and what do they serve in one of those 3 functions. And it's either you're going to bring back like credible, like because the new chair needs to come in and everyone needs to agree and then have a reset, and that new chair needs to spend the next 30 days to 60 days on the road, literally going to all 50 states and meeting with the grassroots communities and saying, and I would bring Scott Presler along with me and Steve Bannon and others, say we are united. And here I'm gonna come into like Cincinnati and I'm gonna meet with all the GOP leaders and come in, and then I'm also gonna meet with the 5 biggest donors in Ohio, and then on top of that, I'm gonna do every radio show in the state of Ohio and say we're all on board, and then I'm gonna hop over to Wisconsin, go day by day. Like that's what we need right now to come together, and I'm not really seeing any like direction from anyone on that, or like if Michael Watley's gonna be that person, fine. He's Ron's handpick. I have a lot of concerns there. Like Michael Watley's
Ugh.
certainly more competent than Rana, but still, then get a
Not really, Caroline.
co-chair. Like,
Caroline, not really. Look at under his leadership as chairman in North Carolina, they conceded to those sloppy fucking redistricting lines that had to get
I know.
sued out of oblivion. So he's incompetent too. He's
Okay,
incompetent
first of
too.
all, we're talking about the tallest midget here, right? We're comparing to Rana. So, like, anyone is more competent. So, like, I'm gonna give Watley credit. If it's Watley, it's Watley. Like, I will take literally, I don't know, like Osama bin Laden to be RNC chair at this point over Ronna McDaniel. So, like, again, tallest midget. And like, but my point is, if it is Watley, and we're going to concede to, okay, this is another establishment type of figure, then the co-chair at least needs to be. And Tyler Boyer put out a brilliant post about this. Like the Delaware chair, y'all, is a rock star. She banned mail-in ballots in Delaware. Like I am convinced Trump's going to win Delaware because of this. Like, so put in someone we could send out as like a grassroots communicator as the co-chair. There's a balance here. And what I'm worried about is that they're just going to put in, I kept hearing like 2 more establishment Rana handpicked people, and we're all going to be in the same position. And I will speak out. I'm not going to keep my mouth shut. And like, we'll just spend the next 6 months fighting over this. And meanwhile, the Democrats are completely united. They're so united that like, look at us. We kicked out George Santos from our caucus, who like, and then we lose by 1 vote tonight. The Democrats literally wheeled in a guy on a
So
hospital bed
predictable.
with a fucking like hospital gown on. That's how united they are to get a vote done. And meanwhile, like I know we all like Steve Scalise. I think he's great. He wasn't at the vote today. Like guys, we're losing our country. There's 10 months left. We can't afford to have people like Mitch McConnell is brain dead. And like Steve Scalise, God bless him, wonderful guy, but he's in a hospital bed. Like we cannot have soldiers off the field right now. Like what are we all doing?
Yeah,
So that's
so I want to
TED talk.
let Tyler respond to this at one point, but I got to jump in with some news here. Some of you guys on the panel might be disappointed here, but it looks like the results are in. It's pinned to the top from the Nevada GOP primary, and the winner is none of these candidates. So Nikki Haley lost
Never
to
Nikki.
none.
Never Nikki.
Yeah.
Never Nikki.
So
Never
she was
Nikki.
favored to win and keep in mind, guys, the only vote in Nevada that matters on the GOP side is the caucus. So this doesn't actually matter. But so Trump wasn't on this ballot, but Nikki Haley was favored by a lot to win in this race. However, Mr. None of these candidates won by almost 30 points against Nikki Haley. So not going great in the Haley camp. Tyler, why is that?
Even when he's
She's
not
got,
named, he wins.
Yeah.
None of these candidates is essentially Trump. You don't even need to put his name on a ballot, and the man wins. None of these candidates is going to be president of the United States.
Nikki Haley's going to do something record breaking. She's going to lose 2 primaries in Nevada this week. That's impressive. And
I,
she should be awarded 1 delegate from Nevada just for doing that. And I think we can concede 1 delegate. We'll
I'm
send
just wondering.
Rana as the delegate.
I'm just wondering if the people of Nevada are in their bomb shelters right now, because I've heard Nikki Haley has a tendency to blow up regimes she doesn't like.
George, I know you've got a comment on this one. I mean, you honestly, you should have just put your name on the ballot. You didn't even have to visit Nevada, and you still would have beat it.
well, look, here's the deal. I don't want to see my name on a ballot. I keep receiving, I have PTSD of my name on a ballot. Last time my name was on a ballot, I ended up in deep doo-doo, as some would say, or as deep shit. So let me put it this way. The amount of people texting me and DMing me, oh, George, I just wrote your name in an NY3. I respond to them, you clearly hate me. Stop doing this. You hate
Yo,
me.
I want to make it clear. I have received at least 100 text messages from the followers here on Long Island that they are writing in George Santos and NY3.
That is literally the people who hate me the most.
And I want to be clear.
It's ironic that I have to say this.
I'm not telling them not to.
Okay, I got to make a call out, guys, real quick, and then Caroline, I'll let you go. My 2 top picks for RNC chair are both listening in the audience: Scott Presler and Miss Harmeet Dillon.
Well, it doesn't need to be top picks. They could be a duo. And you can bring
Could
Kevin
be a duo.
McCarthy into the mix and make him the
Oh God, no!
finance chair.
We're not lumping them into the same category. Don't you be doing that,
No,
George? Come on,
you
man.
didn't listen to me, Nick. You bring in Harmeet, Scott Presler, co-chairs. You give McCarthy the finance director job. He subs it to Carolyn Wren, and we save the RNC because
Is that the move?
I have seen Carolyn Wren raise money for the last 6 years of my life, and there is no one else in the GOP that can fundraise like this woman. It's so fucking insane. She will make you feel good if you're sitting at a $20,000 plate dinner and listening to politicians speak, and you feel good about it. I've seen her do it.
Hey, I'm good at what I do, but
Caroline,
even I can't say a pile of shit and say it's gold, which is the RNC right now. So don't put that on me.
Kevin
Use it to know
McCarthy.
Mike, both Harvey and Scott Presler, because I think we should have the co-chairs of the RNC come up here and speak.
Yeah, so
Kevin McCarthy.
that's
Kevin
exactly
McCarthy
what I want to do.
reporting
So
to.
both of you, Scott and Harmeet, I'm going to call you out. I don't typically do this because I typically, they end up running away once I call them out in the audience. But Scott
I
or
don't think
Harmeet.
Harmeet's the type that runs away.
No.
Scott.
See, that's a good point. That's a good point. Now, I tried that with a congressman earlier. He was gone. I don't even remember which one it was. I saw him down in the audience, and I shouted him out. He hightailed it out. But then we also have Dan Ball, who is based as fuck. So if you can find him
Nick,
down there in the audience.
my former colleagues
Oh
usually run
shit!
away
Hang
because
tight.
they don't know how to work the space. I've heard them say like, "Y'all keep saying my name. I don't know what to do," and they just run out.
Yeah. So good news, guys.
Here she comes.
Good news.
Harvey Dillon has entered the chat.
Let's go. Fucking
We
Harmeet
have
is
Miss
here.
Harmeet
Madam
Dillon.
Chairwoman.
Well, thank you everybody for your
Welcome
interest
to the
in this interesting day today. I've gotten more text messages and DMs from people than I have in a long time, but
Sorry, I only DM'd you like 5 times.
The reality is that President Trump is going to be the one with, the say as to who's the next chair of the RNC. You guys probably already said that. I'm just packing for a trip right now, but so anybody who doesn't like what they're reading in the New York Times and thinks they have a brighter idea, they should let him know. I mean, we had a leadership race recently, and the swamp side won, and I think a lot of patriots will be disappointed if that's the perception of the next leadership. So hopefully there's some wiggle room there, and we can get somebody in as a leader who both has competence in the job, but also has the confidence of the grassroots. I think that's really important right now. We really do need to heal the party and bring everybody together after this bruising primary, which was been over pretty fast. But I think our country's on the line here, and so I don't have anybody in mind particularly, but I do think if it's perceived as a DC insider, it's going to be really very disappointing for the grassroots, and we really need everybody to turn out in this election. So that's my hope, that President Trump hears that input from people.
Yeah, no, so absolutely. So what do we need? And by the way, guys, questions from the audience, bottom right-hand corner, tag me or Marge, ideally. That way we can see them. You have a lot of good questions. A lot of the questions that we that you guys were submitting, we asked to Congressman Gates earlier, and he's still planning on being back. So so stand by for that. But anything for Harmeet Dillon or George Santos or anybody, Tyler up on stage, whatever, bottom right-hand corner, tag us. All right, Miss Harmeet. So what are the chances at this point? Because you faced a really big uphill battle when you ran for RNC chair. I mean, you were going against the incumbent who, I guess was able to scare a lot of committee people to make sure that they voted for her. It's really difficult to run against an incumbent, and you did a great job regardless. But what are the chances at this point that we can get, an outsider? Is that what we need? Something like, I would consider you an outsider. I mean, you're not an establishment hack.
Well,
Is this the time to do it?
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I like to consider myself as not an establishment hack. That's definitely a needle point on my pillow here. But look, I'm going to choose my words carefully. So first of all, I shook Rana's hand, and she won, certainly. And I've tried to be supportive as possible. And this is not amateur hour either. Much as I love some of the pop culture names I'm seeing on X suggested as chair, this is not a place for on-the-job training. We're in the second half of the game here for this election cycle, and it needs to be somebody, probably an RNC member, quite frankly, to win at the RNC. Somebody who has fundraising experience, somebody who has good judgment, somebody who is trusted by different wings of the party, someone who has the trust of President Trump, and somebody who has the bandwidth to do it. So to be very clear, when I ran for RNC chair, I was offering to step down from my law firm partnership, and also the CEO job of my nonprofit, the two big jobs I have, and also move my family to DC to do this job properly, because I think you have to live near the office to do it. So it is a sacrifice for people with a real daytime job and not just a political hack job. So you have to find somebody who fits all those criteria, I think. And, some of the RNC names that have been mentioned are willing to do that. And so those people have a head start. People who are career politicians, people who are lobbyists, people who make their business and they're living off of politics. These are the people with the greatest interest in this job. Are they the ones who the grassroots want necessarily? Probably not. So hopefully there's some kind of a compromise there. Maybe there be a grassroots co-chair and a establishment chair, or vice versa. I think those positions are important, but equally important, quite frankly, is the political director at the RNC. There needs to be somebody with a high level of confidence of the campaign and the chair there. There needs to be an amazing fundraising team. People need to set aside their little petty, bitchy turf wars and differences and come together because our country's facing an existential threat. So President Trump and I have discussed, RNC leadership, and we discussed it a few times. And, he likes me being on his legal team right now, and I'm happy to be playing that role. That's a role that we've been doing for several months at my law firm. I could get behind one of several people at the RNC for either of these two roles, and then there are a few who I'd really rather not see in that position, but I'm not going to say that publicly on a space like this.
Harmeet, I have a question for you. Before you came in the room, Carolyn Wren and I, we were debating some issue. A lot of folks just are satisfied with the ouster and Rana stepping aside. Can you give a thought? Here's my opinion, and then Caroline shared hers, and the gist of it is the issue is just not the chair. The issue is really an institutional uh, wipeout because of the corrupt rot of the culture in the RNC. Is that something you would do and tackle day one to try to restructure and really not shuffle people around, but really just straight off show them the door? Because that's the only way we can win this presidency, and we need to do this rather quick. And it has to be a quick turnaround. So I think whoever's favored to be the chair, would you suggest that should already start holding auditions and interviews to make sure that when Rana leaves, pink slips are distributed and new people come right in?
Well, you know how President Trump told us during the campaign who he was going to pick for the Supreme Court? This isn't quite the same level, but I think it is very telling who an RNC leadership would pick or what their management style would be, because frankly, you know, Rana, I think, came into the job with all good intentions and humble. She inherited a political machine, and very little changed in that machine over the years. Maybe a person was swapped out here or there, but the way the building is run and its interactions with the swamp and the consultants and the people who get their percentage, no matter whether we win or lose elections or who's in power, none of that changed really. And, you know, almost 8 years later, none of it has changed. And so those are things I promised to change. And that is why all sides of the consultant classes coalesced in unified opposition to me, because the last thing they want is anybody changing the cozy system of percentages and, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and transactional politics. So if somebody comes in and they say, I'm willing to, you know, clean house here, I want to bring in some good people, you know, professionals who are coming in for the duration of this campaign, not for their career, to, like, you know, burrow in like, you know, termites and never leave the building, I think that would really win a lot of trust. So some turnover there is going to be necessary for symbolic reasons. So there's also a convention to put on, and, you know, a lot of the RNC staff has been moved on to the convention side, and, like, no accountability over there, a lot of slush fund money running around. That's already happened. That's not going to change. So we have to focus on what we can change. And so, yeah, I would absolutely hope that the next chair of the RNC makes some changes and policy changes and does things for the rest of this year. Whatever happens at the end of the election cycle, there's either going to be a new chair of the RNC or the same person appointed by a President Trump, or if we somehow manage to lose this yet again, it will be a free-for-all of leadership there. So really, whoever's going there should not be measuring the drapes for the next administration. They should be focusing on doing a great job for the rest of this year.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And Carolyn, I don't know if you want to weigh in, but that's exactly what I think
this
everyone.
Oh, I mean, I agree with everything. Harmeet would have been the most. Harmeet should have been our chair. She is, in my mind, our rightful chair. No one would have done a better job, but instead, the establishment decided to keep the same, which was disastrous. Like, guys, just to put this in mind, like, Biden raised $100 million last quarter. He has $117 million cash on hand going into this quarter. While we've all been, you know, piddling around fighting over this, which Ron, like, should have resigned a year ago. Like, they raised, I think it was $9 million last quarter, and they have less than $7 million cash on hand. Like, we cannot wait another second. Time is up. We are living on borrowed time right now with the RNC, and it is just this should have been settled a year ago. It should have been Harmeet, but we are where we are now. But I will say that my very good friend Carrie Lake has just joined, and I would love to have her talk
yes.
about, like, people like Carrie Lake who give up their lives, right, to run for office, to do the right thing. Donald Trump, like, they should not be involved in the weeds of the RNC. The job of the RNC is to set up the infrastructure, as Rana loves to say, the highway for these people to drive on. It's not a high. I mean, good God, it's at this point like a crumbly
More
road.
like
But,
Mad
like,
Max Beyond
It's a
like
Thunderdome.
they
highway in New
they
York.
rely on this. So I want Carrie to talk about how important the RNC is and, like, what she wants to see as a chair and why the grassroots have to be involved in this decision.
Carolyn, it's a highway in New York. It's like the Long Island Expressway.
Yeah.
It's bumpy from Queens all the way to the Hamptons.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, it's a bridge
California.
to nowhere. It's Chris Christie's bridge to nowhere. That's what I can tell you.
Miss Carrie Lake, welcome to the stage. I need your thoughts on this because, you know, you are you are an outsider, okay? You believe that we need an outsider for RNC chair, somebody like Harmeet, somebody like, you know what? Okay, so let me go through here right quick for you. I want the suggestions that we've gotten from the comments, Miss Lake, have been Scott Presler, Harmeet Dillon. We've had Laura Loomer, who was also up on stage. George Santos was one of them, and
I
Lee
told you
Zeldin,
to
and there
keep
were a
me
few
out of
others.
this show.
I
So,
said,
what do
and
you think?
I said that I only want the job if I get to be a dictator because it's going to take like a right wing authoritarian to do what needs to be done. It's like what Caroline said. We're on borrowed time, and Rana should have been removed a long time ago. I've never seen somebody get so many chances. And I love President Trump, but honestly, I was shocked when I was reading that New York Times article. You never see Trump really go easy on people. I'm surprised he was so gracious with her. It's a lot more than what she deserves after what she's done. But
He was. I'm
Right.
just going to close
Yep.
with this. He was hoping with time he would look better and better with all the surgery, but it just got worse and worse.
Oh, dude, no, don't go there, man. Come on. Come
I,
on. You're
Carolyn
the
said
guy that
earlier,
always
I
talks
can't
about all your
do it.
Ozempic and stuff, so we're not going to, we're
Oh,
going to.
shut up,
well, look,
Nick.
it's not, people always say don't go after people for their looks, but in this case it's appropriate to talk about because if you look at the RNC breakdown, she literally spent thousands of dollars on spa treatments. And so this is not us just poking fun at Ronna McDaniel and her. I always say we need to give the RNC deserves a facelift of the highest quality, much better than the facelift that Ronna Romney paid for with RNC funds. It's time to give the RNC a facelift. And if you look at the expenditures, she spent over 80 grand on her personal wardrobe. I mean, you're shopping for very high end clothes if you're spending over 80 grand. She went to the spa and oh look, Harmeet's on the stage. She ran against her. She's seen the numbers. Everybody who ran against Ronna Romney has seen these expenditure reports that show she spent RNC funds on plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Well,
And so I would like to get Carrie's opinion here.
well,
Who
I
would be
could.
that's
listen. I thank you for having me, everybody. This is like one fun Twitter party. I've been
yes,
listening,
yes.
and it's been interesting. Listen, I really don't care what someone looks like. It's what can they do, and what I don't like the looks of is the books on the RNC. There's no money there. And this is a time, guys, we have the greatest policies. We have the greatest candidate in President Donald J. Trump. We should have a massive RNC. We should have so much money, we don't know what to do with it. But it's just the opposite right now. We've watched as these debates, which are, vanity projects for people who don't have a snowball's chance in Phoenix of winning, carry on, and we watch money being wasted, hundreds of millions of dollars being wasted. So I frankly want a great fighter, somebody who's a hard worker, somebody who recognizes that Donald J. Trump is not only the greatest president of our generation, but one of the greatest we've ever seen. And we can capitalize on that and be a big tent Republican Party. Listen, we've got Democrats who are fleeing the Democrat Party. They're waking up to the dead end destructive policies of that party and seeing how America last it is. So we have an opportunity to grow the Republican Party into the biggest, strongest party of all time. And the fact that we haven't been doing that over the past several years is the shame. I do thank Rana for her service. I know it's not an easy job. I know everyone's ready for a change, and I'm looking forward to it. But I've heard some great names here. I applaud anybody who serves. But this go around, the next 9 months are the last 9 months we have to, in my opinion, save this country. And at the same time, we can grow the RNC into a very powerful, strong party. We're starting to weed out the people who are corrupt and ineffective. And we've got a great new leader here at the Arizona AZ GOP. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the RNC, and I hope they'll take President Trump's advice and listen to whatever he thinks he needs going forward in the next 9 months.
Let me highlight too on what Carrie just said. I agree with everything that she said, by the way, but I'll say this. One thing that concerns me, seeing this New York Times report that came out today and the names that are being floated for RNC chair is, look, Michael Watley, yeah, sure, he stood by the president and supported him after the stolen election, and
Maybe he's a nice guy. I don't know. Never met the guy. But what I am concerned about is, I posted about this several months ago. Ronna Romney had appointed him as GC of the RNC, and the guy didn't even have an active law license at the time. And so, is this really the kind of caliber of person that we want to put in there? And I'm not trying to be nasty and shoot every single option down, but we really do need to make sure that this is our last chance to get it right. We have 9 months. We have 9 months to save the country. And so we need to vet the person that is going to be the next RNC chair very thoroughly, because I agree with what Harmeet said earlier. This is not, it's all fun and games, right? For some people that want to, put their names out there, or their picks, as if this is some kind of NFL draft. But this has to be a very serious person. It can't just be somebody who really wants the job for the sake of having the status. It has to be someone that's very focused, that's a Trump loyalist, that is going to, be liked and work with the grassroots, and also put fiscal responsibility first, because we don't have a lot of money. And we just
Yeah,
saw,
and
yeah.
so Laura, like, to that
Well,
point, what? Yeah, go ahead, Carrie. Yeah, and
oh,
then I'll jump in after that.
well, I was going to say one thing I failed to mention, and I can't believe it, probably because it's pretty late here and I'm getting ready for bed. Whoever takes this position has to acknowledge that our elections are a mess, not just by accident, but by design, and has to acknowledge that we must reform our elections. And the one thing I would say, I don't think that the current RNC leadership has been serious enough about election reform, restoring faith in our elections, and making the changes we need. So, but I'm also going to be, very, very interested in hearing what President Trump says and who he thinks should be the next leader of the RNC. I tend to disagree. I read the New York Times, and I consider half of it, whatever I'm reading, half of it's probably not even factual. So any names they're floating, I'm not even sure if they are legitimately names that are truly being considered.
Well, the name Michael Watley, the only reason I mentioned the New York Times article is because it is true. The name Michael Watley is a name that has been floated, and I was hearing this name being floated by people, within Trump world months ago, right? And so that's the only reason why I cite it, because it is true. Like, Michael
Okay.
Watley is being considered as somebody that could replace Ronna Romney, and word on the street, and I posted this weeks ago, Jessica Patterson is being looked at as co-chair. And I don't think that Jessica Patterson should be the co-chair. She's not well liked. We saw what she tried to do. She tried to screw President Trump out of the delegates in California. And look, luckily I was able to expose that mess in California, and ultimately the rule change that Jessica Patterson was trying to sneakily push through was rejected. So why are we going to put somebody who is a McCarthy sycophant, a McCarthy lapdog, in the position as co-chair? And like I said before, I'm sure Michael Watley's a nice man. I don't know. I've never met him. But what does it say that this guy had been appointed as the general counsel for the RNC, and at the time didn't even have an active law license? I exposed
It's
this months
simple.
ago.
How
I mean,
about bring back
Yeah,
Congress?
it's a
but
mishap for the party, and we can't afford to have embarrassing missteps like that. It's just, there's
no,
too many
Nick,
embarrassing moments that could have been avoided.
I agree, but I want to go back to, because we only have Carrie for a limited time, and then we can go back and kind of debrief on her
Yeah, go
opinions here,
ahead.
because we do have
I'm
some.
muting. I'm muting. I want to hear Carrie
No,
speak.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not trying to cut you off.
No, no,
I'm
no.
just
I
saying,
want to hear
because
Carrie speak. I just didn't want
yeah,
her
Well,
thinking that I was just
yeah.
citing the New York Times
no,
because I
no,
was New
no.
York Times. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, Laura, because I know you're too smart to kind of fall for the New York Times. But I tend to read most of the stuff with a huge grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. But you've done your homework on that.
Yeah, no worries. It's okay.
But in Dan, I'll let you ask a question here in just a second. But Carrie, and this is a serious thing. I know I've been floating a bunch of names on stage, like George Santos, Laura Loomer, everything like that. But the RNC is having a huge fundraising problem. I mean, I think Tyler said it earlier. Adjusted for inflation, we're talking about the lowest fundraising numbers in the past 30 years. Okay, going into an election, to the point where Ronna was talking about having to pull a $10 million credit line to try to fund some of this stuff. But we have one of the best Republican fundraisers that I know up here on stage. And I'm not just trying to flatter you, but Caroline is very good at this. So somebody like Caroline, why aren't we pushing for somebody like that? Why are we going for these random chairs of random state parties. I don't
Because
understand that.
those are the rules. Those are the rules. It's not that there aren't good
I don't like the
people, but
rules.
no, I know, but the rules need to be overhauled. But that's why, because a lot of people will say things like, "Oh, this person's great, Caroline's great." Look, a lot of people are great. The reality is that, and Tyler can speak to this as well. The RNC has created rules so that, from my understanding, you have to be an RNC committee person in order to be the next chair, right? We have to be
You do
one of the
not. You do not have to
168.
be an RNC member.
You
It's
do
not true.
not.
No,
You don't
Tommy
have to be
Hicks
one of
was
the
not an RNC
168.
168 member. They made him. No, absolutely not.
No, no.
Anybody
No, but
anybody
anyway,
can
no, no.
run for
Let's get.
RNC. They don't have to be a member.
Well,
So,
that's good.
but
That's
to get
good.
elected, like to ask 168 egotistical big shots in their states to pick some rando from outside is a very heavy lift.
It's a
Yeah.
tall.
So
It's a tall
Carrie,
task.
what are your thoughts on that, Carrie?
Well, you're saying, I mean, I love Caroline. Obviously, she's on my team. I love her. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
want to
you don't
lose.
want her to go away. She can't become RNC chair.
We got to find the perfect person, and we have a chance to. And we've got to think quickly and make this happen. It has to be somebody who understands fundraising. Caroline is fantastic. I really do believe it has to be someone who can try to unify the party. We can't walk into the next 9 months divided. I think we need to start working to bring people together, and that doesn't mean I want to bring a bunch of backstabbers in. I want to bring all sides of the Republican Party together. I'm MAGA. I got MAGA in my bone marrow. But I know there's more traditional Republicans out there too who want to win and are supporting President Trump and do like his policies. I want to try to find somebody who can work with everyone, but most importantly, understands we have the greatest policies, we have the greatest candidate, we have the strongest Republican Party we should have the strongest Republican Party we've ever had, and so I'm not going to get in here and decide who it should be, but somebody who can build some bridges and try to bring some money in and usher us through the most important 9 months in the history of this republic. That's how pivotal this is. So I'm not going to pretend like I have all the answers here. I know what I would look for in a leader, and I think I really want to lean and see where President Trump stands in this, and hopefully he can help us come up with some good ideas as well. I wish the grassroots had a vote in this, but unfortunately they don't.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues that we were talking about earlier. And Tyler kind of went over that entire thing. I mean, there's such a huge process to. There's so many levels that you have to go to where the people, even individual county party members, don't have a direct say in who is going to actually take these votes for RNC chair. So there's very little say that the people actually have, which is I think is how we end up with somebody like Ronna McDaniel, over Harmeet Dillon, which was
Yeah.
such a disappointment.
Well,
Uh,
we
I,
tried
I,
really hard. We tried really hard last year to get Harmeet the victory in Dana Point. We worked hard, and it didn't work out. I love Harmeet. I don't know if she's still on the call. She's incredibly qualified, smart. We have
yes,
great
she is.
options. We have
Me too.
incredible options. And so it's not like we have a lack of people who can do this job. And I'm sure whoever gets chosen, there'll be people who aren't happy with it and some who are ecstatic. And I'm just thrilled that we have a great leader at the helm of the AZ GOP in Gina Swoboda. She understands elections, how they're run. She understands where the fraud is. She's willing to work hard on that issue because it's so important. And I know she'll be willing to work with whomever replaces Ronna in the RNC.
I mean, Trump can help us with that, right? He can help us pick somebody good.
I believe he will. I mean, that's up for debate. I have a lot of trust in President Trump, and I really want to hear who he wants in this position. This is a great opportunity for him to lay out one or two names, and maybe we can all kind of get together and decide which one's the best choice. But I really want to hear his opinion on it. And maybe you guys have talked about this. Maybe you aren't in agreement with whomever the Trump team or President Trump is pushing for. Um, I'm kind of coming into this a little bit late tonight.
Yeah, so Carrie, I do want to go to an audience question for you real quick, and guys, if you do give me a question, bottom right hand corner and tag either me or Marge, because we're having trouble. There are 1,300 replies so far, so we really need to be tagged in it so we can see it on our mentions. But talking about choices for President Trump, who would you pick as Trump's vice president, Carrie?
Well, I don't get to pick that.
Well, I wish
And
you did.
President,
You'd probably pick somebody good, but you know.
the good thing is, I'm looking at this group here, and I'm seeing like people here in this group that would be great VPs. We have so many great fighters in our movement. I say this all the time. I'm asked this question all the time, and I mean this. This is not just an answer. This is what I really mean in my heart of hearts. We have so many incredible fighters that President Trump could close his eyes and line up all of the MAGA fighters and point to one of them, and that person would be a great VP pick. We don't have a lack of good candidates and potential. We actually have an abundance of it. So I think whomever he picks is going to be great. I think President Trump's going to have a full term and lead this country back to our greatest days. And I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to enthusiastically voting for whomever he picks. And, I'll be in line first thing in the morning on election day to vote for President Trump and his VP. We have, great options out there. Every name I've heard, I thought sounded great. So I'm going to let him pick. I'm going to not jump in and tell you who I think it should be because I think there's a lot of great choices.
That's a fair answer. Dan Ball, my favorite One America News host. Welcome to the stage. What is your question for Miss
Hey,
Carrie Lake?
Nick, how's it going? Carrie, how's
Hey,
one of my
Dan. How are you?
favorite non-politicians turned politician? Love you, Carrie. How are you?
I love you too. I'm doing great. I can't believe I'm on a Twitter Spaces. I just saw this. I saw that Caroline was speaking, and I'm like, I got to hear what she's saying. This
Yeah,
thing could get spicy tonight.
all of us folks over 50, right? We're like, what the hell is this thing called? Is this on Twitter, X, IG, backspace? What is? Yeah, we get it. We
If
understand.
you're
We're
over
not that
50, you
old.
call it a call. That's why everybody
Just
on
don't
this
call it
call.
MySpace, Dan. You'll really
Yeah.
age yourself.
Yeah.
I was trying to make Carrie laugh and said the only thing I use the New York Times for is to wipe my ass with it. That's about all it's good for these days. I mean, come on, you and I, 30 plus years in journalism, and that shit is pathetic.
It's
Anyway,
bad.
here's my deal with the whole RNC thing, and I didn't get a chance to get into it on the show tonight because it broke after we were done. But I think it needs to be an outsider. I get that a lot of folks think it's got to come from within the RNC because, again, as Harmeet pointed out, and it is true, how are you going to get all those pompous assholes to vote for you to confirm you in? You don't have to be a member, and this is one name I would just kind of think of because I think 35 to 40% of his donations came from first-time donors. And as you all said, we've hemorrhaged money within the RNC. So the biggest thing we need is someone that can raise money, first and foremost, not go spend money on their wardrobe, but raise the damn money to help the party, help Donald Trump, help every MAGA candidate. So Vivek Ramaswamy, 40% of all donations were from first-time donors. That guy can go out and energize people to donate. He can also energize young people. So whether it's him or someone else, let me suggest we pick somebody under 50, maybe even under 40, that has new ideas on how to raise money. And again, I'm 50 and I'm saying get somebody younger because
I asked Vivek Ramaswamy on my show a couple months ago before he
yep.
dropped out. I interviewed him and I asked him, one, I said, will you drop out live on the show? And then I also asked him, I said, why not just drop out, endorse Trump, and run for RNC chair? And he had told me live on air, this was, like I said, before he had dropped out, that he wasn't interested. Maybe he's changed his mind now, but I think
Well,
you're right, Dan,
look, he was the
that
first one
would
to
be a great
unify
chair.
with Trump, right? I mean,
Yeah,
look at all the other
he'd be
shitbag
great.
candidates. He was the only guy. The minute he dropped out, he did what was right. He got up there on the stage,
Yeah.
he unified with Trump, and he's backing the man that's going to win this whole damn
I
thing.
100% agree with you. I'm just letting you know that I asked him this question. You can go
Well,
watch the episode and see it. He said no. Maybe he'll change his
maybe if
mind.
Well,
40, maybe if 45, 47 asks him and say
I
we
think he
need you.
would. I think he would do it for temporarily. I
Yes,
don't think this is
I'm
long
not saying
term, but
forever. To
he's
get us
running.
through next January until Trump takes office, let's have him as the RNC because once Trump wins, he's going to appoint him in the cabinet or somewhere high up, so he'll have to resign anyway. But let's get somebody for the next 9 months to get us through that can raise money. That does look good on camera. That is amazing during interviews. Carrie, you and I can attest to that. We've been in this biz 30 some years.
Yep.
That guy smokes on TV. I mean, he nails it. So if you want somebody
Well, and
good on
he
camera
can
but can raise
articulate.
money, yeah, and he
He
articulates
can
amazing.
articulate our incredible party policies. He can
Yes,
articulate America First better than almost anybody.
yes.
Um,
Thank you.
And he can raise money and he can bring
That's
young
the
people in.
key.
That's not a bad
At
idea.
the end of the day, if we don't get younger big donors, who's going out and getting these young tech guys and gals that got millions of dollars that are just blowing their cash and they're not left, right? They're independent. They could care less about politics. Vivek's got those people involved in his campaign. Stop going and getting the money from the guys that own Caterpillar and Boeing and the old farts, which I mean, we need their money. They're billionaires. But how about we start getting some of these young tech guys and gals? And Vivek can speak to them. I'm sorry, but a lot of us, you're not going to get to them to donate millions of dollars to a super PAC, but Vivek might. And we're broke. The RNC is broke thanks to we know who. I'm not going to mention her name anymore. And the past people that led this joke of a fucking RNC. Because let's be real. I'm 50 years old, and I've been in politics now as far as hardcore only the last few years. Followed it being a journalist for 30 some, but then ran for Congress in 18, learned how corrupt and fucked up the whole thing is. And let's be real. It's been like a little fashion show for her and a little bitch sesh between all of them behind the scenes about Trump and MAGA and all this because they haven't been on our side. They haven't been on the America First team. The majority of those.
Yeah.
Some of the state leaders, yes. But those national ones, I worked with them when I ran in 18. Let me tell you what. And anybody on this space knows what I'm talking about. Most of them are corrupt
Well,
as
and I
hell.
think I
They're
think you make a
corrupt as
great point.
hell. Say it like it is.
Bro.
You make a great point with the bringing in new kind of new blood into the
Yes.
RNC and new
New money.
donors and real people who are donors. And I think for the current leadership, they've had to lean on just their typical big, massive donors,
Yep.
and they haven't been able to reach the small dollar donors. I have lots of small dollar donors. I would love to encourage them to donate to the RNC, but I haven't felt that was a good idea.
No.
And I would love nothing more than to reach out to my donors starting tomorrow and say, okay, now you can donate. Let's build the RNC into the
Yes.
great party that political party that it is.
Vivek as the chair and Scotty Pressler as co-chair. That guy has done more as a
I'm all
single
for it.
person. Yes, one guy has registered more people than the RNC in the last few months. That
And
guy is
frankly, we
amazing. I
need
know
to
he's on the
keep
call.
and we need to
He's
keep
amazing.
him out there working. I'd hate to have Scott Pressler trapped in an office somewhere. We need
True.
him out
Good
there with
point.
the
Good
people.
point. Good point. Hey, Scotty.
Julianne Murray, Vivek, and Julianne. I'm telling you, that's the combo. You missed it earlier, but
Or
she's
what
great.
about Vivek and Caroline? Hi, Caroline. What about her? Can we steal her, Carrie?
She's in a box with Carrie. She's in a cage. She's right now in a cage,
You know what?
actually
I want to
clanking
That's a
against the
say
bars.
dynamic duo. Come
I
on.
want to say no, you can't steal her, but I also know that I can't totally control Caroline if you haven't figured that out. So
I mean, what about that combo? How about Vivek and Caroline? She knows how to raise money. He knows how to raise money. He's amazing at
Yeah.
messaging. He's already a billionaire and got the contacts with other billionaires and millionaires. There's the dynamic duo.
You missed the earlier
It's,
conversation. Caroline's going to be the finance chair, and Kevin
Okay.
McCarthy's going to work for her.
Oh,
That
Oh,
was that was the sitcom idea that we were going to run.
that would be
Caroline
a
and Kevin.
strenuous interview
And
process. I've got a lot of questions for Kevin before I make that
Caroline and
hire.
Kevin.
I bet that'd go
oh,
over
that would
well.
be a good sitcom,
You
a
sure that'd be a
reality show. Hey,
sitcom?
listen,
Might be a
we sell it
master.
as a reality show, and then we take all the proceeds and put it into the RNC coffers.
Kevin doesn't
Two
want the job.
unlikely
That's what
finance
that's what that's
gurus.
what that's what Jessica Patterson's for. I'm telling you right now. Like people like it's funny. It's
Yeah.
funny in the sense that, we all want to see, Kevin McCarthy basically, be someone's bitch. But the reality is that I mean, I'm just saying no one likes him, right? But Jessica Patterson has been groomed for years. This is what she's been waiting for. And so people need to start familiarizing themselves with Jessica Patterson and how bad Jessica Patterson is, because people will say, "Oh yeah, have Kevin McCarthy, ha ha ha." No, you're going to get Kevin McCarthy in the female version with Jessica Patterson. That is literally what she has devoted her entire existence to being, the female Kevin McCarthy. Her office is a shrine to Kevin. She does everything. Kevin says jump, she says how high. And so we have to be very careful, because a lot of people aren't familiar with some of these people, because like I said, people are only familiar with the people who, have very large followings, or people who, have been villainized in a sense. But there are a lot of really bad actors behind the scenes who are being considered. And the grassroots, some of these people have no idea who they are. I see Tyler's liking it every time I say this. Caroline Wren, Tyler Boyer can both speak to just how awful, I'm sure Harmeet can too, just how awful this Jessica Patterson woman is and why she can absolutely not be the co-chairwoman or the co-chair, because she's been positioned for it. And this has been in the works for a very long time.
Well, I
Well,
will add to that. I have a problem with, look, again, there's a chair and a co-chair, and they have to play off each other. I talked about the three skill sets that are needed: fundraising, grassroots, and television. And my problem is if we put in two establishment folks, again, like, what are we all doing here? Like, there
Yeah.
has to be a yin and yang here. And so to me, Michael Watley and Jessica Patterson are unacceptable. Like, that's not an option. If you're going to put in Michael Watley, who is a Rana person, but he's more competent than Rana, so I can accept that. But then you have to put in a co-chair that can raise money and also connects with the grassroots. I threw out a name that Carla Sands. What about Carla Sands? She was a Trump ambassador. She's so into with the grassroots. She's from a swing state. That would be an acceptable option. You also have some other good ones like that I've mentioned before, or actually on the 168. Doesn't have to be. But to me, Jessica Patterson's an absolute non-starter. I will fight that like hook, line, and sinker on this. But we have to think through. There's two positions here that are going to come up. It has to be male and female, and they can offset each other at what their skill sets are and also what their loyalties are to President Trump. And these are really serious things that are going to be incredibly important. But I'm actually not as against the McCarthy thing as people would like. I'm kind of with Gates on this. You have to remember, like, Kevin McCarthy, I don't have a lot of ill will towards him. In fact, in 2020, I flew all over the country raising money for Donald Trump with Kevin McCarthy. He's an extraordinarily good fundraiser. You know what he's not good at? Negotiating with Democrats. That's why I thought he needed to not step down. He was not the right person to be speaker anymore. He'd been there too long. But I'm actually not against McCarthy coming into this role because McCarthy can raise money and you can offset him with a co-chair that's an actual grassroots person that gets us elected. Gates's tweet was kind of spot on. It's like,
Yeah,
fine,
so I'm
McCarthy
not
shouldn't be in
sure.
charge of negotiating with others, but like, you have to raise money in this role. It is incredibly important, and
So,
McCarthy can do that. So fine, and like, let him do it, and like, then make sure it's a staff that Trump puts in and a chief of staff that he is running. But like, Ken McCarthy was never disloyal to Trump, and Ken McCarthy's good. Like, these are skill sets actually that
Oh,
match up with
I
the
don't know
argument.
about
And
that.
they don't match up
no,
with
so
the
hold
with
on,
the
hold on, hold on.
Democrats.
I
Caroline,
need, I, I need to
Kevin
get,
Uh-oh.
McCarthy,
hold on.
Kevin McCarthy was
Ron.
definitely disloyal. He was
I was
Okay,
getting
definitely
ready
there
to say I
he was a
agreed with most of
competent
Hot
that,
takes,
Caroline.
administrator.
hot takes. Okay, we're gonna limit the amount of people talking over each other to 5 at a time. So let's be a little, more cognizant of that. But Carrie, do you agree with Caroline on this? How about, yeah? What do you think?
Um, I think Kevin McCarthy is a great fundraiser, and we need to have somebody who can fundraise with the more typical donor class. But I really like what Dan is saying with Vivek. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. Vivek, bringing in new people and new blood, and articulating what this America First Republican Party is all about. We are all tonight getting all wrapped up in the drama of it all, which is kind of fun. I will admit it's a little bit fun to think about all of this, but we have so much potential where we're going to go with this country, and we're going to take it. So I do hope it is somebody that we can all get behind when it's figured out. We can all get behind and support, get this party built up. President Trump needs it. America needs it, because we got to get President Trump back in office. We have to get these America First policies back up and running ASAP. And so I hope that whomever we decide, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to head to bed because I have an early morning tomorrow. I really hope we can all get behind the person and not be warring, and support this person, get this person up and running very quickly, and save our Republican Party. We should be making so much money right now. We should have the biggest Republican Party in the history of politics. And there's no excuse that we haven't done that, but we're going to change course starting very soon, right after South Carolina, maybe even earlier, and get some money raised and get this thing going so that we can have elections that are fair, get President Trump reelected, and start bringing back America.
So Carrie, just very quickly,
Real
this is
quick
this is
on Kevin
my
McCarthy. Every interaction I've ever had with him has been very, very cordial, very. It doesn't always matter if someone's nice. We want competency and all of that. But I'm not going to sit here and bash Kevin McCarthy. I'm not even going to bash Rana. I mean, my interactions with her have been great. Has she made mistakes? Yes. But you know what? I've made mistakes in my life as well. We're turning a new page here, and we're going to grow this party into the most incredible America First Republican Party, the party of Trump.
Yes, so Carrie, I want to ask you one last question because I know you got to head to bed here, and we're going to have a debrief on this as well. But to go over what you said because we still have some awesome panelists up here. But so we saw this bill, this border bill, a quote unquote border bill. You live in Arizona. You should have been the governor of Arizona, and and we're seeing like at this point because Greg Abbott has managed to shift a lot of the illegals over into Arizona and California, where Katie Hobbs in Arizona isn't doing anything about it at all. But
Nothing.
point being, they called it a border bill. There's $60 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, and so only 17% of the total bill funding is actually for border security. What is your take on that, and why aren't we seeing? I'm just going to say this real quick. I'm standing here on Maui, and you've heard the story, I'm sure, of the wildfires out here.
Oh, of course.
There are people that are now homeless, being kicked out of their homes. They're getting no support from the Biden administration at all. Isn't that where the money should be going? The post is up at the top in the nest for anybody wondering, like for context. What are your thoughts on the bill, and why aren't we helping more people domestically?
I am astounded that they talked this bill up for so long, and then we saw it and realized what just a garbage piece of legislation this is. We don't need a big piece of legislation like this. We know that President Trump secured the border without a bogus bill, and I'm disappointed in the money being spent for foreign wars. It's just astounding that the people in D.C. haven't figured out. Not all of them, many of them have, but the people writing this bill, including my opponent Kirsten Sinema, hasn't figured out that people don't want to launch into more foreign wars. 60 billion to Ukraine, a war that is being lost as we speak. You know what we could do with 60 billion? We could spend 16 billion, maybe 20 billion and quickly build the wall, the entire southern border wall. We could solve our western water woes. We could solve the chronic street homeless issue. We have so many major issues in America. We could give, law enforcement raises, good teachers raises. We could get work training programs going to get American workers ready for the jobs that are out there. And this is the worst piece of legislation. It puts America last. It's a slap in the face. And I'm really glad to see that it's being panned, not only by the American people, but now by people in Washington, D.C., who might have been tempted to vote for it. They're realizing that they don't even want to touch this thing.
Yeah.
And further, it's
Carrie,
important to note.
definitely appreciate your time.
Nick, I was going to add on to what Carrie just said and what you just said too.
Okay,
When you
well,
put
first
that,
off, I have to ask Carrie really quickly, should Laura Loomer come out to Maui with me to investigate this? As a poll in the top. So what do you think,
Absolutely.
Carrie? Thank
Laura,
you.
get Laura
But
Loomer on the
Get out here,
story.
Laura.
I listen. I'm going to go, but I had
Yes!
Tom Homan on. I told you I will go with you, but I had Tom Homan and Michael Yon on my show tonight, and I announced to my audience that I'm going to be going to the Darien Gap because I feel like this is so important to expose to people that I am going to be going to the Darien Gap and documenting these migrant caravans and migrant camps myself, and so. We had a very long, extensive 4-hour show tonight, Loomer Unleashed. You guys can watch the rerun and see what Tom Homan and Michael Yon had to say about this. And we discussed this, and I brought up the fact that Maui residents got $700 and illegals are getting $1,000 checks. And look at how much people got during COVID, right? $600 is what American citizens got. To put this into perspective, adding on to what Carrie just said, Ukraine is getting $60 billion in this package, okay? Nick, you said Israel's getting 17 or 14. It's actually more like 30 because when you add on the standalone that Mike Johnson wanted to give too, it's over 30. And that leaves the U.S. with 20. Do you know what the budget for the United States Marine Corps is every single year? It's for the fiscal year of 2024, rather. It's $53.2 billion, which means that Ukraine, in this bill alone, is getting more money, okay, in a supplemental aid package than the entire budget for the US Marine Corps. Like, what is that? How does that make us look when we are giving more money to other nations to protect themselves and their militaries to bolster themselves against adversaries, more money than we even allocate for ourselves?
And never
Right.
mind the
Yeah,
fact that
and
Mike
I don't
Lee
want to.
just leaked the fact
Yeah.
that the Senate is
Do,
going to vote on the Ukraine funding alone tomorrow
oh,
without the
that'll be
border
fun.
funding.
Yeah. So, Carrie, I want you to get. I don't want to hold you because I know you
Oh,
have to go to bed. You're working very hard out there, and so, but I want you to give your final sales pitch for your campaign for Senate for the audience here. I mean, we've got like 2,500 people here, or something like that. It's something.
well, thank you, Nick, for giving me the opportunity to do that. One more thing on this border bill, which is just as it should be called the Invasion Authorization Act, because they're truly going to cement an open borders policy into law, codify it. It's going to make it harder for President Trump when he comes in to do the job. And so we have to defeat this bill. 1.4 billion. I think I heard that. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. I heard today 1.4 billion for these NGOs that are perpetuating this problem, a part of the problem. And if you do go to the Darien Gap, Laura, you've got to investigate. Are they down there? Are they truly down there working every step of the way to bring these people to invade our country illegally all the way?
Yeah. That's what I plan to do. I plan to go out there to document this and really focus on the NGOs. And I hope that people will tune in and watch the rerun of my episode that I did tonight. That's why I was late to the space, because I literally just got home from the
Well,
studio after
I,
doing 4 hours. But there's a lot of NGOs out there disguising themselves as religious organizations like HIAS, the Jews, Catholic Charities. Okay. They like to say that these are religious humanitarian groups, but they're not. They are facilitating human trafficking. They are facilitating the invasion of our country
mhm.
under the guise of charity. You're absolutely right, Carrie. I just wish we had you as governor of Arizona, because you wouldn't be tolerating any of this bullshit.
Well, and to be honest, I think this is why.
Amen.
I think this is why they rigged the election, because they knew I was serious on day one, minute one, after my hand came off the Bible. We were going to use the to secure our border and protect our citizens from invasion. And they already had plans to open that border and keep it wide open. So I believe that had my border policy, which was the strongest in the country, had something to do with what happened in our elections. Nick, I'll just explain to the people who are on this, and then I'll let
Yep.
you, because you guys have so many great speakers. I want to hear from all of them. We have an incredible opportunity here in Arizona. The path to winning the White House and taking back the majority in the Senate runs through Arizona. I think it's the most important state. We've got to get the victory for President Trump. He's up right now in the poll. We just did 3 or 4 points, I think, and I've even seen polls where he's up more than that. And this is an opportunity to pick up a Senate seat. We have 2 radical people running against me. Kirsten Sinema hasn't announced yet. I still think she may announce. She has become an independent and voted with Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer almost 100% of the time since becoming independent. She is the architect of this disastrous slap in the face border bill, which would, like I said, codify this wide open border and keep it open and make that our policy in our country. And we have a great opportunity to take this back from her. She is, more interested in the folks in Davos and the hedge fund guys and the big donors than the people of Arizona. And then Ruben Gallego, I know there's people here who work in Congress who know what a radical he is. So we have to win this seat. It's of critical importance. I need everyone's support. If you can go to my website, sign up for our emails. I promise I won't email you too much. If you could make a donation, I would appreciate it. This is a huge pickup for us. We can't have President Trump in the White House and Chuck Schumer controlling the Senate. His Supreme Court picks will never make it through. His cabinet picks won't make it through. And just as horrifyingly, his Agenda 47 agenda won't make it through if we don't have control of the Senate. So I'm going to work really hard over the next 9 months. I'm going to work just as hard as I did in the governor's race, and I'm going to bring home the victory to Arizona.
Thank you so much, Carrie. It's always great to get your opinion on these spaces, and we appreciate you coming on. Like, none of this was planned, right? We had the great Caroline Wren on here. I brought her up. I basically demanded that she come. I messaged her, get up here. And it's always great to hear from Caroline. She's amazing. She's an asset. She's a true asset to you. So
Yes, she is.
definitely
She's
keep
great.
her around.
Well, I see a lot of great people on this group. A lot of amazing fighters. I'm just honored to be in this with all of you. Let's not forget that God put us here for a reason, and I think He put all of us here right now for this very moment. Just as our founding fathers were placed at this moment, 250 years ago, I'm honored to be here at this moment, as difficult as these times are, to be in this fight. There's not a greater moment in history to be alive, and I know we're going to be victorious, and it's going to be the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, the party of Reagan, the party of Trump, that helps save this country and turns things around. And I see really great days ahead, so I'm just really happy to be friends with many of you and in the fight with all of you.
Amen.
Well, we're excited for you to kick ass out there in Arizona. So this is going to be a good election. You can bring a lot of change to the Senate, which is what we need, especially after seeing this quote unquote bipartisan bill come through here. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Who the hell are these people? I mean, I
Well,
don't
and
know.
here's some very
So
powerful people back east don't want me in the Senate, and I just want to tell those very powerful people back east, I'm coming, and I'm going to be I'm bringing a sledgehammer with me.
hell yes. Thank you, Miss Carrie Lake,
Thank
for
you
coming on the space.
guys.
We'd love to have you again. We really would.
I
Love you,
So
will.
Carrie.
I'll
See ya.
jump on
thank you so
again.
much.
Bye bye. God
All right,
bless
Nick,
sounds
everyone.
good.
Nick, I'm gonna ask you to refrain
Bye,
from
Carrie.
asking very unpopular primary questions about McCarthy to my candidate in Arizona moving forward here. So we're trying to win it. We're trying to win a damn primary here. Okay, like
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we can't be setting her up for
and
sound
speaking
bites. Okay.
from experience, he will come after you. That's the quickest way to not get what you want in your primary is to speak the truth about Kevin
We're,
McCarthy. Then you'll
we're not
find
we're not going to
yourself.
be we're not going to be standing by for this psyop of a Twitter space. Okay, we know what you're trying to do here. No, I'm
You
kidding.
got me. Yep. I'm definitely. I'm deep state out here.
Hey
It's
Nick, I'm gonna head out too because I just did a 4 hour
oh, you got
show.
a flight to Maui, don't you? Yeah, you got to catch.
Eventually, I know
Right.
Nick has been texting me every day. He goes, "I never thought I'd have to beg a woman to go on an all expense paid trip to Maui." I'm like, "Well, I'm
Right.
sorry. I'm not trying to neg you. I would love to go to Maui with you. I need to go expose these illegals and the NGOs in Darien Gap."
Whatever. I mean, I don't know if
I
you've
was
seen the poll
preparing.
in the comment section here. It's 89 to 11 with 354 votes. So I mean, it's really it's not even close. So
Yeah,
at
no, but
this
I
point, there's a
will. I
mandate.
told you. I told you that I would go out there with you. I promise you. But
Yeah, those folks need more coverage. We're putting them on tomorrow and Thursday, Nick. So good on you for going.
You're
And
putting
Laura
who on?
covered as well.
Oh,
Some
cool.
folks from
yeah,
Lahaina
I
and
think it
Maui
Sweet.
to talk
all
about it.
ties in though. Immigration is the issue to illuminate all these other issues. I mean, you show
Great
you
point.
show you show what's happening with the people of Maui and just kind of the lack of aid and the lack of
Exactly.
attention, and you compare it. Every single issue going forward can be won when you focus it around the topic of the invasion or
That's
immigration
what it
as
is.
far as
Let's call it what it is. It's an
it's an
invasion of our
invasion.
country. Exactly. It's not
It's
immigration
not. It's
anymore.
not even
It's an
immigration. I
invasion.
just, you see the media and you see the Republicans even to this day talking about it in terms of immigration. They need
No,
to stop calling
that's
it
because they're all
immigration. It's
pussies.
an invasion. Yeah.
Caroline and Kerry have bigger balls than 90% of the men Republicans in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
They're all
Yes.
pussies. Not all. The majority are
100%.
pussies. I'm tired of them.
That is true. So, but
Seriously.
it's shameful. And think about that, right? They said $1,000 checks. I mean, everybody remembers what happened during COVID, right? You got that stupid little $600 check from the government, and they thought that they were doing everybody a favor. We're going to send every United States citizen a $600 check. It's just such a slap in the
Well, and
face.
the $53 million in cards in New York to the immigrants. Oh, pardon me,
Yeah, and
illegal aliens.
$700 for the people
Yep.
in Maui. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
But anyway,
it is. And you're right. We just have to focus on every single problem that's been popping up in the last 3 years since the invasion was allowed by executive order under Joseph R. Biden. That's then the reason everything else has been just totally crumbling. Because look at the money we're spending, look at the crime, look at the drugs, look at the human trafficking. everything that people can complain about in every major city around this country that they're sick and tired of today, you can relate it to the invasion. Because you can say, my streets suck. Well, you can probably go back and look at some budget cash and go, well, that's because your elected douchebags in your city spent money housing illegals, spending money on social justice programs, and didn't fix your fucking infrastructure. Like we're dealing here in San Diego. We get a little bit of rain and it's flooding like crazy the last few days. And people are like, climate change. No, it's because your elected dipshits didn't fix the sewage and drainage system because they were too busy worrying about
Yep.
fucking pronouns.
And then when they do decide to finally get around to fixing it, they're just going to go hire a bunch of illegal aliens that want to do the job for $5 an hour. So it's a
No, no,
vicious
no.
cycle.
Remember what Jerry Nadler said? They're all too busy picking lettuce.
Hey Nick,
What a racist fat piece
Oh
of shit he
God.
is.
hey Nick, can
What
I
a
say
racist fat
something?
piece of
Can
shit.
I say something real quick as
Of
grassroots
course,
Nick?
George.
Be nice to Dan. Be nice to Dan. He's
What? I
sensitive.
get along with
Don't.
George. What up, Santos?
No, it's not that. No, he's gone.
Oh, I thought it was
But
that.
He dipped
I will
out.
talk to you. I'll talk to you soon, Nick. All right. Just text me later. I'll talk to you
Sounds
later.
good, Laura.
Hey,
Talk soon.
See you,
Bye.
Laura.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it, Laura. Always love to have
Yeah,
you.
thanks. And be sure, like I said, check that episode out because we did talk about Maui and we talked about a lot of that stuff tonight on the show. So it's
Sweet.
just on
I will
Rumble
do.
hey Laura,
and
can you stay
it's
for
at the top
five
of the
seconds, please?
5 seconds.
All right.
I'm
Keep
so
giving them hell,
Look,
Laura. Keep giving them
just
hell.
real quick, I wanted to say as true grassroots, I'm the guy who helped across the nation when businesses were getting shut down by the mandates. Me and my team were the guys who opened up hundreds of entities when we didn't have any help from the Republican Party. We knew people who were in the party. We loved conservatism, but we could not get any remedy. And so we challenged all of the prosecuting attorneys across the country, opened up businesses in the private with a tillage gym and others across the country. So we actually have people who are multimillionaires who could not get remedy from any attorney because the attorneys would not work for the people during the time of the lockdowns who are conservative. These people are conservative. They have tons of money. Their entities stayed open because we kept them open against the government, but they didn't have any representation in the Republican Party. So I wanted to say when it comes to the Republican Party, I believe that we need to start getting people who understand the law as it is written. We got state constitutions that government officials across the country have broken the law when it comes to it. When it comes to elections, when it comes to Trump, the government officials across the country actually dropped the ball because they didn't force the elections to follow the state constitutions. I'm also the guy who took part in leading Karen Fan to do the Arizona audit, the full forensic audit. No attorney would help us do it. And the way that we got Karen Fan to do it was by using the fundamental law that's in the state constitutions. And the attorneys in the state were kind of blocking the situation. And the Republican Party didn't know that we had the right to get an audit. Now, I believe this is important because right now you see the ATF is falling apart. You see the federal legislature, and I want to thank Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan because they've come out and they've talked about the knowledge and wisdom that the people are gaining. Well, we have sent probably 100,000 affidavits and notices to the federal legislature, to the Supreme Court, teaching them that the ATF wasn't using fundamental law. We see things falling, and we have multimillionaires who deal in weapons or who want their weapons who are happy to give money to the Republican Party. I'm a conservative guy. But if the people don't know their rights and their power, and the government service don't know their rights and their power, then we will continue to lose. We are being cheated as conservatives, but we really don't have standards that we talk about to hold these bad actors by. So all I wanted to say is we need to stop putting people in office or in roles who don't understand the fundamental principles of law. And I'll tell you one other thing. We just did a notice that I'm sure people in Congress seen this for President Trump, where Trump is fighting by himself. And I hear a lot of people say, we got Trump's back, we stand for Trump, and all this stuff. But then when it comes down to it, the fundamental law says that,
Man, David, you told Laura it was going to be 2
well,
seconds.
she can.
So
I just wanted her to hear
yeah.
the first part. But if what I'm saying isn't that important, then I'll stop talking. But
No, it's fine. It's just
people are losing, and for some reason we don't have a lot of time when it's about people learning how to win and keep their families together and keep their money because the law says the government can't take it. But when we're talking about other stuff, we just can go for a long time. I'm the remedy guy. I believe in the people keeping their business, keeping their millions of dollars, and that way we got stuff for the Republicans who are good to continue to stay in office. But we got to learn the law. If we're going to hold anybody accountable, we should at least know what we're doing.
so Laura, he is in favor of you keeping your millions of dollars.
Amen.
So
Preach.
How do I get millions of dollars, first of all?
That's easy.
yeah, no, you just keep posting on X. Oh, the rev share is great. It's
No.
fantastic.
Oh, just
So
All
go to
my money,
California, Laura.
all
Go to
my
California,
money, all my
and
money has been spent on lawfare.
You know
I'm
you
what,
can
just
just
like
I
come to
bet.
Cali and
Trump,
steal.
Laura?
just like
If you
Trump.
co-
Laura, you're going to
if you
see
come to
Trump's.
Cali, you can steal 950 and
Laura,
not get in trouble. Just do it a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
You can steal almost $1,000 and they won't throw you in jail out here. Come on.
In California.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it like a few hundred times. You'll be rich as shit. You know, you heard about Gavin's little incident at the Target counter. He was
Yeah.
amazed that you can just steal stuff and walk out.
I could
No
just like,
shit.
so basically I need to bring like a saw to the Gucci store and just saw like half of a
They
purse and then
they
walk
won't
away
stop
with
you.
half of it.
Do what the scumbags in New York did to beat up the cops. You heard what
Yeah.
the guy said on CNN the other
Yeah,
night.
$1,000 first of all for things that never happened. That story that Gavin Newsom told about being at the Target and witnessing that whole thing go down. But
Yeah,
it's
good
Hey,
point.
over.
Laura,
Good
Laura,
point.
you're going to see Trump cases get dissolved real quick. They're going to get dropped by the work that the people are doing using the law. Just keep an eye on it and watch what happens.
No,
No, I think
if anybody is
we
gonna,
definitely have a civics issue in this country. I'll agree with you on that, David. And we do need more people to understand the law. And I
Yes.
think that you're right that a lot of the people in Congress today, probably majority of them, they don't have an understanding of the law. They don't have an understanding of the Constitution. That's probably why we're in this mess that we're in,
And they
largely.
never read the
Did
damn
you
bills they sign either. Come on, how many of
did
them
Yeah.
did
actually read the bills?
did you hear Ken Paxton say the other day that he had to ask what his duties and his powers were when he was trying to figure out how to fix things on the border? And then they
Mhm.
came out and demanded that it be declared that there's an invasion. We sent him notice to tell him what to put in order to be able to win. And we had probably 2,000 people tag him because they were using the wrong law. So when they came out with the wrong law over the stupid wires and told people we lost, that's not a constitutional issue. We told them Article 4, Section 4 guarantees a Republican form of government and protection against invasion. They have to do it. And then he declared it. So that's the thing. We're missing a whole lot because people are using the wrong language, and the attorneys are never going to tell you how to win, even in the legislature. Like we teach government officials across the country now, and you'll see them come out and say how we the people have all the power and what the government is supposed to do. Nobody knows it's us. But what happens is most government officials get taught to sign the United States Constitution, that they're going to uphold it, sign the oath to uphold the state, but they never read it. So they don't know what's there. And it's a sad situation because the people are begging and crying and getting hurt, but everything that we face on a local level is in the state constitution and not federal. And there's no law school or high school or middle school in the country that teaches it. So we could be winning right away. The Republicans could be winning next week, but because they hide this information from you, you don't have the stuff to get the courts to rule in your favor.
Well, yeah,
Makes
look, like I
sense.
said, I'm not disagreeing with you in the sense that our lawmakers have a deficient understanding of the law. So I think that we can all agree on that. So I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with me.
Laura,
Amen.
you're
Thank
the
you for taking the
best.
time to listen. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you.
Of course.
Thank you for coming, Laura. Please come more. This is good. I think I'm gonna start. Look, this has been and I'm still going. I'm not ending here, guys. We're gonna keep going. But I will say this has been probably the favorite space that I've ever hosted personally. I mean, we had a stacked ass panel here. We got Dan Ball, we got Laura Loomer, we had Carrie Lake, we had who else? Well, Tyler Bauer. Boyer. I'm sorry, I got to learn how to pronounce your name. And who else? Oh, Matt Gates. Had Matt Gates for a
And
while.
Caroline.
You know, Caroline Wren, the
George
next
Santos,
chair of the RNC. Yeah, George
Scotty
Santos. I
Pressler,
mean,
Scotty Pressler.
yeah. We just Harmeet Dillon. I mean, we just had to keep. It was really hard to rotate the panel. Like I felt bad having to boot people down to bring other people up. You know, it really
Hey,
it
Laura,
sucked, but in the
how
best way
come you haven't done
possible.
my show yet, by the way? Laura's never been on my show.
Yeah. Well, I don't get invited to your show either, so it's
Nick,
okay,
you
Laura.
liar. You've been on tons of times. Don't lie to the listeners. You're full of shit. We have you on too much.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
How about it, Laura?
Last time I was on Dan Bolt's show, I ended up on a lawsuit with Dominion.
Oh, come on. Wait, is that
But
Harmeet?
David,
I swear to
David,
God,
David.
I just hired Ron from Dylan's law office to deal with the guys because they want to subpoena me.
Wait, who's speaking right now?
Avi Angelakis. We spoke like George
Oh,
Soros and
yes.
freaking Serbia, and I don't know why am I. They're dragging me down for this bullshit. But I wanted to say something before Caroline goes away because I know she
Well,
probably
hang on one
sleeping.
second, because
Just
I
one.
know Laura's got to go. Like,
Yeah,
just
I'm
hold that
about
thought.
to
Hold that
leave
thought, Abby.
before
Yeah, yeah.
before I leave.
I
I
want
was just
Laura to
gonna
say one.
say,
Yeah.
David, like
Yes, ma'am.
one of the lawmakers who does understand the law, who is doing a lot to fix this situation is Carrie Lake. So I would just encourage you to stop attacking her so much because
Well, ma'am,
I
you
had
know what?
honestly
I
never,
see things
I
behind
had
the
never spoke.
scenes.
Let me just say this really quick.
Go
I
ahead.
like
Go
gave
ahead.
you the
hmm
courtesy of the time to listen tonight, but
hmm
I had never spoken with you or never heard of you before, but I just took a brief glance over at your Twitter page and I saw that you spend a lot of time attacking Carrie Lake. So I would just say that
Genuinely, I didn't know this either.
I would
So
just
this
Well,
is
say
the first
that
I'm
well,
I
hearing
would
about it.
just say to you that
can I
if
respond?
you're going to complain about issues, then
hmm
you should be supportive of people that are trying to fix the issues that you're complaining about. And so you
Amen.
should not
Amen.
attack Carrie Lake because you talk about people not wanting to listen. What other lawmaker do you see or candidate running for office who was in this space tonight? So I don't know you. Like I said, it's my first time talking with you. I'm always here to listen, but I just, like I said, I was looking at your page just briefly while you were talking and I noticed that you spent a lot of time attacking Carrie, so I just think that you should probably like redirect your energy elsewhere because Carrie's not the person to be attacking.
You just got loomered.
Amen. Amen.
Oh god, yeah. No, that was good.
Well, I just
So
don't
yeah,
understand
no,
why people would attack Carrie Lake with, Carrie's trying to fix the situation and Carrie is trying to, and she didn't really get a lot of support. I think she's being pretty gracious tonight. A lot of people are going to be a lot nicer than I am. I don't give a shit, right? So I'm not going to sit here and say that I have
we know
anything
you
nice
don't give
to,
a shit.
I don't have anything
You're a
nice
kick
to
ass.
say about Carrie was very gracious tonight when she said, "Oh well, I am not going to speak badly about Rana. Or I'm not going to speak badly about Kevin. I will because I don't have anything nice to say about Rana Romney or Kevin McCarthy. But somebody who I do have something nice to say about is Carrie Lake and President Trump, right? There's not many people that I do like, but Carrie is fighting and she doesn't understand the law. And she is a victim of weaponized government and the crooked justice system. And her lawyers and her team have done a good job. And so when you talk about people who are not focused on the law or lawmakers that don't have an understanding, right? Focus on the people that truly don't have an understanding because Carrie has spent a lot of her time and a lot of her money, and they're trying to bankrupt Carrie right now. They're trying to take her house. They're trying to attack her legally because she did understand the law and she utilized her First Amendment right to bring awareness to the law and how they're trying to steal our elections and rig our elections. So like I said, I don't know you. I just looked at your page and I would just ask that you not attack Carrie Lake anymore, especially if you would like people to buy into your message. That's all.
Well said, Laura.
And I don't know if he has a response to that, but I just think that if you're gonna talk about people understanding the law, then you should support people like Carrie Lake. Shouldn't attack her.
Yeah. So
David.
Dan, you've always got some
I'm just waiting on
good
David to
shit
respond. I
to
like
say.
this. This is
Oh
like a
wait,
soap
oh no,
opera.
he fell down. Hang
Woo!
tight. Okay, yeah, we'll
It
bring him
got
back up and
it got
let
very
him respond.
quiet. I
No,
think
I
all
want to
Yeah.
hear
very
David's
quiet.
response.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
all very quiet.
Can we
I
narrate it?
100%,
There, there we go.
100%, I 100% agree.
I was waiting for him to
Oh,
reply, but I
I'm here.
understand.
I'm here. I'm here to respond. I 100% agree with you, ma'am. If somebody wants to hear the law and learn the law, then definitely you should support them. But the law tells you, ma'am, that when you say something, you should speak with firsthand knowledge if you're going to make claims. So the things that I say, ma'am, I don't say anything about Carrie Lake that is not true. As a matter of fact, I'm the one who helped Carrie Lake get standing in her case when her attorneys couldn't. I can show you the text messages where I give her the document to get standing. She gets standing, and then I tell her, hey, Carrie, we the people need to learn the law. Your attorneys messed up your standing. It seems like on purpose. And I think that you should take this document to get standing. She immediately got standing in her case. I'm also helping with the stuff for President Trump right now. So I'm not someone who's playing a game. And I'll tell you, the reason that I got upset with Carrie Lake is because I tried to show Carrie Lake the law when she was losing. And she told me, I say, hey, Carrie, we the people need to learn the law. She told me, hey, I'm more so concerned about my case. I don't want to go out and teach the people what they have to do. And I have the messages to show it. So when it was time for America to learn the truth about the law, and Carrie Lake saw her attorneys messing up, and she called me on a public live, and I explained to her where they were throwing her case like they did Trump's, because we got standing with an affidavit in the case where Trump and Kerry couldn't get standing. When Kerry wanted standing, Kerry knew that we got the audit and got access to all the ballots. Kerry Lake knew that we saved the businesses and beat courts. She knew exactly how to win and she campaigned on it. And then when I told her to tell the people the truth so they could win, that's why they wouldn't do it. And that's why Kerry Lake left when I first got here, because she thought I was going to speak about her. I wasn't. But since you brought it up, I can
That's
show the
not
message.
Yeah,
literally. You weren't, dude. You
that's
weren't even
nonsense.
around at the time.
Yeah.
I,
That she did not leave for
Nick,
that
David,
reason.
I pulled
David,
in.
I'm
She
so sorry,
stayed.
David.
David, she stayed
That
a lot longer than she was
Okay,
supposed
Yeah,
to.
and
well,
She
and
well,
had
well,
Carrie
nothing
Lake
to
well,
is
well,
do
not
with
one
you.
person that
Carrie
will
Lake
run
is not
away.
afraid of
okay.
anybody
Well,
too. So I'm
maybe
gonna
she's
say
not,
this:
ma'am, but I
Carrie.
have.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say right now, and I'm going to mute the room just to say this. Carrie Lake came on here unexpectedly. We did not plan this. We did not even invite her. She just showed up. There were no pre-planned questions. We didn't. She didn't like. We didn't vet the people on the panel. She just came up. She was willing to take questions from anybody and everybody without even knowing who was going to throw what at
Nick,
her.
you understand? I didn't say
So
that
that's
though. I didn't say
seriously
that, Nick. Nick,
respectful.
I didn't say
Well, you
that.
just said that
I
she
said
left because
she
you
left.
got
Nick,
here.
Hey,
Nick,
stop interrupting the host, bro. Stop
I'm
interrupting
not
him.
trying to interrupt him. I'm just trying to let him know I didn't say that. So if we argue something, let's argue what I say. The grassroots people in Arizona
What the
are
hell? Are
upset
you
right
trying to
now.
gaslight now? That's
Oh
what
no,
you
no, no.
just said. You
I'm talking
You
literally
about real
just
life.
just said
said.
I
it,
said
bro.
she left because she thought I was going to say something that I wasn't. That's what I said.
No, that's not at all why she left. That's my
Okay,
point,
okay.
bro. She didn't leave. She didn't even know you were
Nick,
here. You
yes, she
weren't up
did.
on the
Nick,
stage,
I
bro.
was up
No,
on the
she
stage.
didn't.
Look, Nick, I was right next to her. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Bro, she said like 30 minutes before she was done that she was tired. She was going to
I know.
bed.
I was sitting.
Yeah,
So come
I
on,
so
dude.
heard
like I
her.
Come
I
on.
said,
was sitting here.
your entire page is dedicated to trolling her, and so you can't say it's just a one-off
Actually,
thing.
it's
I
not
just scrolled
dedicated.
through.
The grassroots people of Arizona are upset because she brought in a person who wasn't eligible to get elected. That's what just happened in Arizona. And the PCs all across Arizona are mad. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, but the PCs are the real people who fighting for Trump. They're not happy. So you guys can argue and say you're protecting whatever, but the grassroots people, thousands of them as precinct committeemen, are upset because Carrie Lake said she was going to vote for one person and then installed another person asking Trump to endorse this person at the last minute. That's what happened. And everybody's
Wait a
upset
minute.
about it.
Wait a
yeah,
minute.
yeah, yeah,
I can
yeah. Go
give
ahead,
the
Tyler.
real story on this.
Wait, I
So
thought they were pissed off about that she wouldn't teach we the people. Now you changed the story.
No,
They're
no, no,
pissed
no.
about.
There's a
no,
fight
I
in
can give the real
Arizona right
story.
now.
You
If
got two
Tyler knows
stories,
about
David.
it,
Two
yeah,
stories.
because
I can give the real story what was going on here. So I'm happy to give the real story in the most brief way possible that most people just don't care about, but I can give the real story just real quickly. So there was a recent election for Arizona State Party chair. because Jeff DeWitt resigned, right? So he resigned really unexpectedly. And by the way, it was Kerry that, was the one that was in the midst of that entire.
She held that information
Well,
for 11 months though, right?
David,
She
are
hid.
you gonna let anybody else speak? Come on,
Hey,
Tyler.
y'all can go ahead and speak. I'll take off.
I'm gonna boot you if you don't stop interrupting. So go ahead, Tyler.
I'm gonna boot myself. I'll catch y'all
Okay,
later.
all right. Well, okay, yeah, you're gone. All right, go ahead,
well,
Tyler. I mean, I guess he
well, I
can't
mean, this
defend
is
himself,
this is
but
important because everybody saw the news and not a lot of people saw the background of this. But Carrie obviously got, this kind of goes back. So after Carrie got left her job and for 30 plus years in the news, she had worked closely together with a guy named Floyd Brown. Floyd Brown was the co-founder of Citizens United. He's kind of like a godfather of modern conservatism. He lives here in Arizona. Wonderful, wonderful man. And she actually went to work for Floyd while she was kind of thinking about what to do. And she had had a lot of support from a lot of really great conservatives who surrounded her and said, "Hey, we want to talk to you more." And people were probably, I think really impressed, including myself, by the way, who, she quit her job at Fox and then she went into this entire industry of like politics. Really, we expected her to really not to know very much. And she picked up the ball and ran with it very quickly. Anyways, long story short, she ended up going to work for Floyd, who's an incredible, incredible dude, all accounts, all around, one of the greatest godfathers of conservatism. And in the midst of all this, a lot of people asked her to think about running for governor, and so she did the right thing. Went to every person she possibly could across the state, including myself and other people. Said, "Should I ever think about running for governor?" Anyways, fast forward. Obviously we know what happened with the governor's race, everything else. In the midst of all of that, she ended up working together closely with Jeff DeWitt, who became the state party chair. Long story short, they didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. And many people heard the recording that ended up happening later on in their midst of working together on things. And, she didn't feel it was right. And I don't think I think that characterization of her sitting on it for forever is not true. I think Carrie really was trying to work together closely with Jeff and others. You have to work with people in order to run for office. I think she's fought harder than anyone that I've seen, especially in the establishment. Clearly, the establishment is working against us in Arizona. We have some awful, awful people, including Stephen Richer, who's the Maricopa County Recorder, who's basically the front face of running these manipulation schemes with the Democrats against us. And Kerry has fought face to face with this guy. I mean, they're in the octagon together. And even this guy's suing Kerry from the last election, claiming crazy things. Meanwhile, this guy has a pack that he's running against all conservative candidates. Long story short, this necessitates, Kerry, for whatever reason, I mean, it's her own personal thing here, shared some of this experience with other people. It went viral. Everybody knows about it. The guy steps down as AZGOP chair. And, we basically have 72 hours to figure out a chair position. There's one guy, I've known the two top candidates for a long time. One guy that is a wonderful man. I would say probably had too close of association with people who are trying to start a new political party in Arizona. And then another lady named Gina Swoboda, who ended up becoming the chair, who were essentially running against each other. And the president and his team had personally asked that Gina Swoboda, who's like the foremost election integrity expert in the country, she's not just in Arizona, but like one of the most renowned people in the country, asked her to run. And I know this firsthand because I witnessed it. And so she ended up running against this guy who is a grassroots guy, been around for a long time, Jim O'Connor. He's actually a statewide elected official in Arizona, so he's not like small potatoes. He's known, but had a little bit too close of association with people who are not pro-Trump. And so clearly, because of that, anyone in the pro-Trump camps endorsed and wanted Gina to make it. There were arguments for both these candidates that they weren't eligible to run for AZGOP chair. And Gina Swoboda ended up getting endorsed by Trump and support from Kerry and so many other conservatives, but she won handily. And I can tell you this, as being the former Maricopa County chair, her standing as a state committeeman in the meeting was supported. I helped run the meeting, heard all of the arguments for and against, including some of the most trusted conservative attorneys in the state, and she's two thumbs up, good to go. And so this, like, people being chapped about this, they're trying to turn this against Carrie. Carrie's been like the best friend to anyone that has election integrity first. She's fighting against the most evil, really evil people, establishment guys in the state of Arizona. And this characterization that like she's like somehow turned on people or they're not happy with her, I think is just
Yeah,
such a like
and also
silly
I
thing.
just see a lot of bullshit online these last few days, and I'll just say this: like Carrie Lake is a Trump loyalist. She will never speak badly about Trump. She will never sell Trump out. The audio, she was offered a bribe. God only knows how much money they would have offered her to turn on Trump, and she said no. And she said it was because she wouldn't turn on Trump because she believes Trump is the path forward to saving our country. So I just reject all characterizations of Carrie Lake as a sellout or anything negative anybody says about Carrie Lake because one, I know Carrie personally and she's a great person and she's, one of the few people who's actually loyal. And this idea that the grassroots doesn't like her. Carrie Lake travels all over the country supporting Trump. I was in New Hampshire. The woman is from Arizona, where I'm from originally, and she stayed behind. And I know because I stay behind and then take selfies with people. I always try to talk to people, make people happy. Carrie was the last person to leave in the venue in New Hampshire.
She always
She
is.
stayed for every single person that wanted to take a
She
photo and
always is.
every single person that wanted to talk to her. So she's not somebody that the grassroots
Well,
dislikes. And,
and I can tell you
people,
this: the lady that won handily. And so how these things work is that when you run and the body decides these things, anyone that is involved with the party knows there's always for and against. The vast majority of people, I mean, voted for this lady who's not Carrie, right? But there's a few people that are chapped about it, and I totally get it. That's just as like normal politics within the party. But like suggesting that you know, like nefarious stuff, or this was Carrie's, decision that she pushed on Trump is like that's just not true. Like it's factually not true. The fact is like the guy that was running against her, Jim O'Connor, he's a wonderful, wonderful man, and I can't speak highly enough. Also love Carrie. Talked to Carrie many times leading up to this entire thing. But the fact is like he had pictures with a bunch of people who are like burning MAGA hats and doing stuff like that. It's just clearly the Trump team isn't going to be supportive of that, and everybody knows that. That's fine. It's like whatever. But we got to move forward, and if we're going to put election integrity first, like we should definitely be like supporting Carrie Lake and supporting Gina Swoboda because that's the way that we're going to defend the state of Arizona.
Yeah, and David left the conversation. I think that's interesting how he tried to bring this whole thing up, acting like it was about a conversation he had with Carrie over
well,
spreading
I,
legal advice,
I
and
just
this is
don't
why he was on.
appreciate I just don't appreciate it. Like, look, everyone's tired and I'm not trying to say like, oh, poor me. Like it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. I just got done with a 4-hour show. I try to be nice and give people the benefit of the doubt. They say, oh, do you have 2 minutes? It turns into 10 minutes. I'm really gracious. I listen. And then
I'm
I
glad
don't
you
like
called him
that. Like
out.
just be honest about like what you are. Like I don't
Yeah.
want people trying to like use me on a space and like get me recorded on a space, like then saying I'm endorsing their message when I'm just trying to be nice. And then come to find out they like post a bunch of shit about somebody that I really admire and respect. I don't like that. I don't like that tactic.
Laura, do
And
you have
so,
do you have 5 more
Way to go.
seconds? Laura, do you
no,
have
I
5 more
don't have any
seconds?
more time.
I no,
I
I
don't
just
have
want to
any
I
more
just want to
time.
tell you.
But yeah, I have time for you, Tyler. Go ahead.
No,
5 seconds.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're good.
Well,
Yeah.
Laura, I think
Go to
at
bed.
this point, I'm assuming you sleep like 3.5 hours per night for whatever
Yeah.
reason. Like, I'm almost thinking that, you wake up in the morning and take a few lines of Coke. I don't know how else you function during the day.
It's not cocaine, I'll tell you that. So, but it's funny, you're not the only person to accuse me of that. The entire team DeSantis loves accusing me of being a cokehead online.
Man,
They like
I
to
really
say,
wish Laura, I wish you were here when Justin Hart was here, because I mean, I brought him up because it's fun. It's fun to bully him. I mean, it's like he's rabidly anti-Trump at this point, where it doesn't matter what happens. I mean, Trump could literally, you know, I know it's a cliche, but literally cure cancer, and Justin Hart is still going to find a reason
Yeah.
that Trump is not good. I would love to put you and Justin head to head, but I have a feeling that he wouldn't actually go for it. So
He was
No,
a
he
weak
blocked
anti-Trump.
me. He blocked me a really long
yeah.
time ago, and then
Oh,
I
did
think I think he discovered that, oh wow, she's not a white supremacist, because I actually came out very strong after October 7th. And well, why wouldn't I, right? I'm Jewish as well, and I think that he unblocked me because of my takes on October 7th. But I don't agree with anything that he says, obviously. I think that you're absolutely right. All of his posts are unhinged anti-Trump comments, and some of these DeSantis people are trying to reingratiate themselves. Like I say, the Trump train is full. You can stand behind it and push it. But
oh
I
yeah.
think when people show their true colors, look, we'll take your votes, we'll take your money. If you want to donate to Trump, cool. If you want to vote for Trump, great. But a lot of these people, they can't be trusted to come back on. You can't allow for people like that to be in the inner circle or around Trump again, because once you
Yeah.
go that far to the point where you say that Trump deserves to go to jail, you just can't come back. There's just no coming back from that. And people will say, "Oh, well, you're pushing a message of disunity or whatever they want to call it." I don't really care. Look, I'm not telling people that we don't want your votes. Give us your votes and give us your money, but you can't sit with us, right? If that makes sense. It's just there's no coming back. Some of the things that these DeSantis supporters and the Nikki Haley supporters have said are just beyond the pale, right? It's wishing for Donald Trump to die in prison. How do you come back from that? There's
Laura,
no coming
have you
back from that.
actually met
Agreed.
a Nikki Haley supporter?
I've
Because
never
I
met
have
a
not.
Nikki Haley supporter, and I've also never met a Joe Biden supporter. I haven't. When I was in New Hampshire, the Democrats I met were in support of Marianne Williamson or Dean Phillips. I haven't met a Joe Biden supporter.
Just going to a public school. There's a couple.
And people that say they did vote for Biden always, want to say it very quietly because they're embarrassed. It's just the truth.
I just love that he said that Carrie Lake ran away from him, and then Laura calls him out, and he runs out of the room faster than he could. I can't wait for your post on
Yeah,
this
just
guy,
another
Laura.
guy that got loomered in the space out here. I mean, you can't. I mean, it's every single time. I mean, it's like it's a bloodbath every time we bring Laura Loomer in on anything here. So
Well, I just don't appreciate. I don't know. Like I said, I really was just trying to be respectful, and I try to listen to people when they talk, but I don't want anything. I don't want me giving somebody attention to be used as like an endorsement or somebody saying that it's a direct association, because, like I said, I support Carrie Lake, and there's not many people I like. I like President Trump. I like Carrie Lake, but I just think that the way that people lie to bring down one of the only fighters and true Trump loyalists we have is disgusting, because there are not many people who are loyal to Trump. There's people that pretend to be loyal so that they can raise money. And as Caroline has seen, I mean, Caroline and I were just texting about this all last weekend, right, Caroline? But there's a lot of people out there that will pretend to be pro Trump. And they'll try to attach themselves to him, and they want to be photographed on the airplane with him, they want to be photographed at the rallies on stage with him, but they're really not actually loyal. Carrie Lake is a true Trump loyalist, and we have to protect her at all costs.
True, 100%, Laura. I won't mention any names, but I'll throw this quick story out. In early December, during our interview with 45, off camera, he and I were discussing certain members of the media that were starting to turn back towards him before all the big wins. This was early December, and without mentioning her name, yeah, I'll throw one out there. Her name. I informed him of some of the, I'd say, pretty big names at certain networks who were always pro Trump, but then left, ran to Nikki or ran to Ronnie for a while. Now we're coming back, and he was amazed. He hadn't heard about it. So we've got to help protect him and inform him and let him know who these folks are all the time too. They got to be identified because a lot of time it hasn't gotten to him because the person I told him about, he was like, really? And then I showed him a few tweets and some videos and some on camera stuff. And he went, whoa. And then he showed it to Margot and blah, blah, blah. So you know how it goes from there. I'm hoping that person got blacklisted. But you're right, Laura. We've got to help protect him, Carrie, anybody that's 110% all in because there's too many of these fucking posers and grifters who left for a while and now they're coming back. And there's a bunch of them on conservative TV. And that's all I'll say without naming names because I'm feeling nice tonight.
Really? That's a first. What happened?
Yeah, really. What do you mean that's a first? Are you kidding me? Laura knows it. There's all kinds of fucking phonies in. Well, I won't say which network because then I'll give away. But maybe I
Name
should name
names. What are
names.
you
I don't
waiting
know.
on? What are you
Should we
holding
have a?
back for?
Should we vote?
All right,
If I
yeah.
should name
Somebody put a
names?
poll. Marge, can you put a poll down in the comments section? We got to name names down here, please. If you can help me out with that one, because I've still got my poll running for, and I'm going to start another one. Should Dan Ball come to visit Maui with Nick's order? We'll start that one too. But Laura, it's not looking good for you. You're going to end up on the island out here at this point. 640 votes, 87%.
I said that I was going to come. I'm not lying to you.
I'm
I
gonna
put my
bully
word.
you,
You
Laura.
texted me
That's
tonight. You texted me. You texted me tonight while I was live on air, and I wasn't able to release the finalized details of my trip to Darien yet
gotcha.
until tonight. And so that's why yesterday, when you were like, "Oh, what's your availability?" I couldn't get back
Yeah.
to you until tonight because I was
Well,
still
Rudy
finalizing it.
Giuliani is also
So
considering it, so we'll have to bully him too. So
okay.
just if anybody needs to, yeah, you can tweet at him too. It's just at Rudy Giuliani. Let him know. I'm telling you this story, Dan. You know this, okay? You
When's the trip? What's the
tomorrow. Get out
dates?
here, bro, dude.
What?
I told you that I would come, but I
Okay,
will talk to you
all right,
soon, Nick.
Laura. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll stop bullying you, but
It's okay.
I'm
No,
passionate.
I said that
Passionate.
I would go. Let me just message me later and I'll give you the dates. I don't want to tell everybody all
Yeah,
my
I don't
travel
blame
dates right
you.
now. So
I
I'll tell
already
you when
made
I'm
that
going.
Not a
mistake
good
one
idea.
time.
That's
I
not
don't
a
need
good
to do
idea.
that again. That's when I got stalked and it ended up being a video of somebody coming up behind me live on air. Now, Steve Bannon was loving it, but
Yeah.
it got some good ratings. So, but anyway, yeah. Let's talk. Laura,
Okay.
thank you. Love that you came to the space.
Yeah, thank you.
Love it anymore. We can do a space from Maui too. So
Thank you
we'll
for
talk
having
soon,
me
Laura.
on.
Thank you. All right.
We will. We will talk
All right.
soon. Bye.
Dan, now what? I mean, we gotta get you out here, man. I mean, you've been covering this extensively.
I think it's time
I
to go
don't
to
care
bed.
about. Look, bro, there's too much shit going on in the world. You can't go to bed. You know, it's
I know. I don't. I only average about 5 a night, 4.5 anyway. I don't sleep. And no, I'm not on cocaine either. Even though people think I'm on cocaine because I'm always so damn hyper. Sorry, I actually slow it down for television. This is me normally. I'm hyper all the time. And then add on top of it 3 years of the Joe Biden regime. How can you not be more amped up and pissed off? If you're not, you're not
yeah.
a patriot in my
No,
book. Sorry.
I'm
Everybody should be just amped
I'm
up and
totally
pissed
with you,
off.
man. You should see some of the pictures I have of us at Amfest. You know, Tyler, you'd love it.
Oh,
No,
don't
I ain't
post
gonna
those.
post those. Don't
Nobody
worry
wants to
about
see
it.
those.
Post
No,
them.
no.
Post them.
Folks, you want to
Post
see
them on a
Nick.
billboard in
Oh, they're
Miami.
not bad of me. I don't care about me. I'm looking out for my boy Nick. I am totally sober and fine in them. I'm more worried about Nick's future if these photos get released. I'm in the clear, baby.
It's a
I'm
good time.
fine.
I
Nick
had
better
my
worry
arm
about his
around some
ass.
girl, and I'm like, I had to text Dan the next day and be like, "Who is this? I don't remember."
No, Nick. You couldn't text me because you
Oh,
lost your
yeah,
phone, then you lost your briefcase, then you lost your mind, and I had to help find all three for you.
but
You should
Get the
post them
story
to
right,
raise some
bro.
money
Don't be
for
lying. Don't be lying to this audience. That's not cool.
post the pictures and raise some money for
yeah,
Maui.
well,
Let's
let's
go.
Oh, there we
definitely do
go.
that.
Yeah. How much would you all pay? Let's do a poll. Let's poll this. How much would you all pay? $1 from each. We got a few thousand people. How much
I'll
money
have
would you
Trump.
pay to see the drunken photos of Nick Sortor? right
I'll
now.
have
Put the goal up.
Charlie
Go.
and everybody retweet it. We'll raise some money, and
Yes.
so this will be a good
No, no.
cause.
See, this is the best part, Tyler. I had Jacob Chansley was standing in the background in his full gear and
Oh yes, that's
That's
right.
how you know it's real. That's how you know it's not a fake.
we were at the
Yes,
Renaissance Bar over
You
there.
yes.
can't fake that. You can't fake Jacob Chansley in
Jacob
his
was
makeup
there.
that
Yes,
day.
you offered Jacob multiple times, multiple shots of whiskey, and he kept reminding you he doesn't drink.
Well, peer
But you
pressure.
insist. He's like a vegan, vegetarian. He's still on probation. He's being a good boy,
Mm.
and you're like, take it as a
Oh,
chef. So I'm
shut the
like, he
fuck
doesn't
up.
drink, dude. He doesn't drink, Nick. Nick, he doesn't drink. Anyway,
Oh, it was a great night. Now, Tyler, you guys got to do more of these events because that was just a great. I'm telling you, I've never been to one of these before, and it was fucking awesome. So I'm looking forward to next year. You guys do some great shit.
Hey, this summer we're doing the People's Convention 1 month before the RNC convention in Detroit, Michigan, Rana's hometown. So Detroit, Michigan, June 14th through 16th, the People's Convention.
I promise I'll
A lot of
behave.
fun.
I promise. No matter what Dan says, I'll be a good boy up there.
well, you were a good boy. It's not anything illegal. You were just you were just having a lot of fun,
Yeah.
and then you couldn't remember where you put your shit. That's all.
Yeah. So,
That's all.
but yeah.
Dude, don't ever talk about personal stories on these
Dude, I
spaces
love
now,
it.
because
No, it's fucking
no
hilarious,
filter,
dude. I mean,
no
did you hear
filter,
the story? Like, who was here earlier that was mentioning the
no filter.
me sleeping on a park bench in New York City? Who was that? It was somebody like fairly high profile. Oh, it was Matt Gates that came in here. He's like, "How the fuck did you
Oh, he
know
saw
that?"
you?
I mean, that I stayed on a bench in New York City last time I was up there.
Wait, is that because you went to cover a story and you couldn't find a place to stay because of all the immigrants were in the fucking
That's
hotel rooms? Or did you get drunk and pass out on a
No,
bench?
no, I did not get drunk, unfortunately. Although we were
Okay,
doing a
good.
space. I was coming from Washington
Blame it
D.C.
on the
I
aliens.
mean, yeah, it's a
No, it's the illegal
pretty
aliens.
good guess. I mean, that makes sense. But
You couldn't afford a hotel room because they're all price gouging because they're getting paid by the federal government to house illegal aliens. So you, an independent journalist, had to sleep on the damn bench.
that
Say it like it
that's going to
is.
be my story. Yeah. That's going to be the story. But no. I was
Well,
going
that's what
to.
the story
I had to
says.
go meet with Ashley St. Clair. I was up there like, and then covering the
Okay.
migrant crisis and stuff like that. So I'm like, I'm in a full
Wow,
suit.
name dropping. Gates,
Oh
Sinclair. I got
no!
more
If you
allure.
that's a whole
Name
other
dropping.
story,
Name
which is
dropping.
not a good story. So I mean, like, I guess I'm
Wow,
not
you're
really name dropping that one.
all right.
But anyway, yeah. Um, but anyway, so I stayed on the bench. I'm in a full
I like
suit
busting your
in
balls, Nick.
Central Park, laying on the bench, and of course I get kicked out. They keep kicking me to different benches. I mean, it was really confusing for the police. Like this guy in a fairly nice suit, he just came from Capitol Hill, and he's now sleeping on a bench in Central Park. It was a lot cheaper than a hotel, though, bro. I mean, I was almost thinking of walking up to one of like the Roosevelt or whatever, and just identifying as an illegal. I mean, I would have gotten a nice luxury room for the night.
Yes, exactly. The Roosevelt is full of illegals. You can't get a room there. What a great, that's the hotel I was thinking of staying in. And I checked and you can't live there. Well, you know what you could have done? You could have dyed your hair, put some round glasses on, ran over to the Senate chamber, hit on one of the aides there, and then slept on a chair inside the chamber. I mean, your ass might have been sore in the morning, but you would have got a good night's rest after, Nick. Anyway.
Now, somebody else recommended that I start banging people in the committee room. I've heard that's a pretty popular place to make that happen. So specifically in Amy Klobuchar's
How
seat,
did we go from such a nice? I just want to point something out. We went from a nice,
of
professional
course. Yeah.
space
Well,
talking with Carrie Lake and Caroline, a very educated discussion earlier, and now you've let this thing go for hours on end. People are delirious, they're hungry, they're hangry, and it's just now we're just going downhill. Please get other hands up here and talk about something serious instead of Nick enjoying too much whiskey when he's out and about. We got to keep him in a cage.
yeah, right. I wish I had whiskey out here. That'd be nice. Everything fucking closes at 9 p.m. So kind of stupid. Yeah, a bunch of old
Where
people.
are you,
I'm
by the
on
way?
Maui. I've told you
Can we
15
chat?
times.
Oh, I didn't know you went.
Bro,
I
I've
asked you a
been here
minute
for
ago.
2 weeks. Dude? Check my feed. Hit the highlights tab, dude. I mean, there's, it's like every post that I make about Maui is getting, tens of thousands
I
of
thought I
likes.
saw you were there. Now wait, I saw you were there. I just saw the post, but I thought you had
No.
come back because you were saying you were going and you've been asking Laura to go for the last 4 hours on this freaking space. So I thought you were going back. That's why I asked you, when do you want me to go
That's
with
why I
you a
said
minute ago?
tomorrow. Get out here, bro. Come on.
Jesus.
Come on. You
Okay,
use some of
first of
that big
all,
money you're making.
show to do. Oh, stop it. I'm at OAN, bro, not Foe. I mean Fox News. Okay? I'm at One America News, mom and pop, 82-year-old owner, 2 sons, 125 employees, mom and pop, not 2,200 employees worth 6.5 billion, lie to the American people every day and act like they're a conservative network. Not that network. I'm at mom and pop, bro. We don't pay that. And you know what? I'm cool with that because I get to say what the hell I want when I want. They don't pick my guests. They don't write my scripts. I get to spit the fucking truth.
Yeah, that's
Anywho.
why you can come on here and
See, the
fucking
later it gets, the more
flame
fired
me.
up
I
you
mean,
get me.
you know, you can come on my show and fucking flame me because
This was all
I
fun,
know,
though.
I love it.
We can just say that I was drifting and making it all up,
I
and you
love it.
don't drink too
Yeah,
much whiskey,
I
but
don't
we take
drink.
it easy
I don't
on.
drink, Dan. So.
No, Nick never has whiskey. I lied, folks. Like 90% of the news journalists and talk show hosts, I just lied to you about Nick's story. Or was I lying?
Ooh, that's a good question. Somebody needs to investigate that one. But so you better see you at CPAC, Dan. I don't know what's. I mean, we got to go for round 2. I mean, you got to find out whatever woman that was, and you know, invite her back out.
Dude, listen, I don't even know which one you had your arm around that you're talking about. I have to go back and look at the pics because, again, remember, you lost your phone, then you lost your briefcase, then you lost
Yeah,
your
and I
ring.
lost my pride. So
Yes,
no, all
yes.
of that,
Oh,
and like
and Nick, I'm
$400
getting
or
dirty.
something. I mean, it's crazy. But yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, get your act together. And yes, I'd love to come out there, cover more of it. I have a job to do. I have a family here. And so I can't come tomorrow, but I can try and work something out on coming there, but not tomorrow.
All right, we'll work on it. I'm just kidding. I didn't actually lose $400. I'm just kidding. I lost everything else, just not that much money. But yeah, Dan. We'll hopefully see you at CPAC or whatever Tyler was saying in the summer. What's it called in the summertime, Tyler? I mean, we're gonna wrap here in just a second, but you know, I'm curious. It's now 2 a.m. Eastern time. It's 9 p.m. here. Tyler, what you got going on this summer? You got to sell it to us. All right. Well, on that bombshell, I guess it's time to end. But anyway, thank you to Dan. Thank you to Tyler. Thank you to Caroline. Caroline, it was a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming, as well as Carrie Lake, Laura Loomer, Matt Gates, Harmeet Dillon. I mean, this was a stacked panel, guys. I mean, this is the favorite space that I've ever hosted. Even though Dan was, you know, all over me this entire time. I mean, like, it's
This was icing on the cake, baby. Icing on the cake.
so, all right, guys, we'll do this again soon. I think we'll make it happen. Thank you to Marge for co-hosting. Rawls, Marge is great, a very great co-host. Sends me a lot of stuff in the background. It's good to have a team when you do these spaces because I mean, like, keep in mind, guys, we've had 1,700 replies on this, and she's been monitoring, you know, most of them here. So, all right, guys, we'll see you soon. Dan, come on, bro. Let's cover Maui.
Good night, sweet dreams. Okay, listen. Peyton's here listening to the space. She does the booking, and we have on a business owner from Maui tomorrow
I prefer
to
that. I
bitch
mean, you don't
about
have to
what's
have
been
me. I don't really
happening.
care. You just got to
Okay,
cover the
no,
story.
listen, no. I'm making this commitment to you right now, and then you should probably sign off or whatever you're going to do. It's been forever, but anyway, we're having on Peyton, the owner of Garrett Maui Brewing Company. Do you know Garrett? You've probably met him.
Yeah,
He's been very vocal
I'm
about how effed up things are.
perfect.
Okay, Garrett's on tomorrow
Beautiful.
to discuss it. And then we're having on a local, born and raised Pastor David Kai, who's the pastor of Aspire Church in Lahaina, on Thursday, I
Cool.
believe. So I've got, but if not Friday, we'll put you on one of the days I don't have them, and I'll do Maui the rest of the week if you want.
Beautiful.
There you
Let's
go.
make it happen. I'll be here. You
Okay.
have a place to
Don't
stay.
don't bust my balls, pal.
So, all right, bro. Appreciate you coming. You
No,
guys,
on a serious note, dude. On a serious note, because I don't want people to think I just joke all the time. If they watch the show, they know it's not. I just do that off camera because I like to have a
of
little
course.
fun because life is so freaking serious and the show is
Where
so
can people
serious
see you,
because
Dan?
what our country is facing is serious. No, I don't give a shit about the
No,
pitch. You can tell it right now.
I don't know. I don't know what time
Listen,
you're on, bro. I don't have one
the
name.
Maui situation is dire. My family and I were there. My daughter had an amazing time, and we had a rough patch for the family last year. And going to Maui was amazing for my family. Lahaina was so beautiful, and to see what happened to those people and how the Biden regime's been treating them, that is the epitome. Look at the American residents on Maui, and then look at the rest of this country. That's the story we're going to be telling 100 years from now about what the fuck Joe Biden did to America. They left Americans behind while they allowed an invasion of 12 to 15 million illegals to try and replace the electorate to guarantee Democrat rule for 100 fucking years if we don't stop it. And that's how serious it is. So I wanted to stop the joking for a second and Nick's drinking problem, joking, and say but seriously, this is serious, guys. And what they're doing to folks, $700, I'll slap you in the fucking mouth with that cash, Joe. 700, oh, damn it, Secret Service are going to knock. $700 to my brothers and sisters. Those are our fellow Americans, folks, thousands of miles out in the middle of the ocean, getting no help while you see the invasion at our southern border taking over every state in the lower 48. Hell, they ship them up to Alaska, too. It's ridiculous. And every problem, like Carrie and I were saying, you can relate to everything to this border invasion that's been happening. So take it seriously. We got to elect the right leaders. We got to get Trump back in and more America First candidates. We need a sweep of the Senate, the House. We've got to save it. 24 is do or die. I'm not selling fucking merch. I'm not trying for ratings. I don't care about that shit right now. I served my country as a vet. I've been serving local communities doing the news. Now I work at OAN with to me, a dream job that doesn't pay shit compared to what these overpaid assholes get at the big networks. And I'm telling you guys, listen, patriots, you got to stick together. We have to win this. The country's on the line. Now I'm going to go have a glass of whiskey because Nick talks about it all the time.
Love you, Dan. You're the man.
And the show's on at 8 Eastern every night
Oh, perfect.
on Real
There's the
America.
pitch
You
I
know
was
where it's
waiting
at.
for.
I got to go.
So,
You tell them. Good night.
all right, man. We'll see you, Dan. There's something else I was gonna say. You went for a while, so I fucking forgot. But all right, yeah, Tyler, I see you're back now. Thank you, man. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. So we'll go ahead and sign off here. All right, guys. Thank you, all the listeners. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your feedback. Thank you for your listenership. It's 2 a.m. on the East Coast, I believe. It's only 9 p.m.
Yes,
here.
you're correct. It's 2:05.
Dude, you're still here? What the?
Yes, I've been listening the whole time.
You're the best. You're the best, man. Yeah, you're a good friend. I appreciate having you around. But all right, everybody.
No, this was a really great space. Lots of heat, lots of good conversation. So you did a fantastic job, Nick. So
Thank you, sir. I'm very proud of this one. I'm very happy with the way that everything went. So we'll do this more often. You got to have you and Marge as co-hosts as well. So, all right, everybody.
yes,
Have a brilliant night and go to I was trying to ask for Tyler to do another pitch on his event or whatever in the summertime, but maybe he fell asleep on me. But
Oh no, I got a phone call from Harmeet in the middle of all that.
oh,
So
okay, yeah. So when's the event? One more time.
June 14th through 16th, you can go to actcon.com. You can just go to Turning Point Action website, tpaction.com. But it's going to be June 14th through 16th in Detroit, Michigan. So
Perfect.
plan your travel now. It's going to be incredible. We're going to do 99 plus trainings all in one place, organizing ballot chasing for Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia. You want to be there. So it's a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me pitch it.
Absolutely, man. Hope I can see you there. But keep in contact. Thank you for the sub, by the way. All right. Have a good night. See y'all.
good night.
Okay, can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down from the audience on whether or not the hold music is worth it, or would you rather sit in total silence? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Come on, audience. Somebody. All right, we got a okay. Thumbs up. You'd rather You like the hold music? Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, I've got some thumbs down in the audience. Yeah, thank you for the opinions here. Maybe I should like change it. I think that's the best hold music. Diligent would probably not. I mean, do you use hold music when you start your spaces?
Unfortunately, Android gets left behind when it comes to the sound effects and the hold music. So, no, just my winning personality is what keeps people entertained while they wait. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. No, I believe that for sure. So,
I think that the hold music is okay. It's pretty juicy. It works, especially if it's not for like 10 minutes.
yeah. Well, if you get to the
You
end of the
know,
song, you're probably doing something wrong.
There,
right, right.
there's
So,
a version of the hold music I feel like sounds a little bit more spunky than that one. So if you can switch it up next time, be appreciated.
it actually only works occasionally, though. It doesn't always come on. So, yeah.
We could
So,
also pretend it's like 1995 and press play on something.
yeah, yeah. I'll just put the phone up to a
Right.
speaker and play Britney Spears or something next time.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll get started here in just a second, folks. I mean, this is some good stuff right here. I mean, we've been calling for this for a while, and it's finally looks like it's happening. Finally looks like it's happening. But the thing is here, I don't have a great feeling about. I don't trust the RNC in general. So the way that I see this going at this point is they're going to try to put in another hack unless Trump is able to, handpick somebody, which, as the leader of the Republican Party, the de facto leader of the Republican Party, he should absolutely be the one to do that. Who will pick? I mean, I don't know. Diligent. Who would you expect Trump to pick if it were Trump's choice? Who would you expect him to pick?
Man, that's a hard question to. I can't answer that one. I think Scott Pressler would be the number one pick for the head of the RNC. That's just me though.
Yeah, I mean, looking in the comment section of the post that I made I guess like 30 minutes ago now, Scott Pressler and Vivek are up there, running pretty close to each other, it seems. And I think both of them would be a pretty good pick. But, Aaron, it seems like a lot of people still don't fully trust Vivek.
Yeah, and obviously I've been Team Vivek for a long time, even before he announced to run. I think I've made that case over and over again. But to answer your question as well, I don't know if Vivek's right up to that, but I will tell you who I think would be an excellent choice if they're not going to go with Scott, would be Lee Zeldin out of New York, and what he was able to do with Republicans in that state, even when everything was against him. Lee Zeldin would be a great choice. It'll probably be somebody boring like Matt Schlapp or something like that, but
Oh,
Lee
please,
Zeldin,
no.
yeah, but Lee Zeldin would be a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, no, you definitely make a good point, but there's so many rumors floating around that Lee Zeldin is going to end up as Trump's VP. So I don't know which position would be more useful to the Republican Party, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like people at this point, they want some excitement. They need the party needs some rejuvenation because it's so. I mean, the fundraising is just. I mean, through the floor. I don't even know how they're operating right now. I know they were trying to get a $10 million credit line recently because they don't. I mean, the DNC is just whooping their asses at this point.
Yeah, they really are. And another one I don't think anybody's talking about, but she was up for it before Ronna was picked again, and that was Harmeet Dillon. Harmeet Dillon